Black Seed. Not on any map. Indigenous Anarchy in an Anti-Political World. Writings from Black Seed, a journal of green and indigenous anarchy, and beyond. With an introduction by Clay Benally. 1. Locating an indigenous anarchism, Aragam. 16. A non-European anarchism, Aragam. 33. Black Kitty Conspiracy for Another World, Deconstructing Anarchism, Settler Colonization, and Anti-Blackness, eds. 41. Unknowable, Against an Indigenous Anarchist Theory, Clay. 81. Welcome to Black Seed, Issue 1. 85. Black Seed, An Old Green Anarchy. 98. Without Words, A New GA, Aragam. 107. Answers to Questions Not Asked. Anarchists and Anthropology, Aragam. 125. Nihilist Animism, Aragam. 131. Do Ants Dream of Domestication? Aragam. 141. The Erotic Life of Stones, Dominique and Soren. 151. Speech of the Nameless, Dominique and S. Oren. 168. There's No Place to Go. Interview with Dominique. 195. Post-Indian Aphorisms, Dominique. 203. There's a Twitter for that, Aragam. 214. Whatever Veganism, Aragam. 229. Voting Isn't Harm Reduction, Clay. 252. By All Means, Anti-Politics, Mike. 259. Indigenous Anarchist Convergence Report Back, Clay. 274. Fire Walk with Maine, IAC Report Back to, Anonymous. 278. Rethinking the Apocalypse, Anonymous. 286. Stand Up to be Performed at the Next Disaster, Skidden. For what it is worth, we will have to establish a way to live that is both indigenous, which is to say of the land that we are actually on, and anarchist, which is to say without authoritarian constraint. Aragorn. Leftist indigenous academics have been champing at the bit. Radical publishers have been whipping up proposals like JOE's enthusiastic to run the hob-buyers of their idea of indigenous anarchy into the ground. We heard the clamoring. They knocked on our door. They reeked of espresso, baked bread, and burning plastic. They will run their races without us. Part 2, A Reluctant History of Indigenous Anarchism, telephoned in. It is written in barely legible spray paint. It is indigenous urban youth raised in punk scenes. It was fed a steady diet of zines and food, not bombs. It sat through endless study groups and occasionally volunteered at info shops. It sewed patches with dental floss. It drank itself to death. It played yo-yo. It said fuck you and your white dreadlock wearing banjo playing dogma. It wore nihilism on its sleeve. It played with Stimmer. It laughed at Marxists. It stole enough to satisfy youthful reparations. It dumpster dived. It locked down and got arrested. It fought cops and neo-Nazis. It wrote a regrettable letter to Kaczynski. It painted banners. It overstayed its welcome. It rabidly celebrated autonomy while dreaming dreams of ancestors. It didn't work. It talked about consensus and debated voting. It organized benefit concerts. It laughed at the folly of dismissive white anarchists who thought their lame critiques of nationalism could be imposed on indigenous lifeways. It dropped out. It slept on couches and under bridges. It hitchhiked across Turtle Island. It didn't name itself. It didn't need to. On the outside it was chameleon to counter/subcultural phenomenon. On the inside, it was hyper-self-aware in the milieu of whiteness, politics, and adjectives. Living on or off the res. It found voice in rare instances. Some years ago, Zigzag, a front-line indigenous tactician and strategist, wrote a zine and unapologetically stated that they were a nihilist. Some years ago, an urban indigenous vegan punk/street philosopher wrote 2 essays, one for a publication dedicated to the downfall of civilization. His name was Aragam. Some years ago, an indigenous agitator, while imprisoned, rubbed two words together like sticks and made a fire. His name was Rob. 2. Omi years ago, a young Yaqui earth firster sunk a ship and liberated a diary from a museum display. His name was Rod. Some years ago, a group formed as a reaction to overbearing whiteness circled with an A. It pushed, pulled, gnashed, and shrank after it was done writhing. It was named Anarchist People of Color. Some years ago, anarchist book fairs decided to listen while not listening to indigenous peoples. Recently a newspaper changed its tagline from a journal of green anarchy to a journal of indigenous anarchy. Recently a social media federation was formed. Recently a convergence was held. This barely amounts to a glorified social media post. My younger self would be frustrated with this truncate narrative. You're welcome. Part 3, The Haunting. There's an insatiable longing to fill a hole the size of a great forgetting. It is a hole punched through memories turned to millions of ghosts and buffalo skulls. It is a longing that found itself in the vice of dead white minds and the mass graveyard they call history. Its geography lies somewhere between the dissecting and dreaming words of Godwin, Goldman, and Proudhon. Though enamored by the phrase, anarchy is order without power, and the principles of direct action, mutual aid, and voluntary association, the longing refused to be haunted by these ghosts. We were quick to realize that they are not our ancestors and we are 3. Not theirs to haunt. We've longed for something beyond the glaring specter of the old Erin Declare's colonizing ghost and its ongoing macabre celebration of an example of direct action in early Colorado Nile history. Where Declare shared her history lesson of colonizers violently defending their town and expressed concern that if the colonists had not resorted to direct action, their scalps would have been taken by the Indians. If the project of the U.S. leftist radical tradition was to build a carnival attraction, we would locate their idea of an indigenous anarchism in its haunted house. Amidst the massacres and victimhood. Along the slow-moving track replete with scenes of Custer and arrows flying. Boarding school windows, red dresses, and the cold hands of missionaries and BIA officers. It would necessarily be a very dark ride. Leftist settlers would no doubt emerge rejuvenated, while we would be left to live and relieve their nightmares for them alongside survivors of slavery. The weight of expectation to name and concretize a position is calculable. This is part of why ghosts haunt, they seek to regain themselves in the material world. To find legitimacy, to secure permanence, it sets the record, it owns ideas. It looks good on paper and WordPress blogs. Majestically erect and sound. Fulfilling the concrete fixing of fixations. A place. A location. A monument. A celebration. A carnival. 4. This is the production of ideological ghosts. But who doesn't want to be amongst the flashing lights and sugary delicacies? In the real world, our haunting is not from the ancestors killed by settlers. This haunting is of questions that have no easy answers because they are rooted in contradictions. In his formative essay, Locating an Indigenous Anarchism, Aragam expressed reluctance to fix a politics to this world. He deftly antagonized ideological pursuits of naming indigenous anarchism for the reason that ideology answers questions better left haunting us, because it attempts to ensware permanently. Part 4, The Interruption. Civilization walked into our ceremony. They sat, uninvited, as we prepared to sing. They were beautifully dressed. A moment passed and they introduced themselves. We waited for translation. The purpose. The orientation. The summary. The interruption was bone fragments and broken English. We asked who their relatives were. Their grammar became perfect. They spoke and death emerged. They swallowed us whole. I was upset the first time I read Locating an Indigenous Anarchism, but as with certain textual oddities with each reread over the years I became less frustrated. Perhaps like you, I picked up the zine with the same zeal that enticed you to open the pages of this book. You wanted some answers from people who have been thinking about these questions. You expect that, from analysis, next steps and an action plan follows, right? The response is both disappointing and refreshing. No, it does not. The smug assertion that, the last hope for an indigenous worldview, is patience was terribly insufficient punctuation. I've nurtured my impatience over the years. It's been a personal project of intentional temperament disorientation that is the byproduct of not taking shit and doing activisty projects like organizing direct actions and establishing an info shop. As I grew to know Arigam and converse more about these ideas, I realized this was a baited truth. I've longed for this conversation to continue, but not like this, not in these pages. For a range of reasons you'll observe throughout the entirety of this offering, Indigenous anarchy is not a conversation we really desired to have. As you'll read in the 2 reports shared in this book, our reluctance was affirmed at the 2019 Indigenous Anarchist Convergence. I've only wanted to write something that hurts as much as these words that taste like shards of glass, but that's not a healthy way to start a book. Though, perhaps it's the most responsible way to end. 6. Enter into this conversation, with an honesty that usu ally only comes from the depth of familiarity and face-to-face disagreement and clothes smoked from untended fires and meals made together and apologies and forgetfulness and long silences and calls out of the blue and in excited bursts and cathartic trash talkings. Your children are grown. It's strange that you had children. For all its romanticism, radicals tend to mask the inherent masochism of solidarities. Not just those of movements, but of ideas as well. Yet here we are, beating our thoughts out like a neglected rug, pulled from the abandoned house of a dead relative. Indigenous anarchism is that dreaded collect call. The phone rings. They need something. At least it should be quick. Part 4, What follows? What you will mostly find here are articles published in Black Seed as it was mutating from green anarchy towards indigenous anarchy. As a project initiated by Aragorn. This means that much of his thinking is represented here. The refreshing things are that 1. We will never call him the father of anything. 2. He concerned himself a lot about this subject and was acutely aware of his role and the space he took. The nefarious forces behind Little Black Card, our dear publisher here, were eager to reach beyond familiar circles for the overall project of Black Seed. This provides a great series of matters and voices to draw from for this discussion. 7. It has been my position that this project be less of a legacy collection and more of a continuation, deepening, and intervention in the current real estate fervor of indigenous anarchism. In the first chapter you'll find the pieces that dig directly into the question of indigenous anarchism. We lead with Aragorn. S2 groundbreaking/restoring pieces locating an indigenous anarchism and a non-European anarchism, and dig right in with the Edzzy Betts piece, Black Kitty Conspiracy for Another World, that has been brought up to date from its original 2015 publishing. My offering Unknowable, Against an Indigenous Anarchist Theory is a provocation that started over 15 years ago as a private manifesto with ideas poached from conversations with Aragorn and a few other sources. In section 2 we get into the wonderfully brilliant and sometimes scruffy offerings of Black Seed. The first welcome to Black Seed brings us into the fold of a conversation and argument that had been fermenting for about a decade. While you may feel like an interloper, these conversations are important to bear witness to as they provide the tension that has guided us to this point. In Answers to Questions Not Asked, Anarchists and Anthropology, Aragorn poses the hard question that I am sure you've asked yourself in Arriving to Anarchism. How to become free indie. 8. Visuals in free communities in harmony with one another and with the biosphere, how to break from a world of abstractions and ideologies. And in true Aragorn flair he stops short of the answer, but questions have that frustrating quality of running through our hands like water, quenching certain thirsts, but never ours to lord over, much like anarchy. In nihilist anarchism we drop into the middle of a conversation that is necessary to hear. In Black Seed and Old Green Anarchy we find the brief manifesto of Black Seed. Section 3 continues the sharing of Black Seed with some articles that may feel detached from the overall theme, but provide some key critical points and thoughts. With the erotic life of Stones and speech of the nameless Dominique and Sarin bring questions about how we exist in and with this world. It is here we find the bare observations, particularly with Dominique's post-Indian aphorisms, that exemplify how spacious the notion of indigenous anarchism is. Section 4 is for people who used to be our friends and perhaps may be again someday. Arago RN digs into the social media spectacle of the Indigenous Anarchist Federation with "there's a TW for that," then waxes sentimental in whatever veganism. My peace voting is not harm reduction is perhaps more typical for such a publication. 9. But it was written more from an anti-colonial lens than an anarchist one, though our readers can surely locate the common threads. We close this chapter with Mike Goldhawk's "By All Means, Anti-Politics," which feels a bit too momentary for such an assertion but has affinity in this conversation with its unsettling outwardness. Our final section starts with 2 report backs from the Indigenous Anarchist Convergence I helped organize in Kinlaney, Flagstaff, Arizona, in 2019, which had the call, "For those sickened by fascinations with dead white men's thoughts, reformist and reactionary decolonial activisms, and the uninspired merry-go-round of left-st politics as a whole. For all those ungovernable forces of nature, we invite you to gather as we fiercely push, pull, gnash our teeth, sharpen our claws, and dig deeply, so that we can find each other and see what comes from the circles around our fires." The anonymously authored "Fire Walk With Me" provides the reluctant sum of my feelings in approaching this book. The indigenous anarchism I saw was kind of unfamiliar and mostly unappealing, but I would not say the gathering was unsuccessful. We close with 2 pieces that speak to 2 different views that perhaps are part of the internal strain that reveals the vast cosmology of what we are calling indigenous anarchy. Rethinking the Apocalypse is a manifesto that challenges the idea of futurity in the midst of the pandemic of COVID-19. It is perhaps the most translated and widely shared piece we have published at indigenousaction.org. Stand Up to be performed at the next disaster by Skidden places our contradictions center stage and reminds us of the absurdity of many of our aspirations. Whatever expectations you may have, we must be clear, this conversation isn't intended to satisfy a pursuit of ideological positioning. Like dutiful missionaries, too many radical leftist projects are dishonest and transparently seek to replicate themselves or their fantasies. They are focused on demographics. With propositions of indigenous anarchism, they are in search of new mascots. Many more radical leftist projects overly edit to smooth their contradictions. If anything, the spirit we offer here is that we are not afraid to gaze upon the horrendous monstrosities that are our hordes of contradictions. Overall, we are honest with ourselves in understanding that this is an argument happening with a very small group of people. Perhaps this is the courage of fools or simply an investigation of essentialized ethnomyopia. If we are allowed to name it ourselves, this is the raw exploration of a journey we are forced upon, an ideological trail of tears, a dialectical long walk. Perhaps this project here is tasked towards ensuring that this conversation is never a doctrine, in terms of indigenous anarchy, that this remains part of its anti-discovery. 11. For those who desire as much, here are some shortcuts, and it was nice to meet you. If we understand that European anarchism is 1, a history of iconic figures. 2. A set of increasingly radical ideas about social transformation. 3. A practice that has only been uniform in its rejection by those in power. And that it is also a dynamic politic that invites its very destruction yet maintains a composition of core principles, direct action, voluntary association, and mutual aid. Then we build on a dynamic and understanding that indigenous anarchism is 1, an anti-history of ancestral memory. 2. A set of radical ideas that are not a detour but a bridge between anti-colonial struggle and indigenous liberation. 3. a practice that expresses and asserts autonomy in the context of where it is located. As Aragorn observed, an indigenous anarchism is an anarchism of place. 4. Is not an identity. And that its first principles as articulated by Aragorn are, everything is alive, the ascendance of memory, and sharing is living. For distinction I would add that an anarchist would pronounce, there is no authority above yourself. An indigenous anarchist would offer, there is no authority but nature. What proceeds are the thoughtful messes of splinters of bones and homes and empty bottles shattered on the roadside. When pressed against. 12. Many of these words I don't find myself. When I am not home I call myself an indigenous anarchist to agitate against assimilation and shitty liberal politics. When I'm home I am a child of white shell woman. I am in her arms, where the constraints of colonial political control and categories are totally meaningless. In these words I find others. I locate an affinity of longing. A shared lament and dreaming. Find the earth in your fingers and let the cations of these beliefs, values, and practices haunt you. There are worse and more voracious ghosts in the dead world of the colonizers. Accept this collect call, press 1. We are stranded at a truck stop. The cashier has a tattoo of an Anarchy sign and an iron cross. We out of cigarettes and cash. We have our puppy. We've been hitching for days eating dumpstered sandwiches and hot Cheetos. Our Mazant needs help shearing and planting. Can you put us up for a night or two? We can continue that conversation. Something about how living a life without authoritarian constraint on stolen land is negation of settler colonial domination. 13. Clay Benally. Summer 2021. The coming, ongoing fight. As we go through and decide which of the pieces from Black Seed should be in this volume, and in what order, it becomes clear that this volume in particular carries a lot of weight, and attempts to further multiple agendas, and we thought it might be helpful to delineate at least some of them for new or returning readers. First, Black Seed was a newsprint journal. While we knew it would get online eventually, the point of it was to be an object in motion. That meant of course that once the papers were gone, they were gone. So the 2 volumes of reprints from the Popper are movement trails from prolonged exposure. Second, Aragorn, the visionary and the engine behind Black Seed, died, which gives the things he wrote, and the conversations he was trying to have through Black Seed in particular, a kind of poignancy and meaning that they wouldn't have if he were still around and actively adding to the conversations. So both volumes, but this one in particular, are a memorial to him. Third, Black Seed was becoming a voice in, and for, indigenous anarchism, from a perspective that is different from, and definitely in dialogue with, more traditional indigeneity, and more traditional anarchist thinking. Urban, nihilist, green, brown, black, mixed, liminal, anti-political, anti-anthropo. 14. Logical, rejecting both the perspective that ancient peoples had all the answers and certainly that anyone now has, or even that all the answers would be possible or desirable. The contributors to this volume express a true bling of both traditions, reflect on what it means to use names imposed from other places on ideas and practices that have existed forever, as well as the manipulation of definitions that claim to empower us but ultimately serve our enemies. The young label indigenous anarchism is already at risk of reification and subsumption in a political, academic, identitarian landscape that irons out everything spiky and relevant about it, and further invisibilizes the people who are featured here, and those who we hope to hear from in the future. So this volume is also to recognize the direction Black Seed was taking, and to say that those conversations are still happening, and we take a stand in that fight, to keep indigenous anarchy as something that is not containable by definitions, something not on any map. Some Black Seed editors. 15. Locating a Nindigenous Anarchism by Aragorn. It's easy enough to hedge about politics. It comes naturally, and most of the time the straight answer isn't really going to satisfy the questioner, nor is it appropriate to fix our politics to this world, to what feels immovable. Politics, like experience, is a subjective way to understand the world. At best it provides a deeper vocabulary than mealy-mouthed platitudes about being good to people. At worst it frames people and ideas into ideology. Ideology, as we are fully aware, is a bad thing. Why? Because it answers questions that are better left haunting us, because it attempts to answer permanently what is temporary at best. It is easy to be cagey about politics, but for a moment let us imagine a possibility. Not to tell one another what to do, or about an answer to every question that could arise, but to take a break from hesitation. Let us imagine what an indigenous anarchism could look like. We should start with what we have, which is not a lot. What we have, in this world, is the memory of a past obscured by history books. Of a place clear-cut, planted upon, and paved over. We share this memory with our extended family, who we quarrel with, who we care for deeply, and who often believe in those things we do not have. What we do have is not enough to shape this world, but is usually enough to get us by. If we were to shape this world, we would begin with a great burning. We would likely begin in the cities, where with all the wooden structures of power and underbrush of institutional assumption the fire would surely burn brightly and for a very long time. It would be hard on those species that lived in these places. It would be very hard to remember what living was like without relying on deadfall and fire departments. But we would remember. That remembering wouldn't look like a Skillshare or an extension class in the methods of survival, but an awareness that no matter how skilled we personally are, we need our extended family. We will need each other to make sure that the flames, if they were to come, clear the area that we will live in together. We will need to clear it of the fuel that would end up repeating the problems we are currently having. We will, too, need to make sure that the seeds, nutrients, and soil are scattered beyond our ability to control. Once we get by on the flames, we will have to craft a life together. We will have to recall what social behavior looks and feels like. We will have to heal. When we begin to examine what life could be like, now that all the excuses are gone, now that all the bullies are of human size and shape, we will have to keep in mind many things. We will have to always keep in mind the matter of scale. We will have to keep in mind the memory of the first people and the people who kept the memory of matches and where and when to bum through the past confusing age. For what it is worth, we will have to establish a way to live that is both indigenous, which is to say of the land that we are actually on, and anarchist, which is to say without authoritarian constraint. First principles. First principles are those perspectives that attendant why would understand as immutable. They are usual why left unstated. Within anarchism these principles include direct accession, mutual aid, and voluntary cooperation. These are not ideas about how we are going to transform society or about the form of anarchist. 3. Organization, but an understanding about what would be innovative and qualitatively different about an anarchist social practice vis-a-vis a capitalist republic, or a totalitarian socialism. It is worth noting a cultural history of our three basic anarchist principles as a way of understanding what an indigenous anarchist set of principles could look like. Direct action as a principle is primarily differentiated from the tradition of labor struggles, where it was used as a tactic, in that it posits that living directly is an anarchist imperative. Put another way, the principle of direct action would be an anarchist statement of self-determination in practical aspects of life. Direct action must be understood through the lens of the events of May 68, where a rejection of alienated life led large sections of French society into the streets and towards a radically self-organized practice. The principle of mutual aid is a very traditional anarchist concept. Peter Kropotkin laid out a scientific analysis of animal survival and described a theory of cooperation that he felt better suited most species. As one of the fathers of anarchism, Kropotkin's concept of mutual 4. Aid has been embraced by most anarchists. As a principle, it is generally limited to a level of tacit anarchist support for anarchist projects. Voluntary cooperation is the anarchist principle that informs anarchist understandings of economics, social behavior, and the scale of future society. It could be stated simply as the principle that we, individually, should determine what we do with our time, with whom we work, and how we work. Anarchists have wrestled with these concepts for as long as there has been a discernible anarchist practice. The spectrum of anarchist thought on the nuance of voluntary cooperation ranges from Max Stimmer, who refuses anything but total autonomy, to Kropotkin, whose theory of a world without scarcity would give us greater choices about what we would do with our time. Today, this principle is usually stated most clearly as the principle to freely associate with one another. This should provide us with enough information to make the simple statement that anarchist principles have been informed by science, a particular understanding of the individual, and as a response to the alien. 5. Asian of modern existence and the mechanisms that social institutions use to manipulate people. Naturally, we will now move on to how an indigenous perspective differs from these. In the spirit of speaking clearly, I hesitate in making the usual caveats when principles are in question. These hesitations are not because, in practice, there is any doubt as to what the nature of relationship or practice should look like. But when writing, particularly about politics, you can do yourself a great disservice by planting a flag and calling it righteous. Stating principles as the basis for a politic usually is such a flag. If I believe in a value and then articulate that value as instrumental for an appropriate practice, then what is the difference between my completely subjective perspective and one that I could possibly share usefully? This question should continue to haunt us. Since we have gone this far, let us speak, for a moment, about an indigenous anarchism's first principles. Insert caveats about this being one perspective among many. Everything is alive. Alive may not be the best word for what is being talked about, but we could say imbibed with spirit or filled with the Great Spirit, and we would mean the same thing. We will assume that a secular audience understands life. 6. As complex, interesting, in motion, and valuable. This same secular person may not see the Great Spirit in things that they are capable of seeing life in. The counterpoint to everything being filled with life is that there are no dead things. Nothing is an object. Anything worth directly experiencing is worth acknowledging and appreciating for its complexity, its dynamism, and its intrinsic worth. When one passes from what we call life, they do not become object, they enrich the lives they touched and the earth they lie in. If everything is alive, then sociology, politics, and statistics all have to be destroyed, if for no other reason but because they are anti-life disciplines. Another first principle would be that of the ascendance of memory. Living in a world where complex artifices are built on foundations of lies leads us to believe that there is nothing but deceit and untruth. Our experience would lead us to believe nothing less. Compounding this problem is the fact that those who could tell us the truth, our teachers, our newscasters, and our media, devote a scarce amount of their resources to anything like honesty. It is hard to blame them. Their memory comes from the same forgetfulness that ours does. 7. If we were to remember, we would spend a far greater amount of our time remembering. We would share our memories with those we loved, with those we visited, and those who passed by us. We will have to spend a lot of time creating new memories to properly place the recollection of a frustrated, forgetful world whose gift was to destroy everything dissimilar to itself. An indigenous anarchism is an anarchism of place. This would seem impossible in a world that has taken upon itself the task of placing us nowhere. A world that places us nowhere universally. Even where we are born, live, and die is not our home. An anarchism of place could look like living in one area for all of your life. It could look like living only in areas that are heavily wooded, that are near life-sustaining bodies of water, or in dry places. It could look like traveling through these areas. It could look like traveling every year as conditions, or desire, dictated. It could look like many things from the outside, but it would be choice dictated by the subjective experience of those living in place and not the exigency of economic or political priorities. Location is the differentiation that is crushed by the mortar of urbanization and pestle of mass culture into the paste of 8. Modern alienation. Finally, an indigenous anarchism places us as an irremovable part of an extended family. This is an extension of the idea that everything is alive and therefore we are related to it in the sense that we too are alive. It is also a statement of a clear priority. The connection between living things, which we would shorthand to calling family, is the way that we understand ourselves in the world. We are part of a family and we know ourselves through family. Leaving aside the secular language for a moment, it is impossible to understand oneself or one another outside of the spirit. It is the mystery that should remain outside of language that is what we all share together and that sharing is living. Anarchist in spirit vs. Anarchist in word. Indigenous people in general and North American Native people specifically have not taken too kindly to the term anarchist up until this point. There have been a few notable exceptions, but the general take is exemplified by Ward Churchill's line, "I share many anarchist values like opposition to the state but..." Which begs the question, why aren't more Native people interested in anarchism? 9. The most obvious answer to this question is that anarchism is part of a European tradition so far outside of the mainstream that it isn't generally interesting to non-Westerners. This is largely true but is only part of the answer. Another part of an answer can be seen in the surprisingly large percentage of anarchists who hold that race doesn't matter, that it is, at best, a tool used to divide us and at worst something that will devolve society into tribalism. Outside of whether there are any merits to these arguments is the violation of two principles that have not been discussed in detail up until this point: self-determination and radical decentralization. Self-determination should be read as the desire for people who are self-organized to decide how they want to live with each other. This may seem like common sense, and it is, but it is also consistently violated by people who believe that their value system supersedes that of those around them. The question that anarchists of all stripes have to answer for themselves is whether they are capable of dealing with the consequences of other people living in ways they find reprehensible. 10. Radical decentralization is a probable outcome to most anarchist positions. There are very few anarchists that believe that an anarchist society will have singular and swears to politics, economy, or culture. More than a consequence, the principle of radical decentralization means it is preferable for there to be no center. If anarchists are not able to apply the principles of self-determination to the fact that real living and breathing people do identify within racial and cultural categories and that this identification has consequences in terms of dealing with one another, can we be shocked that Native people lack any interest in cohabitating? Furthermore, if anarchists are unable to see that the consequence of their own politic includes the creation of social norms and cultures that they would not feel comfortable in a truly decentralized social environment, what hope do they have to deal with the people with whom they don't feel comfortable today? The answer is that these anarchists do not expect to deal with anyone outside of their understanding of reality. They expect reality to conform to their subjective understanding of it. This problem extends to the third reason. 11. That Native people lack interest in anarchism. Like most political tendencies, anarchism has come up with a distinct language, cadence, and set of priorities. The tradition of these distinctions is what continues to bridge the gap between many of the anarchist factions that have very little else in common. This tradition is not a recruiting tradition. There is only a small evangelical tradition within anarchism. It is largely an inscrutable tradition outside of itself. This isn't a problem outside of itself. The problem is that it is coupled with the arrogance of the educated along with the worst of radical politics excesses. This is best seen in the distinction that continues to be made of a discrete tradition of anarchism from actions that are anarchistic. Anarchists would like to have it both ways. They would like to see their tradition as being both a growing and vital one along with being uncompromising and deeply radical. Since an anarchist society would be such a break from what we experience in this world, it would be truly different. It is impossible to perceive any scenario that leads from here to there. There is no path. The anarchist analysis of the Zapatistas is a case in point. Anarchists have understood that it was an indigenous struggle, that it was armed. 12. And decentralized, but habitually temper their enthusiasm with warnings about a. Valorizing Subcommandant Marcos, b. The differences between social democracy and anarchism, c. The problem with negotiating with the state for reforms, etc. etc. These points are valid and criticism is not particularly the problem. What is the problem is that anarchist criticism is generally more repetitive than it is inspired or influential. Repetitive criticisms are useful in getting every member of a political tendency on the same page. Criticism helps us understand the difference between illusion and reality. But the form that anarchist criticism has taken about events in the world is more useful in shaping an understanding of what real anarchists believe than what the world is. As long as the arbiters of anarchism continue to be the wielders of the most appropriate critique, then anarchism will continue to be an isolated sect far removed from any particularly anarchistic events that happen in the world. This will continue to make the tendency irrelevant for those people who are interested in participating in anarchistic events. Native people are not gone. For many readers these ideas may seem worth 13. Pursued. An indigenous anarchism may state a position felt but not articulated about how to live with one another, how to live in the world, and about the decomposition. These readers will recognize themselves in indigeneity and ponder the next step. A radical position must embed an action plan, right? No, it does not. This causality, this linear V1S1 on of the progress of human events from idea to articulation to strategy to victory is but one way to understand the story of how we got from there to here. Progress is but one mythology. Another is that the will to power, or the spirit of resistance, or the movement of the masses transforms society. They may, and I appreciate those stories, but I will not finish the story with a happy ending that will not come true. This is but a charring. This is a dream I have had for some time and haven't shown to any of you before, which is not to say that I do not have a purpose. Whether stated in the same language or not, the only indigenous anarchists that I have met have been native people. This is not because living with these principles is impossible for non-native people, but because there are very few teachers and even fewer students. If learning 14. How to live with these values is worth anything, it is worth making the compromises necessary to learn how people have been living with them for thousands of years. Contrary to popular belief, the last hope for native values or an indigenous worldview is not the good-hearted people of civilized society. It is not more casinos or a more liberal bulletin of Indian affairs. It is not the election of Russell Means to the presidency of the Oglala Sioux tribe. It is patience. As I was told time and time again as a child, the reason that I sit here and drink is because I am waiting for the white man to finish his business. And when he is done we will return. 15. ANON, EUROPEAN ANARCHISMBY Aragorn. The story of the people who have not written the history books, who have not built empires, and who have not aspired to lord over others is our history. To some extent, the nature of these times is that for this tale to be told, each of us have to make a commitment to it, to both write, speak, and learn about the crevices and shadows in which the winners did not invade, and in which we live. This story of survival, of just getting by, is the story of the life of the vast majority of the people throughout time, throughout modern civilization. Survival is the only possibility when participation means what it does today. While this text cites Europe as the ultimate expression of the successes that reflect our loss, it is not solely Europe's legacy. Similar tales of invasion, colonization, and genocide can be told of other cultures. The difference is that they are not the inheritors of the world system today. Europe is. Militarism, capitalism, statecraft, and their consequences in racism, genocide, and total war can all be placed on Europe's doorstep. This doesn't mean that there are not Europeans who resist this tradition, this practice, but if the world has a problem, or a set of problems, it can be traced to origins. It is not enough to eke out examples of these prob. 16. Lems in other places as an escape from the consequences of origin. In an alternate universe it is possible that we could be railing against the tyranny of the Ottoman Empire. There is a need at this time to declare an anti-authoritarian tendency that both respects its origins and fights against them. An anti-statist, anti-economic position that prioritizes cultural values over scientific determinism and the maintenance of empire. A position that values diversity over any unitary answer to political and social life. It is the time to connect the realities of our colonial history, land relations, and politics to the conclusions of both its rebels and our elders. From the Irish to the Maka, the Kurds to the Mbuti, the urban African American to the settled Rama story can be told outside of Western civilization. A non-European anarchism is the politic of that story set within the context of a resistance to it. What is Europe? When I speak of Europeans or mental Europeans, I'm not allowing FORFALSE distinctions. I am not saying that on the one hand there are the byproducts of a FEW thousand years of genocide reactionary European intellectual development which is bad, and on the other hand there is some new revolutionary development which is good. I am referring here to the so-called theories of Marxism and anarchism and leftism in general. I don't believe their theories can be separated from the rest of the European. 17. Intellectual tradition. It's really just the same old song. Russell means the sarn old song. Europe is an unusual continent for a variety of reasons. Not the least of which is that there are as many people living outside of the continent as live within its boundaries. History, at least as taught in North America, is mostly interested in the consequences and developments that have occurred on the continent over the past 2 millennia. This history, if compared to the history of every other continent combined, would still loom as entirely dominant in the minds and culture of the US and Canada. It is safe to call the mainstream of North American culture European. You can consider the largest land mass of Oceania as European also, which demonstrates that it is a distinctive trend of Europe to export itself throughout the globe. This expansionist phenomenon has a historical context that is worth examining. Europe is not where the rise of civilization occurred. It appears to have begun in the valley between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, Mesopotamia. Dozens, if not hundreds, of societies thrived in this valley over 3,000 years. The best known of these societies are the Sumerian, Babylonian, Hittite and Phoenician societies. They are best known for the techniques they provided future societies which include mythology, the Code of Hammurabi, iron, and 18. The alphabet. Around the same time a vast and vibrant society arose around the river Nile, called Egypt. This African society existed for several thousand years in one form or another, and presaged modem government. These 2 regions along with China comprise the vast majority of our understanding of ancient society. The formation of mass society on the European continent is clearer and more recent. The arc of the Greek Empire includes the formation of just about all the intellectual trajectories pursued over the past 3 millennia including art, science, politics, and philosophy. This leads us to Rome, the most demonstrable foundation of modern Europe. We shall continue to focus on Rome's contributions to the civilization we currently live in. Notable in modern life is the Roman development of urban infrastructure and the resulting expectations that the citizenry of empire have had to it. The delivery of potable water, sewage, well-maintained roads, and the construction of large buildings have all become expectations of civilized, urban life. The organization of a disciplined and standing army that waged total war has defined every empire and quasi-empire since. The fall of Rome could have possibly led to a hidden revolutionary time on the European continent. The period formerly referred to as the Dark Ages was notable for not suffering under the yoke. 19. Of empire and for not having a great deal of history written about it. The histories that we do have cease to tell of a set of cultures that closely resembled the North American mound builders. What is easily known is that feudalism, and eventually monarchies began to consolidate the land and cultures of Europe. The form of this consolidation can be seen today in the formation of the United Kingdom, France, and Germany. The rise of Christianity sparked much of this creation of the state, but more pointedly was responsible for, in the name of the Crusades, eliminating the bulk of the hundreds of cultures that existed up to that point on the continent. This is actually where Rome, in hindsight, could be called progressive in comparison. If a defeated society paid their tax, they could largely practice their own cultural beliefs. This changed with the formation of the Christian state. After the Middle Ages and the rise of Christianity comes the Reformation and then humanism. These changes to the simplicity of the one church, one state model of Europe hearken to the techniques used now to modify conservative and socially backward elements in the modern ideological matrix. The Reformation allowed, eventually, Christianity to be defined far more broadly than just allegiance to a specific institution, but to a set of organizations and interpretations of spirituality. This allowed for a specifically European cultural expression that crossed national borders. 20. And carried currency well into the modern era. Humanism is, simply put, the priority of human concerns over any other. Humanism led to the specific formation of the individual as social character, the entire arena of social sciences, and to a great degree to the formation of the creation of modern science as a conquest of nature. War. The primary technology that Europe has excelled at, beyond all others, is warfare. This is not to argue that armed conflict did not exist beyond the continent, but the form it has taken in Europe has been qualitatively different. It is only in Europe, with the rise of the practice and theory of total war, that much of European expansionist history can be understood. It is only through understanding the cultural tradition of total war that one can understand the horrors of the 20th century in Europe and abroad. While The Art of War and A Book of Five Rings concern the techniques of the battlefield, they did not relate war to a particularly functionalist worldview. War was not an application of imperialist power as much as the practice of a certain class of citizenry amongst themselves. Military strategy was as connected to the spiritual understanding of being a warrior as it was to placing men in power. The 18th century transformed state codification of military principles into a scientific practice that remains today, as opposed to the general outlines. 21. Of relationships between military and civic leaders given in the ancient texts, modern military strategists, especially Clausewitz, were specific. Total war is military conflict in which the contenders are willing to make any sacrifice in lives and other resources to obtain a complete victory. Limited war is similar to total war, but does attend to political, social, and economic concerns. The formation of the differentiation between total and limited war gave texture to the behavior of the Europeans that coloradonized the New World, Africa, and institutionalized the Crusades. The question is worth revisiting: what is Europe? Europe is the history of hundreds of cultures being crushed. Europe is a disparate set of people who both infringe on others' sovereignty throughout the world and continue to be beset upon. Europe is the benefactor of a set of ideas, economic, military, religious, and secular, that have dominated the entire planet. If Europe is everywhere, on every newscast, every billboard, every thoroughfare, then what is not Europe? On one level, not Europe are all the people in the process of being Europeanized, all the people being introduced to modern conveniences, like microwave ovens, Coca-Cola, and cruise missiles. Many of these people look forward to the change in their traditional, conservative society. Many resist, understanding the consequences that Western value, ease, power, and money will bring to them. On another level, not Europe is the vital culture, tapestry of the Fourth World. Indigenous people exist throughout the globe, and resisting or not, they comprise sets of perspectives and histories that are distinctive and unique. They comprise much of the most resistant aspects to the global order. Not because they are not poor, but because they understand the poverty of another cultures. Finally, not Europe could be the silent benefactors and victims of modern society. It is a foregone conclusion that modern society is comprised of a vast majority of people who cannot exert political power, are not wealthy, and may wish to resist the way things are. With its combination of engaging topical propaganda, cursory and self-serving historical education, and general economic satisfaction, it becomes easy to lose track of these people. They do exist, and their very anonymity is the political engine behind every popular and reactionary movement over the past 200 years. What is European anarchism? While the semantics of anarchy could illuminate future discussion, any type of analysis of the potential of anarchism has to grapple with the ideology that it is. This ideology is a history of iconic figures. A set of increasingly radical ideas about social transformation. A practice that has only been uniform in its rejection by those in power. Understanding the repercussions of the use of language, the history, and the culture of the anarchist tradition will help us understand the qualities that anarchism has that are worth reclaiming. The clearest origin of anarchism in the Western tradition lies in ancient Greece and the argument of Zeno for a society ruled by the sovereignty of the moral law of the individual. While not specifically an anarchist position, Zeno serves as a practical counterpoint to the ideal nation of Plato's Republic, the foundation for the nation building that has occurred since. In the modern, post-Enlightenment era, the first treatise in defense of anarchism came from William Godwin. He argued that government is unnecessary and harmful to the conduct of human affairs. He also believed that society could be transformed into a world of justice and equality through education and propaganda, and not through specific political struggle. His influence of anarchism as a school of thought cannot be overstated. The forefathers of European anarchism lived in the second half of the 19th century and included Mikhail Bakunin, Peter Kropotkin, Pierre Proudhon, and Max Stimmer. They stand as the central figures in modern anarchist activism, anarcho-communism, mutualism, and individualism respectively. In the 20th century, such figures as Emma Goldman, known for her advocacy of contraception and free love, Sacco and Vanzetti, known as anarchist martyrs killed by the state, and 24. Nestor Makhno, who fought against the Bolsheviks and White armies in the Russian Revolution, inform a conception of anarchism as martyrdom and activism. The preceding paragraph is an attempt to scurry past the mythology of the anarchist. Not because of any rejection of these mythologies, as they are some of the most human stories that can be told in the face of their opposition, but because understanding that there are deeper stories of actual human struggle and inspiration is what an observation of individual anarchists should provide us. It is not as a result of glamorous rebels that the anarchist tradition breathes life into human experience today. Their stories exemplify the tradition without obscuring each of our parts in it. While the origins of anarchism seem most interested in the science of statecraft, anarchism has since evolved into a criticism of technology, religion, capitalism, and the state. This evolution happened because the principles that would lead one to conclude that the state was oppressive naturally led to the conclusion that those same systems also exist in other arenas of the human experience. What are these principles? Vanasium has described them so. Although each of us starts along the path as a whole, living being, intending to return just as we were when we left off, we became completely lost in a maze of wasted time, so that what returns is only a corpse of our being. 25. Mummify.ed in its memories. The striving of humanity after survival is a saga of childhood bartered away for decrepitude. Vanasium's choice of metaphors and the principle of a first man runs through most libertarian literature. Bakunin in God and the State exemplifies the principle of contrariness. The abolition of the church and the state must be the phi.rst and indispensable condition of the true liberation of society. Only after this can society be organized in another manner, but not from the top downwards and according to some ideal plan, dreamed up by AFEW sages and scholars, and certainly not by decrees issued by some dictatorial power or even by a national assembly elected by universal suffrage. As I have already shown, such a system would lead inevitably to the creation of a new state, and consequently to the formation of a governmental aristocracy, that is to say a whole class of individuals having nothing in common with the mass of the people, which would immediately begin to exploit and subdue that people in the name of the commonwealth or in order to save the state. Finally, the principle of cooperation as articulated by Peter Kropotkin. Mutual aid is as much a law of animal life as mutual struggle. As a factor of evolution, it 26. Most probably has a far greater importance, inasmuch as it favors the development of such habits and characters as ensure the maintenance and further development of the species, together with the greatest amount of welfare and enjoyment of life for the individual, with the least waste of energy. While not authoritative, most modern incarnations of anarchism derive from and include these principles. The application and depth has changed, but the idea that people were once free, can be again, and can do it ethically is a useful definition of anarchist intention. In practice, this labor of social transformation is connected to political activism. Often this happens within larger historical movements, frequently as the action of determined individuals to transform reality, and most often as the rejection of alienated people refusing to participate in the social and political apparatus. There have been a variety of movements that have had an articulated anarchistic quality. The Free Spirit movement of the 13th and 14th century, inspired a female member to say, "I have created all things. I created more than God. It is my hand that supports heaven and earth. Without me nothing exists." The diggers of the 17th century England attempted to use public lands for living on, and were subsequently burned out of their homes. The Paris Commune. 27. Mune liberated the city for 73 days before the army retook the city and slaughtered the communards. Anarchistic Soviets provided a backbone to the Russian Revolution before they were co-opted by the Bolsheviks in the name of the people. The industrial workers of the world, in the United States, were a labor union that attempted to unite the workers into one big union against capitalism as a whole and had some successes in early 20th century America before many of their leaders were jailed or shipped to the Soviet Union. The propagandists by the deed successfully murdered leaders of France, Austria, and the United States. Millions of people collectivized their land and workplaces in the Spanish Civil War only to be defeated by their own compromises and the fascists. Finally, in our parade of anarchistic moments, are the events of May 6-8 in France, where a coalition of students and workers brought the French nation to its knees for nearly a month. With the grand historical stage in place, the actual history of practiced anarchy has happened on a much smaller scale. Whether it has been within the left countercultural space, the self-help movement, or youth counterculture, the principles of living ethically, without hierarchy as, in cooperation with other people, and in opposition to author. 28. Ity is a major part of our human experience. What is non-European anarchism? It is not enough to take everything that has been stated so far about anarchism and Europe and therefore call our work done. Simply put, a non-European anarchism is not on the radar of most people. Most people of color, even within the anti-authoritarian sphere, take more of their political center of gravity from the rights movements over the past decades than from their own cultural practice or from a synthesis of what could to be. There are things that we can distill from what we have covered. Europe is a location, a symbol, an oppressor, a history, and way to understand our current condition. It is a center of gravity which people involved with social change find very hard to escape. There are aspects of the traditional anarchist canon that are worth holding on to. The formation of a non-European anarchism is untenable. The term bespeaks a general movement when the goal is an infinite series of disparate movements. A non-European anarchism is the thumbnail sketch of what could be an African anarchism, a maquiladora anarchism, a Plains Indian anarchism, an inner-city breed anarchism, et al. A category should exist for every self-determined group of people to form their own interpretation of a non-European anarchism. The principle is that if European anarchism could be shifted onto the shoulders of the people living outside the Bur. 29. Den of the European system, then it could be born far more easily. It could be carried more anarchistically than when safeguarded by the current group of cosmopolitan materialists. What, then, are the aspects of anarchism that are worth claiming? What are the principles of a non-European anarchism? What would the practice of a non-European anarchism look like, and what would a non-European anarchist take on modern problems look like? Evaluating anarchism within the context of its history as a political movement, its current presentation as a social and political movement, and what it has to offer to a non-European perspective has its complications. Respecting the tradition is not enough for many of its followers, they also require adherence to their particular definition. If you do not subscribe to the syndicalist approach to the question of unions, or the communist approach to the question of economy, or the individualist approach to the question of organization and personal freedom, you are sure to hear of it. These issues have importance in this world, between the adherence to one tendency or another, but are not particularly interesting for those of us outside this canon. With all respect due to its history, and a clear sight with regard to my own biases regarding modern anarchism, the aspects of anarchism that are relevant to a non-European anarchism are its perspectives regarding decentralization, mutual aid, power, cultural bias, single solutions to political questions, and rejection of authority. 30. A non-European anarchism would most likely concern itself with different sets of priorities than modern anarchism does. It would look to its traditions to resolve organizational questions. It would approach strategic questions regarding social change alongside questions of cultural heritage and traditional outlooks. Concerns of recruitment, propaganda, and motivation would look very different to a non-European anarchism. To speak to one possible example, a woodland native anarchism could evade the life ways of the city dweller, opting instead for very few fixed locations over the course of a year and a generally seasonal lifestyle. Organization could look like a series of consensus decision-making groups concerned with differing elements of daily life. Politics would be concerned with questions of food acquisition, engagement with outsiders, travel, and conflict negotiation. This could only be possible in another world. What could a non-European anarchism look like in this world? How could the fracturing of an already minuscule political tendency along cultural lines improve it? A primary concern to most people who criticize the Eurocentric aspects of anarchism is its tendency not to highly place the priorities of their cultural group. They are right, of course, but structurally there is very little that modern anarchists can do about it. The resignation of anarchists to rely on what are fundamentally liberal notions of representation speaks for itself. Not 31. Only is it not particularly successful at attracting people from other cultures, it embeds resentment at the authoritarian, arbitrary, and politically correct assertion of equality based on demographics. If the form of social organization were along cultural lines, these problems would not exist. The problems would be different, but would not default to solutions that contain defeat. Larger social organization, as in between dispersed groups, can begin to be conceptualized along a multitude of traditions and not just the European one. Struggle against the current political forms would reflect a far more complex level of participation that we could only hope would have more interesting results. Political Justice and Its Influence on Morals and Happiness, by William Godwin. The Movement of the Free Spirit, by Raoul Vaneigem. God and the State, by Mikhail Bakunin. Mutual Aid, by Peter Kropotkin. 32. Black Kitty Conspiracy Got Another. World Deconstructing Anarchism, Decolonialization, Anti-Blackness. By Edzie Betts. Presentation for the 2015 Annual Orange County Anarchist Book Fair, with minor edits. I preface this writing by saying that knowledge can truly never be owned. Knowledge is a gift. Indigenous relationships with Earth have enabled me to trouble my own relationships to land, the collective, and knowledge because these concepts are decentralized. A paralleled sense of belonging occurs between land, theory, and ism. When I gaze critically at my ability to name my theory after myself, to call it an Edzieism, am I caging and limiting this knowledge? Or can I name it something else that doesn't belong to me, but rather to a theory that others can belong to, or have carried on, and can expand on critically, temporally, and spatially? Capitalism and Western philosophy does all it can to capture, commodify, and arrest these ideas, but what happens when our collective aim is to liberate them? I am an anti-authoritarian. I feel that anarchism is one of my first political philosophical loves. Like a great romance with its ups, downs, confusions and 33. Respect for its aims, symbology and potential, I attribute some of my greatest critical understandings to anarchism and its many schools of thought. Minus anarcho-capitalism and anarcho-Christianity. Given that anarchism may be a philosophy based within prefigurative politics or an anti-politic that aims to remove coercion and violence from every social relationship. So when the dominating genocidal narratives are Christianity and capitalism, I wonder what then are the ANCAPs and anarchists attempting to liberate themselves from? To resolve and organize pursuits without interference from the state and any imposed political economy, meaning a stateless society that isn't organized by the flow of capital and its coercion, conformity of productivity, anarchism is an admirable endeavor. However, with much respect to my ancestors who have resisted the nomenclature of non-consensual Western dominance, white solipsism, political orthodoxy and its Eurocentric canon, I have internal conflict with naming myself an anarchist. But my practices and organizing strategies could very well be named anarchism. Settler colonization as a named process tends to be a known misnomer because the name erases the actual invasion of land that was already inhabited. But as far as my personal invader decolonization is concerned, I aim to emancipate myself from this Western Eurocentric canon, which according to Akil Membe is a canon that attributes truth only to the Western ways of knowledge production. It is a canon. 34. On that disregards other epistemic traditions. It is a canon that tries to portray colonialism as a normal form of social relations between human beings rather than a system of exploitation and oppression. It is a political motive on my end to refuse to take on the anarchist title, however I still have respect for some who do use such a title, and accomplices and co-conspirators amongst those who may call themselves anarchists. I often side-eye many self-proclaimed anarchists though because like the term ally it is often a false moniker. Possibly fueled by growing narcissistic individualism, it seems the anarchist only in name and theory really only wants the individual social cultural capital of the title without the work necessary to take up such a position that requires ongoing action. It becomes a self-interested pat on the back. In my understanding, collective perpetual reconciliation, initiative, and cooperation need to all be applied if we are to not get wrapped up in dogma, canon, or rugged competitive individualism. Anarchism in all of its anti-capitalist and anti-state analysis and rhetoric seems to fall short regarding focused invader decolonization, and an actual constant vigilance toward unlearning the effects, indoctrination, and subordination under the state's rule. Along with countering the colonial project's hegemony, worldview, and values. There must be necessary re-indigenization that accounts. 35. For Black and Indigenous relationalities with the land, autonomous cultures of resistance with domination removed and a decentralization of power. To emphasize what Setiya Hartman calls the afterlife of slavery, I quote Lawrence and Dua on Black resistance: diasporic Black struggles, with some exceptions, do not tend to lament the loss of indigeneity and the trauma of being ripped away from the land that defines their very identities. From indigenous perspectives, the true horror of slavery was that it has created generations of deculturalized Africans, denied knowledge of language, clan, family, and land base, denied even knowledge of who their nations are. This quote for me raises the question, when the key motive of anarchist belief is self-determination, how can there be true literal self-determination when the subject is thrust into the role of object and the object's self has been stripped away? I refer back to anti-authoritarian as my self-descriptor because like queer or gender nonconformist it is not only the antithesis of definition or any one stagnant structured political identity, but it also opposes all etymologies of authority, categorization, or unquestionable invention, advice, opinion, influence, command, genre, control, master, leader, author. For who authorizes our every waking movement? Who has authored and written? 36. Law and order that dictates our actions, thoughts, dreams, emotions, and coerces us to labor because of its economy of state-sanctioned violence and power? We truly live in the living dystopia because our material reality is designed by these written doctrines and the institutional languages of imperialist white supremacist capitalist ableist cis-normative hetero-patriarchy. When we're regulated by written words and fantasy enforced by inherently violent institutions, claims of a dystopian reality aren't only hyperbole. It is high time we tear at these pages, whilst rejecting their symbolic order and never deferring to any canon. Do away with dogmatic scriptures that shape our materiality for us. We must heal our spirits from the disastrous effects of invader colonizations. Anarchists, socialists, and leftists alike tend to fall into the dogmatic trap of the times and forget that the static unchanging written word is a tool dependent on its bearers all on its own. A power that has often legitimized and prolonged genocide and the history of the conquerors. It has privileged the civil and perpetuates the civilized primitive dichotomy. Civilization's Western binary and written language becomes a simultaneous truth and servant to its own logic and reason. This is what some indigenous resistors and those who salvage their oral traditions through collective spoken word often mean when they say they are against all authority. The Industrial Revolution and every revolution since, and even before Coloradonization, continues to own land, to claim authorship. 37. And authority over the earth, bodies, and all of what it creates, to bow to the will and supremacy of who man need, its state borders and wants, is not saving us. This Western human hubris socializes us to not relate to those who have a relationship with and or belong to the land, as well as stunts the growth of interdependent relations. Without disruption, it is a pre-written commoditized future we are seeing, and it is always bleak and always fascistic. I'd like to close with centering re-indigenization and opposition to anti-blackness. It's important to note that we don't all have the same intergen irrational trauma beneath long-existing interlocking systems of domination. So the necessary motions it takes for true liberation per descriptive/political category is not monolithic. For my last example, there are essential arguments, linked to the radical black tradition, that finds fundamental flaws in appealing to Western civil society that has relied on subaltern categories to form itself. Flaws in engaging politically with established coercive power to rely on the ultimate demand for liberation. The construction of the so-called West's colonial project known as civilization continually assigns worth and value to their socially constructed identifiers such as black or blackness, and for these reasons there is no other universal civil descriptor of blackness that, as Wilderson has helped reveal, isn't synonymous with slave, non-human, or fungibility. The slave has been intentionally left out of the conversation of loss entirely because the slave hasn't ever been a 3/8 subject for humanity. Omi may argue that other peoples have existed as slaves, but the pervasive naming and authoring of Africans as black or Negro by the so-called West's language-turned hegemony cannot historically articulate any distinctions between blackness, death, or slavery since the civil pursuit and colonial point of contact. The designate slave, according to sanctions by civil society, suffers something far greater than just loss. The gratuitous violence inflicted upon the slave is so great and deemed deserved that the slave is not granted a social life. The slave suffers from complete removal from the conversation of humanhood, i.e. social death or absence from the selective compassion humanity has to offer. So arguments and efforts towards liberal humanism are ahistorical when taking into account the intergenerational experiences of the slave or the savage. The global construction of civil society has always been reliant upon master-slave power relations, and with that colonial determination it has developed a collective worth for blackness in the collective unconsciousness or libidinal economy of our world. Though this constructed anti-blackness has existed before the 1492 U.S. colonial project. In order for this absence to be wholly accounted for, should that be the liberatory desire, the state's institutions, its organizational design based off of these inherent exploits of master-slave relationality and authorization, this entire civil society, has to fall. The Americas, as a project, has to end. And the 39. World as we know it has to be destroyed, and maybe then blackness and all the downtrodden socially constructed identities will have an opportunity for a truer autonomy. After the fall there is ample potential in this otherwise uncertainty. 40. Unknowable Indigenous Anarchy Theory. By Clay Benally. This land is a sacred land. The man's law is not our law. Nature, FOOD, and the way we live is our law. Roberta Blackgoat Dine, matriarch from Big Mountain. The unraveling. My actions are clumsy and deft. My hands are shaking. I have a fever. These are the convulsions of bitter medicine and the spirit. We have become entangled in words that are not our own. They cut our tongues as we speak. They eat our dreams as we sleep. This is a reluctant offering. A thread that weaves a story, pull gently at first. So focused on the line that we become disorient in the delicate tension. When we remember to breathe. When we step away from these stars and into constellations, we see new symbols have emerged. Najee taught us how to weave. The idea of civilization was translated to Dine Bazad, as it was in many other languages of the land, in the brutal and fractured words of imposition that were spread through a multitude of RUP. 41. Tours throughout the world and refined in Europe. This is not an evaluation of what has preceded, as the depths of its telling has been surveyed acutely in other spaces. Though it is important to speak of its stark shadow as it was announced in the eclipsing language of domination, control, and exploitation. And when it consumed and it did not swallow us whole, it voraciously welcomed us into its folds. Our ancestors knew this was the language of non-existence, so they attacked it. When we ask the question, what does civilization want? We are visited by the ghosts of our children. The specters of a dead future. Emaciated skeletons buried beneath vulgar stories of conquest upon conquest upon conquest. Civilization has no relatives, only captives. Breathing dead air and poisoned water, it owns the night and creeps towards distant constellations. Its survival is expansive unending hunger, a hunger that has been named colonialism, a vast consumption that feeds on time, spirit, and all life. It fashions its years and seconds into an anemic prison. It has shaped time into the most exquisite of weapons, obliterating memories, killing cycles. Its essence is time. The temporal and spatial imposition of awareness is the oblivion that is modernity and linear, or one-way time. When we name the genocidal fulfillment of a colonized futur, civilization pronounces itself as the existent. This is what is meant by modernity. It is authoritarian temporality. We name this consuming of existence, this assertion of superiority, as a war of 42. Wars against Mother Earth. Capitalism is the alimentary tract of this monster, it is a transmuter. Recoiling onto itself to keep its accumulations from others, only moving when there is something to be gained. It speaks between acrid breaths, the air is mine, the water is mine, and the land is mine, as it carves the earth and draws lines, even the night, is mine. We cannot sleep without a payment to exist within its expansive nightmare. Everything can be transmuted into commodity. This is what is meant when the words free and market are conjoined. Whether driven by capitalist expansion or other political and economic means, industry demands resource. It covets them and produces a hierarchy of existence, or power, through a vulgar alchemy. It fragments our lives into manageable tasks. To produce. To make. To grow. To serve. To build. To move. To gain. It cultivates food not to eat. It builds pipelines through sacred rivers to fuel industries, to benefit those who believe in its order, its adherents, its devout believers, those who call themselves capitalists. The lights are left on. The fridge is still cold. The water flows down the drain to somewhere. Our lands are left ravaged by open sores where they were scraped and dug for coal, uranium, lithium, metals, stones. When they should, we are left to live and feed on the wastes. That we cannot live freely from the land is the ultimatum of capitalism, it is the banner waving over. 43. The death march of progress across the world. That the earth has been scorched, so we submit, that our children were stolen, so we forget. It has not solely been that our existence is what has been the target of civilization. In terms of commodities and productivities, we can exist with the condition that our world ends within us. So long as we shed our skin and unravel that which has been woven since time immemorial. Each thread has memory and recoils towards its restoring. When it is so tightly woven it holds water, that is how familiar, how deep our mutuality is. Place, beings, each other, ourselves, this depth is beyond the reaches of memory. It is what has always made us a threat. Civil agreements. Civilization's urge is to constitute itself in ways to manage, or govern, by a range of means, i.e. divine right, social contract, etc. its people and resources. It has come to articulate this arrangement in the form of the state. However it has been organized, we can understand the state plainly as centralized political governance. Its characteristics have always been the same. A privileged group makes the decisions for everyone else and upholds those decisions with military and police forces, the judiciary, and prions. Whether it is constituted in a religious, class, hereditary, or ethnic authority, there is nothing voluntary, or consensual about the state except within the ranks of its elite privileged groups. The rights 44. Of the governed can be granted or taken away. Max Weber offers this candid definition of the state, a polity that maintains a monopoly on the legitimate use of violence. Its violences are most often obscured but always upheld through some combination of implicit and explicit institutional brutality. In the political theater of democracy, that obscurity is maintained through the symbolic act of voting. Voting is ritual agreement of the legitimacy of the state and its mandate over society. It only ever resolves the question of rules and rulers. Decolonization will never be on the ballot, yet indigenous captives continue to play out their roles and vote for their colonial masters. The process of bringing people and lands that have not been civilized into civilization is the essential and vicious role of colonialism. When a state has consumed its available resources, it is compelled to look elsewhere and to others. This is the etymology of colonialism. It is the language of domination, coercion, control, exploitation, assimilation, and annihilation. It expands and contracts in between breaths of unending wars. It colonizes memories to justify itself. This is what it calls history. Its corroded conscience constructs a national identity out of its insecurities, stories of greatness, of the world before and the world to come. It emerges entitled and assembles against its persistent enemies, the menace of those who refuse capti. 45. Vashon, those fluctuating threats it names as others. The maintenance of this internalized violence is its nationalism. When it becomes so pervasive that it has no need to pronounce its dominance and authority, this is what we also call fascism. The settler colonial state has always meant war against indigenous peoples in so-called North America. The military designs of reservations were open-air prison camps. Treaties were negotiations of the terms of our surrender. The strategy of tribal sovereignty was planned as a temporary management project towards total assimilation. That indigenous peoples have been politically corralled into the colonial designation of domestic dependent nations is antithetical to the very concept of sovereignty. From the doctrine of discovery to the Marshall Trilogy, these acts are the formal legal basis of ongoing genocide, ecocide, and slavery on these lands. Indigenous politicians are still sentimental to the fantasy of tribal sovereignty under colonial occupation. Their strategies are social and political suicide. While indigenous scholars and activists like Vine Deloria Jr. and members of the American Indian movement have focused on the goal of an indigenous sovereignty without political and social assimilation, this objective has been limited and ultimately reinforced the Euro-colonial, or more precisely the Westphalian system, of nation-state sovereignty. Tribal sovereignty is not possible. 46. While colonial authority exists, and perhaps a more pressing concern is that it is fundamentally a colonial political concept. While calls to honor the treaties on one hand could be viewed as assertions of indigenous political authority, on the other, they are a myopic urge to revisit forced negotiations made under duress to benefit the colonial order. The strategy of colonial expansion was not designed to sustain treaties with peoples that invaders planned to assimilate into their order. The U.S. government had absolutely no problem breaking every treaty it marked its name on. From the colonizer's perspective, treaties were always temporary, they were a concession to captivity, an agreement to civilization. They were merely a symbolic and political formality of capitulation. Treaties are dead words on dead pieces of paper that were negotiations of the surrender of our ancestors. In its simplest terms, settler colonialism is violent dispossession, appropriation, and imposition. In its mapping of existence, it dispossesses all life. Its first discrete violence is discovery, the brutal act of making knowable, the unknown. It then imposes one way of living, one way of time, and one way of knowing, over another. What has been called manifest destiny, More's utopian impulse, is the mass death march of settler futurity. Always towards a temporal hegemony. Its power coalesces in spatial moments by its adherents. As it breathes, it is scalable, it is at 47. Once the state, the monarchy, the church, the Colorado, New York, and the empire. For those that continue to reap the rewards of colonization, it is a civil agreement they silently make and uphold every day. Nature negates the state. As we trace tree rings and dust-turned stone carved by powerful waters into vast canyons, we are comforted with the unknowledge that nature has always negated the state. As it controls and consumes existence to sustain and build itself, the state, as a constitution of civilization, exists against nature. For Dine, our lives are guided in relation to 6 sacred mountains that are the pillars of our cosmology. Each of these mountains is adorned in sacred elements and presents a teaching of how we maintain and restore harmony as we exist in this world. Through our ceremonies and prayers we maintain a living covenant to exist in harmony with nature. At points in our existence, a collective social process called Nachid has been implemented to address significant matters facing our people. This way of being is incompatible with any form of centralized governance. It is incoherent to the state. Throughout the world, indigenous peoples live their mutuality on varied terms in complex social relationships. The cosmology of existence, the continually emergent worlds and manifestations of being and becoming, are all outside of civilized. 48. Order and the state. They are unknowable. Yet the settler anthropologist wants more evidence, more rational, more comparison, more information, and more justification to feed itself on the unknown. It scavenges for barbarity to justify its own violent social urges. This is how it's been, this is why we dominate and destroy. The living world is sacrificed and consumed on the altar of progress, this is the sacrament of Darwin. Perhaps to also clear their genocidal consciences, European invaders have been fascinated with projecting enlightened ideals of social management, hierarchies, and power relationships to justify their ongoing march of modernity. Anthropologists have nearly dissected everything they can about who we are and how we relate to each other. As we'll discuss later, it is no surprise to see radical leftists calculate their existence on that same path, with similar projections. Ours is a continually emergent world, our existence and our future is continuous manifestation, and we are always in the process of becoming. To unmap indigenous social relations from the colonial political geography means to become unknowable again. When we restore or heal ancestral living knowledge, we become a remembering against time. Indigenous memories are anti-history and anti-future. Indigenous physical and Niman-IC resistance is the rejection of colonial temporal awareness, it is the negation of oblivion. Mu. 49. Duality with existence has always occurred outside of time. Our existence is organized in cycles that have rejected coercion into the static geography of settler colonial understandings. We find more affinity with the juniper and sage that grow through impossible sandstone. We locate ourselves in the springs where our ancestors' footprints have worn a path like an umbilical cord. We know the land and the land knows us. Where and who we are mean the same thing. This is an understanding that is cultivated through generations upon generations of mutuality. This is where our thinking comes from. It is a place where no government exists. Indigenous liberation is the realization of our autonomy and mutuality with all life and the earth, free from domination, coercion, domination, and exploitation. This is also an anarchist assertion, so we locate a connection. The anarchist position is one that locates the fundamental oppression and power in society in the very structure and operations of the state. Although autonomy and anti-authoritarianism didn't originate in Europe, as a political idea, anarchy was named through hundreds of years of resistance to domination by the state, monarchs, capitalists, and the Christian Church. For those who assert themselves as anarchists, any form of state power is an imposition of force. They fundamentally reject and critique political authority in all its forms. In its early expressions, those now considered classical. 50. Anarchists such as Bakunin and Kropotkin found anarchism in what they observed as a natural law of freedom and sought harmony in its order. Though there is some interesting ancestry with Lewis Henry Morgan and William Godwin, and the influences of the products of their fascinations with indigenous peoples in the so-called Americas, we're not interested in the pedigree of anarchism. They drew from our blood and we kept bleeding. In their distillation they separated out our matriarchy, our queerness, and that which made us whole, so what would they have to offer except a vague essentialization? When anarchism speaks we locate an affinity in our hostility towards those who have imposed themselves upon us. But we resist being reduced to political artifacts, so this has also made us hostile towards anarchist identity, though not entirely to anarchism. When it is asked, how can we locate an indigenous anarchism and how can we heal and live our lives free from colonial constraint? Our first response is an extension of our hostility. There is no indigenous anarchist theory and perhaps there never should be. Against an indigenous anarchist theory. Theory proposes to map who and what we are into the awareness we reject, to make us known and formulate a position through the cartography of settler knowledge. But what use do we have for political? 51. Ideologies that have been imposed through colonial relations. Political science theories are established through substantiation, explanation, and justification. The reference points for these standards are Eurosubjectivities that inherently delegitimize and dispossess indigenous knowledge. Those who appear to be scholars, by design of their institutional careers, most often seek the position of ideological authority. The contours of the existent political geography have been overmapped by intellectuals, academics and armchair revolutionary theoreticians who desire to flatten our earth view into categories that are too stifling for the complexities of our desires. Their pastime is building walls within walls of concrete structures where they can hang their accolades and intellectually manage those of us below. Their affinities are shaped within the same halls of other sciences that are reductive fascinations born of, benefit from, and ultimately serve to perpetuate a materialist culture of domination, exploitation, and death. After a theory is solidified, a banner is waved, a flag is planted, and allegiance is due. We do not seek that our ways of knowing, being, and acting ever be wrapped up into a fixed belief and presented as a pitiful rag. We do not wish that indigenous anarchism ever be a flag that is planted anywhere on Mother Earth. The calcification of an indigenous anarchist theory would precipitate all the merchandising that relegates other political the 52. Ories to banal dramaturgy, and we fanatically reject these conditions. Indigenous autonomy needs no theoretical foundation to justify itself. As an anarchist who was also an indigenous person, Aragam identified this rejection. Anarchism is the term used to describe an open-ended theory that will not be set in stone. Anarchy isn't named after a man, it is named after negation. The modem leftist political urge towards unified revolutionary struggle, with meticulously identified points of unity and checkbox manifestos outlining programs, are all propositions of philosophical, ideological, and political homogeneity. This is a tendency that the Zapatistas, who are romanticized ad nauseum for their particularly wonderful sustained insurrection, were very aware of. Much to the frustrations of leftists seeking legitimacy and to have their political theories confirmed, the Zapatistas were intentionally elusive about their politics due to the trappings of modem political projections. While it was clear that the assertion of Zapatismo by Chol, Xultal, Tzotzil, Tojolobal, Mam, and Zoque people embodied autonomous anti-capitalist anti-colonial struggle, land back, and mutual aid, the clandestine revolutionary indigenous committee Zapatista Army of National Liberation asserted, Zapatismo is not a new political ideology, or a rehash of old ideologies. Zapatismo is nothing, it does not exist. It only serves as a bridge, to cross from one side, to 53. The other. So everyone fits within Zapatismo, everyone who wants to cross from one side, to the other. There are no universal recipes, lines, strategies, tactics, laws, rules, or slogans. There is only a desire, to build a better world, that is, a new world. Leftists have excessively applied postmodern anthropologism and studied their uprising, but their rebel lion is incomprehensible without understanding the indigenous heart at the center of their struggle. We appreciate and desire to build on this negation of comprehensibility. We do not fetishize Zapatismo because it does not exist. We also reject the proposition that any political ideology could comprehensively represent the desires, aspirations, resistance, autonomy, and social organizing of all indigenous peoples throughout the world. When we say indigenous, we mean of the land. That means who we are is specific to a place. This is something Aragorn explored from a position of dispossession in locating an indigenous anarchism. An indigenous anarchism is an anarchism of place. This would seem impossible in a world that has taken upon itself the task of placing us nowhere. A world that places us nowhere universally. Even where we are born, live, and die is not our home. Aragorn reflected past those of us who are still rooted in place and not in the location. 54. That is the differentiation that is crushed by the mortar of urbanization and pestle of mass culture into the paste of modem alienation. But this is the beauty of this conversation. When we start talking about our relationships to place, we draw out the tensions, the exclusions, the conflicts, and contradictions. Our aspirations are already well articulated by our original teachings, no theory or postulation can substitute. This is not to say that our ways are rigid, but to break the dams imposed by colonial stunting and let the rivers of our ways of being flow. Without breaking those barriers, we face stagnation of any political aspiration in the tepid waters of the Ori. Our existence is guided, but it is also fluid, and as such, no river should live as a lake if its waters were born to flow. The disharmony of anarchist identity and solidarity there is a push by settler leftists, particularly by those entangled in the academic industry, to define an indigenous anarchism. They come as inchoate anthropologists with their half-chewed hypothesis in their mouths, speaking for us before we have spoken. Perhaps the impulse is a moment to celebrate for some, as the alternatives are to continue the status quo towards our social death and the fulfillment of colonial future, or to compete for equal access to coercive power through revolutionary leftist. 55. Propositions. But settler sciences and politics can only define what we are not. Their reference point is European thought that killed their own indigenous understandings long ago. For the better part of its articulated existence, Anarchism has been a response to power in the context of European cycles of social domination, exploitation, and dehumanization. And so the expectation for indigenous peoples to answer with a clear ideological and political response is in many ways, a project that serves to justify settler colonial identity and existence. It is an insidious survival strategy, veiled as an overture of political solidarity. So why should indigenous peoples join in the chorus of this death rattle when the killing of a settler colonial future is what we mean when we pronounce indigenous liberation? The project of politicizing indigenous identity produces indigenous actors assuming roles in a political theater that ultimately alienates our autonomy. But if we study civil movements in the so-called US, apparently this is how we qualify for solidarity. It would appear that we would naturally find affinity with those asking and answering the question, how can we live our lives free from authoritarian constraint? Yet the terms of affinity or solidarity have almost always been skewed towards the pursuit of a settler colonial future. Indigenous peoples constantly have had to justify our existence in political terms to be suitable for support. This false solidarity has never been mutual. It 56 has existed as an instrument of settler colonial assimilation. It seeks to justify itself through captivating indigenous peoples rather than examining how it is itself a product, perpetuator and benefactor of settler colonial domination. There is nothing more contradictory than an autonomous settler asserting a standard for which indigenous autonomy should be justified. To make this point clear, early American anarchists never declared war on colonialism. One of the most prominent representatives of the early anarchist tendency on these lands, Vol. Terrine de Clare, celebrated colonial violence against indigenous peoples in her 1912 essay Direct Action. That it has never, in all of these years of study, come to the attention of students of anarchism to address her example as settler colonial defense against indigenous peoples, is a glaring reality of the blind spot that European-descended anarchists continue to maintain. In her essay de Clare stated, another example of direct action in early colonial history, but this time by no means of the peaceable sort, was the affair known as Bacon's Rebellion. All our historians certainly defend the action of the rebels in that matter, for they were right. And yet it was a case of violent direct action against lawfully constituted authority. For the benefit of those who have forgotten the details, let me briefly remind them that the Virginia planters were in fear of a general attack by the Indians, with R.E.A. son. Being political actionists, they asked, or B.A. 57. Con as their leader asked, that the governor grant him a commission to raise volunteers in their own defense. I am quite sure that the political action at all costs advocates of those times, after the recession came back into power, must have said, "See to what evils direct action brings us." Behold, the progress of the colony has been set back 25 years, forgetting that if the colonists had not resorted to direct action, their scalps would have been taken by the Indians a year sooner, instead of a number of them being hanged by the governor a year later. In the period of agitation and excitement preceding the Revolution, there were all sorts and kinds of direct action from the most peaceable to the most violent, and I believe that almost everybody who studies United States history finds the account of these performances the most interesting part of the story, the part which dents into the memory most easily. De Clare, like most early anarchists in the U.S., critiqued authority, domination, and coercion yet glorified the brutality of Colorado Nile conquest as an exemplary unmediated act. The deeper story of Bacon's 1675 to 1676 rebellion is that this colonial invader went against British authority and manipulated Akanichi warriors to assist in his attack against the Susquehannock who were defending their homelands. After their raid, the white militia immediately turned on their Akanichi allies and massacred men, women, and children. That this analysis has remained unchallenged. 58. Is remarkable considering that 30 years after this rebellion, settler militias like Bacon's transformed from slave and Indian patrols into the first police forces in America. We can also look to Cindy Milstein's 2010 book Anarchism and its Aspirations for more recent examples of settler colonial advocacy. While the majority of the book succinctly states what anarchism is about, in the section on direct democracy Milstein states, "We forget that democracy finds its radical edge in the great revolutions of the past, the American Revolution included." For Milstein, settler colonial violence was a reconcilable complication. This does not mean that the numerous injustices tied to the founding of the United States should be ignored or, to use a particularly appropriate word, whitewashed. The fact that native peoples, blacks, women, and others were exploited, brutalized, and or murdered wasn't just a sideshow to the historic event that created this country. Any movement for direct democracy has to grapple with the relation between this oppression and the liberatory moments of the American Revolution. Milstein then states, at the same time, one needs to view the revolution in the context of its times and ask, in what ways was it an advance? And later calls for a second American Revolution. Settler colonialism by definition is involuntary association. Colonizers who are anarchists still maintain an implicit position of domination over 59. Indigenous peoples and lands, which is unmistakably contrary to anti-authoritarianism. Without consent, without meaningful relationality with indigenous peoples, settler colonizer anarchists in the so-called US will always have to face this deep contradiction. Anarchism, or any other political proposition for that matter, simply cannot be imposed on stolen lands. While settler colonizer anarchists preserve the idea of America in their revolutionary imaginary, black anarchists such as Ashanti Alston, Kawesi Balagoon, Lorenzo Comboa Irvin in the so-called US have long articulated their deep concerns with anarchism's lack of racial analysis while struggling with propositions of black statist nationalism. In As Black as Resistance, Finding the Conditions of Liberation, William C. Anderson, Mariam Kaba, and Zoe Samaji dig directly into this matter by asserting, "We are not settlers, but championing the creation of a black majoritarian nation-state, where the fate of indigenous people is ambiguous at best, is an idea rooted in settler logic." They observe that, the black American condition today is an evolved condition directly connected to this history of slavery, and that will continue to be the case as long as the United States remains as an ongoing settler project. Nothing short of a complete dismantling of the American state as it presently exists can or will disrupt this. The solidarity of stolen people on stolen lands is built through mutuality, consent, and breaking. 60. The manipulations of colonialism, capitalism, and white supremacy that have dispossessed all of us from indigenous ways of being. That American anarchist history and contemporary analysis is devoid of meaningful anti-colonial analysis and action speaks volumes to this concern. For all its aggressions towards the state, there are no excuses for its lack of implication of the overlying function of the first violences that compose America and from which the continuity of its power flows to this day. Anarchism, as with all settler-produced or adjacent political ideologies, has a compatibility issue with settler colonialism. In the recent past, settler colonizer anarchists continually excused themselves out of solidarity for indigenous struggles. From denouncements that indigenous struggles are nationalistic, which really is a projection by fragile settlers of national identities that have absolutely no correlation with indigenous social organizing, to outright attacks on the spiritual basis of indigenous relational ity. If solidarity matters, settler colonizers have to confront their hang-ups. This is not to argue that indigenous peoples should be considered solely as candidates for political alliance. This goes beyond solidarity. It is an assertion that any liberatory impulse on these lands must be built around the fire of indigenous autonomy. Whether it's performative al. 61. Leadership through land acknowledgements or adopting the label accomplice, settlers need to implicate themselves fully into the destruction of their social order. Otherwise we end up satisfied that it's going down and crime and check-boxed anti-colonial as part of their politic and feature the occasional indigenous story that they share affinity with. It's meaningless unless it is a position that informs every part of their analysis and actions, not just when a radical indigenous moment occurs and they can attach their own analysis to it. We reject the identifier of anarcho-indigenous for this reason. We are not an appendage of a revolutionary ideology or strategy for power for someone else's existence. We do not seek to merely be acknowledged as a hyphen to anarchism or any liberation or resistance politics only to be subsumed into its counter-movement against a dominant culture. The question of indigenous anarchism isn't one that we arrived at as corollary of or due to the shortcomings of white or settler anarchism. It isn't what it wasn't doing for us. It is a question arrived at in relation to the existence of the state, of the ongoing brutalities of civilization, of Colorado nihilism, capitalism, cis-heteropatriarchy, and white supremacy, and the desire for an existence without domination, coercion, and exploitation. From capitalism to socialism, the conclusion towards an affinity with anarchism is primarily made due to the anti-indigenous calculations of Ev. 62. Every other political proposition. Marxism's theoretical inadequacy as a strategy for indigenous autonomy and liberation lies in its commitment to an industrialized worker-run state as the vehicle for revolutionary transformation towards a stateless society. Forced industrialization has ravaged the earth and the people of the earth. To solely focus on an economic system rather than indict the consolidation of power as an expression of modernity has resulted in the predictions of anarchist critics to come true. The ideological doctrine of socialists tends towards bureaucracy, intelligentsia, and ultimately totalitarianism. Revolutionary socialism has been particularly adept at creating authoritarians. Anarchists simply see the strategy for what it is: consolidation of power into a political, industrial, and military force, pronouncing liberation to only be trapped in its own theoretical quagmire that perpetually validates its authoritarianism to vanquish economic threats that it produces by design. To be required to assume a role in a society that is premised on colonial political and economic ideology towards the overthrow of that system to achieve communalization is to require political assimilation and uniformity as a condition for and of revolution. Marxist and Maoist positions demand it, which means they demand indigenous people to reconfigure that which makes them indigenous to become weapons of class struggle. The process inherently alienates diverse and complex indigenous. 63. Social compositions by compelling them to act as subjects of a revolutionary framework based on class and production. Indigenous collectivities exist in ways that leftist political ideologues refuse to imagine. As to do so would conflict with the primary architecture of enlightenment and modernity that their civilized world is built on. We reject the overture to shed our cultural bondage and in the proletariat dictatorship. We reject the gestures to own the means of production with our expectant assimilated role of industrial or cultural worker. Any social arrangement based on industrialization is a dead end for the earth and the peoples of the earth. Class war on stolen lands could abolish economic exploitation while retaining settler colonialism. We have no use for any politics that calculates its conclusion within the context of existing power relations. As indigenous peoples, we are compelled to go deeper and ask, what about this political ideology is of us and the land? How is our spirituality perceived, and how will it remain intact through proposed liberatory or revolutionary processes? As any political ideology can be considered anti-colonial if we understand colonialism only on its material terms as colonized forces versus colonizer forces. When the calculation is made, all other propositions such as communism, revolutionary socialism, and so forth become obsolete in that the core of their propositions cannot be rec. 64. Unsold with indigenous spiritual existence. Anarchism, with its flawed legacy, is dynamic enough to actually become a stronger position through the scrutiny. This is primarily due to the matter that as a tension of tensions against domination, anarchism has the unique character of resisting urges towards intransigence. It has been developed and redeveloped as a dynamic position that strengthens with its contortions. Anarchists have constantly looked inward and convulsed with their contradictions. Dislocating an indigenous anarchism. If anarchism doesn't make us more whole, what use do we have for it? When we ask the question, what do our cultures want? The response for Dine is H6ZH6, or harmony/balance with existence. This is expressed and guided through Essay Anarchy by KEH 66N. the idea of collective care and support, of ensuring the well-being of all our relations in non-hierarchical voluntary association, and taking direct action has always been something that translated easily into Dine Bazad. Taani Taia is a translation of this idea of autonomy. An Ahassan D66 Y Sidil Hil Bisk Bina Hazani I is the basis of our life way. Many young people are still raised with the teaching of Taahw6 Agit ego, which means if it is going to be it is up to you, that no one will do it for you. K, or our. 65. Familial relations, guides us so that no one would be left to fend for themselves. It is the basis for our mutuality with all existence, not just human beings. Our culture is our prefiguration. I only share this to assert that the principles of anarchism are not at all unfamiliar to indigenous ways of being, a harmonious life without coercion based upon mutual aid and direct action. Anarchism is among the few political propositions that can be configured through our teachings and remain intact. This is perhaps why some indigenous peoples have either identified as anarchists or drawn connections through affinities with anarchism. We can look to the autonomous collectives and anti-authoritarian actions of indigenous peoples throughout the world and list an incredible amount of brilliant examples. We could easily calculate the principles of anarchism and compare, but we resist that urge, simply because they need not be justified by comparison to any fixed political ideology. Though we could explore texts, historical documents, and oral histories and tease anarchisms out from within them, we reject this kind of anthropological political tourism. Overall, in many ways anarchism appears to be what we're already doing. So what use do we have for developing a formal affinity or a political identity of it? Although we can review the genealogy of leftist political propositions such as anarchism and Marxism and unveil limited indigenous inspira. 66. Shins for those ideologies, there have been only a handful of indigenous thinkers and writers who have articulated their positions linking indigenous ways and anarchism in more formal ways. Out of the range of texts that relate to indigenous anarchism, only Aragorn's two essays, Locating an Indigenous Anarchism and a Non-European Anarchism, and Taayak Alfred's 2005 book WASASE, Indigenous Pathways of Action and Freedom, offer a more direct naming of an indigenous anarchism. While Aragorn offered first principles of indigenous anarchism, everything is alive, the ascendance of memory, and sharing is living, he rejected a pinning down of an indigenous anarchist position and challenged the ways academics, particularly anthropologists, have attempted to domesticate an indigenous anarchism in their scholarship. In his 2005 book, WASASE, Indigenous Pathways of Action and Freedom, Taayak Alfred spoke of anarcho-indigenism. In explaining why he felt this term is appropriate to identify a concise political philosophy, he stated, "The two elements that come to mind are indigenous, evoking cultural and spiritual rootedness in this land, and the Ankwi-Hanwi struggle for justice and freedom, and the political philosophy and movement that is fundamentally anti-institutional, radically democratic, and committed to taking action to force change, anarchyism." He further observed, strategic calm. 67. Monolities between indigenous and anarchist ways of seeing and being in the world, a rejection of alliances with legalized systems of oppression, non-participation in the institutions that structure the colonial relationship, and a belief in bringing about change through direct action, physical resistance, and confrontations with state power. Both Aragorn's and Alfred's analysis emerged at the same time with different conclusions. Alfred fetishized nonviolence and called for revolutionary change through spiritual resurgence, while Aragorn, who was an anarchist without adjectives, proposed patience. In the aftermath of these openings, other articulations have been made, some less clear than others. In 2007 Talahugan InfoShop was established as an anti-colonial and anti-capitalist space by indigenous youth in occupied Kinlani with the statement, We are an indigenous established, community-based, and volunteer-run collective dedicated to creatively confronting and overcoming social and environmental injustices in the occupied territories of Flagstaff and surrounding areas. In 2013 this space hosted Fire at the Mountain, which was an anti-colonial and anarchist book fair. This is also the location where the 2019 Indigenous Anarchist Convergence was held. In Anarchism is Dead. Long live Anarchy. Rob Los Ricos, who maintains strong affinity with anti-civ critiques, asserts that, the great 68th fallacy of Western ideology is that human beings are something apart from, and somehow superior to, the natural world. But he does not offer an indigenous perspective. He articulates what he thinks anarchism should be for and cautions anarchists to be wary of progress. If the Enlightenment view of progress can be interpreted as an ideology of the annihilation of life on Earth in the pursuit of monetary gain, then anarchism can only be seen as a more democratic form of worldwide genocidal euthanasia. In 2010, an anti-authoritarian bloc was called for to intervene in a march against a fascist cop named Joe Arpaio organized by liberal migrant Jews Tice groups in occupied Akimal O'odham Pi Posh land. It was named the Dine O'odham anarchist bloc due to its composition of indigenous and non-indigenous anti-authoritarians. The call for the bloc stated, "We are an autonomous, anti-capitalist force that demands free movement and an end to forced dislocations for all people. We categorically reject the government and those who organize with its agents. And we likewise oppose the tendency by some in the immigrant movement to police others within it, turning the young against movement militants and those whose vision of social change goes beyond the limited perspective of movement leaders. Their objectives are substantially less than total liberation, and we necessarily demand more. Also, we strongly dispute the notion that a movement needs leaders in the form of 69 politicians, whether they be movement personalities, self-appointed police, or elected officials. We are accountable to ourselves and to each other, not to them. Politicians will find no fertile ground for their machinations and manipulations. We have no use for them. We are anti-politics. We will not negotiate with capital, the state, or its agents." The bloc was singled out and severely attacked by police and 5 people were arrested. Unsurprisingly, non-profit migrant justice groups denounced the bloc as outside agitators. They claimed that the bloc had brought the violence upon themselves. These so-called outside agitators were elders and youth indigenous to the area and their accomplices. In 2011, Jacqueline Lasky compiled a collection of essays building on Alfred's work titled, Indigenism, Anarchism, Feminism, an Emerging Framework for Exploring Post-Imperial Futures. Lasky offered that Indigenism attempts to link critical ideas and visions of post-imperial futures in ways that are non-hierarchical, unsettling of state authorities, inclusive of multiple/plural ways of being in the world, and respectful of the autonomous agencies of collective personhood. In a 2012 essay, Conte Waste expressed their interest in an indigenous egoism. "I recognize no authority figure over me, nor do I aspire to any particular ideology. I am not swayed by duty because I owe nothing to anyone. I am devoted to nothing but myself. I subscribe to no civilized standards or set of morals because I recognize no God or religion." 70. Egoist anarchists have declared war on society, war on civilization. The transcription of a talk in 2018 by an anonymous Mikifkri was published into a zine titled, Autonomously and with Conviction, a Métis Reversal of State-Led Reconciliation, that offered, Anarchism is a political philosophy, some might say a beautiful idea, that believes in self-governed societies based on voluntary association with one another. It advocates for non-hierarchical decision-making, direct participation in those decisions by affected communities, and autonomy for all living persons. Furthermore, it leaves space for the valuation of non-human entities beyond their monetary worth or usefulness to human beings. My Indigenous teachings have communicated to me that our communities are important, but so are we as individuals. Traditional ways saw decision-making as a participatory process, based on consensus, where communities made choices together. My teachings tell me that the land can offer us what we need, but never to take more than that. I see these ideas as fundamentally compatible. I'd like to see an anarchy of my people and the anarchy of settlers enacted here together, side by side. With an equal distribution of power, each pursuing healthy relationships, acting from their own ideas and history. Just as the Thoreau imagined. I would like to see the centralized state of Canada dismantled. I'd like to see communities take up the responsibility of organizing themselves in the absence of said. 71. Central authority. While there are many other examples and accessions to list, such as the Minnehaha Free State of 1998 and the Transform Columbus Day actions throughout the 1990s in so-called Denver, many of those were alliances with anarchists rather than assertions of indigenous anarchy. While indigenous anarchists have long articulated themselves in urban displaced contexts where anarchism is expressed in various forms, primarily as a countercultural phenomenon in spaces such as info shops, food not bombs, punk shows, squats, guerrilla gardens, mutual aid collectives, direct accession affinity groups, etc., we also find them in the mesas, the canyons, the calm fields, and the sacred mountains. We offer these select aforementioned expressions of indigenous anarchism as a connection to an ongoing conversation that is much more interesting than anything we could offer in the texts of this essay or that we could expect from any books on the subject. This is a sentiment that was shared by many after the 2019 Indigenous Anarchist Convergence in OC-Cupid-Kinloch, as an anonymous Dine wrote in their report Backfire WALK with me. The indigenous anarchism I saw was kind of unfamiliar and mostly unappealing. I believe people will grow this indigenous anarchism. An ideology succinct enough for Instagram stories, 280 character limit. 72. Tweets, and vibrant screen printed art, memes. A movement global enough to essentialize a racial, humanist, and material struggle of indigeneity so others will comfortably speak for any absent voice. A resistance so monolithic the powers that be could easily identify then repress all indigenous anarchists. They added, the potential I have discovered at the convergence is the particulars of Dine Anarchy. I suggest that Dine Anarchy offers the addition of a choice to attack. An assault on our enemy that weakens their grip on, not only our glittering world, but the worlds of others. An opportunity for the anarchy of ND, of Oadham, and so on, to exact revenge on their colonizers. Until all that's left for Dine anarchists is to dissuade the endorsements of the next idol expecting our obedience. As Arigam stated in a non-European anarchism, the formation of a non-European anarchism is untenable. The term bespeaks a general movement when the goal is an infinite series of disparate movements. A non-European anarchism is the thumbnail sketch of what could be an African anarchism, a maquiladora anarchism, a Plains Indian anarchism, an inner-city breed anarchism, et al. A category should exist for every self-determined group of people to form their own interpretation of a non-European anarchism. We anticipate the deeper exploration of indigenous anarchism to go two ways. One way will be by scholars from an anthropological and philosophical perspective. 73. That is totally out of touch with those closer to the fires of autonomy in our lands. The other way will be messy, bold, fierce, experimental, full of contradictions. It will be shared in smoke around fires, speaking dreams. It will be found between shutting down pipelines, smashing corporate windows, and ceremonies. It will be in hooghans and trailer parks. It will be something that refuses with all its being to be pinned down, to be brought into the folds of the knowable, to be an extension of the colonial order of ideas and existence. It will make itself unknowable. It is in this spirit that we offer the following provocations, assertions, thoughts, and questions, not as a conclusion but as an invitation to further this discussion if we are to orient ourselves as indigenous people who are also anarchists. An ungovernable force of nature. Indigenous anarchists are an ungovernable force of nature. We maintain that no law can be above nature. That is to say, how power is balanced and how we organize ourselves socially is an order that flows from and with Nahas Sun. This is what we are accountable and what we hold ourselves responsible to. Our affinity is with the mountains, the wind, rivers, trees, and other beings. We will never be patriots to any political social order. As a force, we defend, protect, and take the initiative to strike. 74. Our project is to replace the principle of political authority with the principle of autonomous indigenous mutuality. To live a life in conflict with authoritarian constraint on stolen occupied land is negation of settler colonial domination. This is also a negation of settler impositions and social mappings of gender roles, ability, who is and who isn't indigenous, borders, religion, tradition, education, medicina, mental health, and so forth. Before colonial invasion on these lands, indigenous societies existed without the state. While inter-indigenous conflicts on various intensities and scales occurred, we embrace the negative implications regardless of cultural relativisms. Where people of the earth have tended towards domination, there are powerful stories and ceremonies that have brought them back into the circle of mutuality. We offer that in the incompatible brilliance between understandings of anarchism and indigenous existence, a space is revealed where we can shed the poisoned skin of formal political entanglement in the dominant social order. In this way we view anarchism as a sort of dynamic bridge. A set of radical ideas that are a connecting point between anti-Colorado Nile struggle and indigenous liberation. A practice that expresses and asserts autonomy in respect to the context of where it is located. It is an 75. Antagonistic connection between the point of where we are dispossessed and ruled over, to a point towards liberation and autonomy. As a rejection of all systems of domination and coercion, it is the utility anarchism has for indigenous liberation of which we are interested in. And most specifically, it is in its indictment of the state and total rejection of it that we find the greatest use. Indigenous anarchism is a commitment to the destruction of domination and authority, which includes colonialism, white supremacy, cis-heteropatriarchy, capitalism, and the state. We think beyond the solidarity of nationalisms and ask our relatives to consider the solidarity of mutuality with the earth and all beings. That our solidarity is projected out from our relationship with the earth. Our solidarity focuses more than just on intersections, it is centered on interrelationality. We do not seek to indigenize anarchism, or to turn that which is not our thinking into something that works for us. This kind of appropriation is relative to assimilation, and we see no use in it. We do not seek to decolonize anarchism simply because we do not share its ancestry. What we would like to offer is that we have already pronounced and locate an indigenous anarchism, and it doesn't and should not exist. If anything, indigenous anarchism presents the possibility of attack, it is the embodiment of anti-colonial struggle and being. Our project isn't to translate anarchism into 76 indigenous languages, as so many other ways of thinking have been missionized, but to build ways with which we can end coercive relations in our everyday lives. Leftist political ideologies are an unnecessary step towards indigenous liberation. We offer no allegiance to colonial politics. The question of anti-authoritarianism also pulls us farther beyond the trappings of pan-indigeneity. When we critically ask, what hierarchies exist in our distinct ways of being? And what traditions or cultural knowledge deprives people in our societies of their autonomy? We resist anthropological temporal trappings that seek to preserve social artifacts to a fixed point. The notion of life without authoritarian constraint doesn't belong to a group because it found itself in compounded utterance of dead Greek words, neither does it due to the succession of thinkers and practitioners in its beautiful and troubled genealogy. It belongs to no one and thus to everyone. It has been on the tips of our tongues so long as anyone has tried to dominate, control, and exploit our being and others. It has flowed from our thoughts and contract our muscles to reflexively pull or push back. Our social relations have had little distractions between what we want and how we live for generations upon generations. We assert that every formation and theorized political matrix is at its core comprised of manipulation, coercion, and exploitation. Our existence is unmediated by any dominating force or authority. 77. We're not interested in engineering social arrangements, we're interested in inspired formations, agitations, interventions, and acts towards total liberation. We are not preoccupied with the imposition of an identity or social category. Our enemies may call us whatever they want until their world crumbles around them. It is not our pastime to convince them of anything, it is our intention to do everything possible by whatever means is effective to end the domination of our Earth Mother and all her beings. If anarchy is the revolutionary idea that no one is more qualified than you are to decide what your life will be, then we offer that indigenous anarchists consider how deeply the you or we is as part of our mutuality with all existence. The rebundling/weaving again. Ours is a radical incoherence. Only by experience will you understand what is taking place in ceremony. When we ask, why ahd, how are we dispossessed and by what forces? It is natural that what follows is the question, what can be done? Civilization and the state are myths colonizers keep telling themselves and forcing others to believe. It is their ritual of power, their prayer is time. The settler imaginary, the civilized mind, is always haunted by everything in them that they have killed. Their state, their entire civilization exists on the precipice of rupture. Their instability is possibility that can be made to spread. When their spirit is at 78. Tact and corrupted, they fail. When we shed the language of nonviolence and embrace our dispossession, it becomes more clear how to precipitate that vital failure. When their imaginary cannot justify itself against its brutalities, it becomes so sick-sious and fearful that it attacks and consumes itself. The myth ends in powerful unraveling disbelief. Naashtuasa still speaks. She shared her fascination and we began to weave. She said if we have forgotten, she will teach us again. The restoration is itself a ceremony. We pull at the thread and unbind ourselves and each other. We unravel one story and reweave. This is the pattern of the storm, it is carried by sacred winds. As it blesses us and our breath mixes with the breaths of our ancestors, we are rewoven and bundled into its beauty. We are reminded, there is no authority but nature. We diuri. Dhaziinei, eiri.icbiachiineaate. Bealigana, bii laishdlatu, biachi anti biigi nianai, ei do aliadat. ++++. 79. Welcome to Black Seed Issue 1. A contribution to the continuing Green Anarchist Conversation. This is a paper that W.E. Hope adds to a continuing Green Anarchist conversation, one that may have started the first time Native people were introduced to civilized interlopers, or in the first resistance to cities, or through the writings of Elise Redus. We are part of this tradition, one of violence, genocide, ecology, and anarchy. It is worth mentioning that we are in a dialogue with Green Anarchy magazine. We were contributors to and students of that project, and lament its lack of a clear conclusion. Instead of decaying, dying, and being integrated into new life around it, Green Anarchy just seemed to disappear, rejecting the very notion of its own tradition. That was their way. Ours is to honor those who came before and tend to the tendrils and shoots that we hope to form from this black seed. We are not simply against civilization. We understand civilization to be one of many problems we face as anarchists. We wish to explore the material experiences of a perspective that places one against civilization and more broadly within the Greenan 81. Archist perspective. However, we will also develop space distant from anarcho-primitivists' tendencies towards fetishizing indigenous cultures, uncritical rewilding, appropriated spirituality, and reliance on anthropology. As a group, our preference is to use the editorial to take a stronger stance than we would individually. We are not unified in our opinions. We are using Black Seed as an experiment to suss out more particular critiques. We will use anarchist and anti-civilization perspectives but not be constrained by them. One of the great challenges faced by all anarchists is that our words imply activity that is damn near impossible in this world. This is doubly true in the context of the Western world, and double the challenge again given that we are writing this document well ensconced in the heart of the American Empire. We are both the beneficiaries of a system that has destroyed much more than life and the possibility of living it freely, and the victims of this system's most pernicious power, forgetfulness. If green anarchy is something distinct from either a general anarchist hostility towards the existent, or a red anarchist emphasis on class issues, it is an attempt to reconcile the aforementioned impossibility. We live in the West and recognize the emptiness of what such an attempt entails. We have forgotten freedom and the beauty that surrounds us. We have a suspicion that 82. Somewhere in the conceptual terrain of ecological groups and the environmental movement lies something worth saving, but it is probably less than we thought it was prior to our direct experience with those groups. We also think that existing native traditions somehow relate to our project, which is very different from saying that we should emulate, parrot, or parody them. We recognize the presumptuous insufficiency of anthropology and cannot be sure how to negotiate the relationships between post and pre-colonized people. What would it mean to live in an intact social body that is in spiritual connection to the earth? Neither we, nor anyone around us, will ever know the answer to this question. Weekend trips to native lands absolutely not to the contrary. This is meager gruel when compared to the utopian aspirations of those green anarchists who believed the revolution, whether it was to be brought about by appropriate technology or the end of civilization, was right around the corner. The collapse is not coming. Capitalism has proven its capacity to swallow whole nearly every culture of resistance that has risen out of its belly. The crisis is here. It persists in various permutations within our everyday lives and the worldwide ecological crises that are already underway. We could write paragraphs of statistics about how the forests are being destroyed, the salmon, bears, and wolves are 83. Disappearing, polar ice caps are melting, and mountains are being whittled away. Many have named a specific year in the not-too-distant future as a no-turning-back point, when carbon emissions will have reached a point beyond humanity's ability to reverse the damage done to the planet's many ecologies. While we'll explore these worthwhile reminders in our publication, we're more interested in hearing stories, analysis, and celebrations of general upheaval, social revolt, and other experiments in mass refusal. We are asking for dialogue, critique, and reflections on these experiments, while encouraging both introductory and advanced understanding. We are inspired by the Mi'kmaq warriors in so-called New Brunswick, Canada in their struggle against pound racking, those squatting and fighting against the development of a new airport in the woods north of Nantes, France, and the actions of the elf at the Vale resort to name but a few. We are moved by these events because they tell a tale of people with livelihoods inherently connected to the land beneath their feet coming together to violently resist the dominant social order and its practice of economic expansion. The Black Seed is the distant, future possibility of our questions acting like weeds, breaking up concrete and ideology, and germinating into total fucking anarchy. Black Seed and Old Green Anarchy. By Aragorn. The original idea of Black Seed was to be a spiritual successor to the magazine Green Anarchy, taking from it an attitude, an anti-civilization type of total critique, and the legacy of a green anarchist perspective. While I would still maintain that our project lay in the same historical vein as Green Anarchy, the only editor of GA living in a city has made it very clear he does not appreciate the direction Black Seed has taken. This provides some space. Up until now we have attempted to be respectful about how we treated the legacy we saw ourselves within. But if we are publicly declared outside of that tradition, then let's make a clean break. Let us be forever done with the rhetoric and empty promises of the so-called anti-civilization journal of theory and action. Let us leave Grandfather Zerzan to his mealy-mouthed mutterings about the state of the New York Times every Tuesday night, and leave his protege to the dusty histories of white man anthropology and boring sectarian whittling projects. Let us consider a new green anarchist perspective in its grandeur rather than its failures. If we restart a story about what green anar. 85. Chisholm was, we could begin with the writing of Élisée Redus and his grand universal geography and tell a balanced story that passes through the broader ecology movement, the history of a great anarchism that died in Catalan, the thoughts of Murray Bookchin, and ends with grandfather Zerzan and the catastrophe of post-pre-collapse civilization. This is a fine story and obviously we know it exists, but our work is somewhere else. For us, green anarchism predates the term and is a way to talk about our politics and our spiritual life. For us, green anarchism does not begin with a set of bearded European men but in the conditions of Turtle Island. The turtle is the earth, and is our life. A green perspective worth its name begins with the story of how humans came to this place. A place that was doing just fine without us. It begins with the stories that composed a social reality that was disrupted by visitors who have long outstayed their welcome. Black Seed hopes to be a place where those stories are remembered and shared. A green anarchism set thusly in clay is about the direct experience of hearing a story, of being part of the continuing story. It prefers the face-to-face and the immediate. It does not process its relationship to small things through the specialized jargon sets of the Western. 86. Metaphysical project. Not biology or botany. Not anthropology or sociology. Not a history or historization of real living people. It can include the stories of those warriors engaged in the infinite war against the great black snake of capitalism and the state, of colonization and genocide. It can also include the stories of our lives here on this earth now. Those of us who live in the shadows of the gray and the black, who root about in the weeds and offal of the shit city, who survive. This new old green anarchism, this elder god of many origins, is about survival in a world not of our creation, how to face its end, and how we would rewrite its story if we were to start over. To be clear, these are three approaches to a body of ideas we are calling green anarchism, but we are only using that term to be generous about our own origins. In point of fact, this new old green anarchism will be unrecognizable to others who have used and copyrighted the term. It attempts a base in an orientation towards Turtle Island and acknowledges its métis or amalgamated characteristics. This is not an exercise in a new geographical puritanism but in holding a position in a world that seems to have accepted a kind of postmodern politic that leaves out every individual experience. A new story. The start of our story, sadly, is one of a ship of Spaniards landing nearby and raising holy hell. Not only did they rape, slaughter, and enslave everything/everyone they saw, which was strange and awful, but they then encamped and started drawing lines around our homes and hunting grounds. These lines were very important to them and were in fact the second arm of their strange religion of death. Death and property were their beliefs, which are impossible to reconcile with our lives, lives that are not abstract, are not filled with proclamations of vengeful gods and geographies, are lived in the here and now. So we chose a different option. We saw these fragile little boats for what they were and we sunk them. It was a tragedy to see the metal-clad individuals sink to the bottom of the sea, but we saved the rest. We saved those whose lot in life was the pull of an oar and to serve these who ordered boats around Turtle Island to rape and enslave. We saved the people and let the metal-shod, technologically advanced, and civilized die. These enslaved travel ERS became part of who we were and not transmitters of their strange and foreign virus. They became us. As the years went by, the phenomenon of these boats and others like them became more and more common. As a result, we had to increase the communication we had with the peoples of other islands and of Turtle Island more generally. This increased travel as a form of life. This meant that 88. Our relatively stable social circumstances became more complex as we had to accommodate a type of self-defense that also included a bit more of a, dare we say, worldly component. To defend against the new threat, which we later identified as European, we had to find a way to defend against their incursions. We did this by network. Of course networking wasn't new to us. The shifting relations most of us had to the particular piece of Turtle Island we inhabited was a story of ebbs and flows, of tribal affiliation and disaffiliation, of rhizomatic relations. The difference was that rather than defense from people we now had to defend against not people, against ideology made material, against little boats that came a long way to destroy us. Defending against the abstract was new to us. As the years went by, the nature of Turtle Island began to change, in some ways good and in some ways bad. Our borders, especially the eastern coastline, became hardened by people who became fascinated by conflict and the composition of not people. Their neighbors began to take an interest in healing rituals and how to talk people down from a war footing. Others began to hear these stories, and some sent their youth east to learn what this new composition of war was. This idea did not spread. What spread was the idea that something like communication had to happen between people. This required an examination into what nodal relationships could look like. This required tribes and N.A. 8-9 shins to formalize beyond what was ever anticipated. Spiritual life, aka life, was also changed by this new era. The consequence of drowning these little boats and sinking metal-dad men was a great sorrow and obligation to the spirits. Equivalent contrition for each act of violence had to be borne by the people who committed it. The spirits demanded this much, and it was important that warriors not learn to love violence as the metal-dad did. With every arrival and repulsion was a month of ceremony and cleansing. The rites had to be observed, otherwise the difference between war and the performance of war could get confused. Economic life, aka exchange, was also transformed. With the sinking of little boats came the reclamation of what items existed on those boats. Through this mechanism the people of Turtle Island learned about metal forging, the existence of horses, books, and more. Stripped of weaponization, these items became curiosities and topics of long conversations into the night. The East Coast people became central to new sets of conversations about what it could look like to be people and what they had to offer the people. This changed the motivation for increased networking and travel and cross-pollination by complicating self-defense with new kinds of relationships based on interest in new ideas. Over time Turtle Island became less isolated. It was no longer possible to destroy 500 nations. 90. By picking them off one by one. The power of the little boats decreased, to the extent that at some point these boats were allowed to dock and make their individuated cases for dialogue and survival. The people of Turtle Island became members of the world rather than subjects of it. The history of Europe shrank to the size of appropriate limits and their attempts at colonization. The history of Turtle Island became one of establishing clear boundaries while maintaining a healthy curiosity that was, and is, culturally appropriate. A future change. The day after the revolution we will sit and meet with our neighbors and explain our plan. This plan is largely described in the little book Bolo Bolo, but let's get down to brass tacks. First step, our block. It contains about 30 households or about 75 people. If optimal bolo size is around 500, that would be about 7 city blocks. Our superblock is about 8x14 or about 15 bolos in size. Berkeley as a city is about 120,000, so roughly 200 to 220 bolos in size. Oakland CA is about 3.5 times our size, and I imagine that over time the blurring of our bolo bolo would disintegrate the historical line between the cities. In the book there is a great deal of emphasis on countercultural continuity as the glue that holds together a bolo. In our hypothetical ATR scenario, on 9-1. The other hand, human geographical happenstance at the end of property relations would be that glue. Perhaps over time and generations there could be a rise of less bolos, alcolo bolos, and the myriad of thought experiments from the book, but for this exercise the difficulty that would rise from this transforming into over 200 different bolos is enough of a stretch. Plus it would only be a small part of what the end of spectacle would inflict everywhere at once. A central part of the definition of a bolo is the idea that it would necessarily be materially independent. The end of exchange relations means an end to trading paper, credit, and coin for food. This means we have an immediate urgent problem to address, together. Obviously in parallel are all the problems of converting 7 blocks worth of former consumers into Ibu and Kana. Clearly our anarchism directs much of this conversation in that we would prefer to destroy organization, leaders, and bureaucracy, but getting down to it would be rather important. Logistics first. If 7 blocks of 30 households can be chopped up, it'd probably look like 30 times 1/16 of an acre, or 14 acres plus all the area currently covered by automobile detritus. One bolo in the former city of Berkeley would probably have around 18 to 20 acres of land to structure. This means the first order of business is deciding whose home gets taken down, how to tear out the concrete, etc., and how to build the remaining gano into structures that will work for 500-ish socially broken but socially needy Ibu. A related topic is that we will need at least 50 to 75 acres to feed everyone, and as Berkeley is only about 18 square miles, we have to do some math. 200 bolo equals the land need of at least 10,000 acres. 18 square miles is 11,520 acres, so there is a serious pinch there. This is a utopian exercise from the word go, but if we are going to be frank about this green anarchist bolo exercise, we probably have to commandeer the hills above Berkeley. This requires something like a tram or a low-power way to get people up to farm land for a portion of their day/lives. More thought about this is necessary, but perhaps the problems will fade as the need for 6+ million people will blow away from the Bay Area along with capitalism. The opposite problem is possible though. We likely have at least 7 generations of global warming and other nasty problems associated with petroleum culture coming, and the Bay has a naturally temperate climate, is near a natural bay, the ocean, and some reasonably sized natural preserves that are desirable along several metrics. It could be that rather than getting out of Dodge, many people will want to come here from the toxic agri-bowl of 93. The Central Valley, the scorching hills and valleys of Southern California, or what could very well be the racist bolos of far Northern California and Oregon. Even an impossible utopia isn't immune to idiots. The project of tearing down and rebuilding the bolo into the shape that makes sense for 500 would be an especially fun and interesting one. I have often thought that the structural limitation brought about by humans mostly living in single-family dwellings is one of the underappreciated sites of abuse, limitations, and toxicity. I've never been a fan of the nuclear family model that necessitates the single-family dwelling, and I love the idea of what transforming it could look like. Dorms for everyone from 13 to 30, yurts for honeymoon periods, multi-family environments with chickens and dogs. The ideas are limitless and could be fluid if we use materials more local than sticks, pressboard, and nails. Similarly, there are questions that come up around what our city could look like. Obviously, at the point of ATR we would still find use for wood crafting, shearing, and refinning wool, and other overlapping needs related to human land-animal husbandry, but in the category of CIBI are also conversations like, will we keep networked computer technologies around? Or do the genetic labs have to go? Or will the university have to bum entirely, or should some of it be saved? These questions will be central, alongside how we do it, how we will survive, and what will be the new principles of our new, fantastic, ATR world. Even in this small drift towards talking about a green anarchist future world, you can see the biases and problems. In fact, come at a desire for green anarchy from counterculture and anarchy. I do not have any of the traditional baggage of family, job, or an identity wrapped up in this world. I have everything to gain by destroying where we have come from and accepting ATR as my new home. I have been rowing for the bulk of my adult life when I haven't been hitting entirely from boats and men wrapped in metal. When I dream of a future, it doesn't include them. This inflection on green anarchism also includes ideas that we are allegedly against. In this ATR we can imagine the windmills and long town hall meetings of Bookchin. We can imagine a local set of bolo hosting a traveling hunter-gatherer bolo and losing some of our people to the persuasion of their lifeway. I can even imagine living next door to a bolo that primarily believes in their own identity as laborers who are not as fascinated with the whole self-sufficiency life of our bolo. I can imagine desiring contradictions to all this nice, destructive, future ATR thinking. Survival. There is no happy story about how we move from here to there. It is not possible to get there from here. This means that we do not spend our time practicing. 95. Kali planning on transitions from this life, from this world, to another. Instead we spend our daily lives on survival, on coping with the demons of capital and state. We wait for paychecks, deal with commutes, and then sit at work waiting for the apocalypse, or just about anything else, to stave off boredom. We pick fights and flirts because the intellectual energy for either is about all that we have. We are not our best selves in the shadow of spectacular boredom, we are in fact just like everyone else. As self-described green anarchists, revolutionaries, or whatever, we do not have unique resources to make our dreams a reality. Those who seem to have these resources also seem incapable of dreaming beyond their own pleasures and conservative impulses. This is so true that it seems naive to believe that if we or our friends had the power to change the world that any of us would make different choices. I feel strongly that our most political of frenemies would make exactly the same choices that I despise from enemies, as evidenced by the name-calling, bullying, and shunning they perform towards anyone who disagrees with them. Their future would be a nightmare for anyone who doesn't subscribe to leftist us-them simplification. The Black Seed Project, if we are brave enough to state it out loud, is to find a way to hold these ideas forward. We are the monks of this era, illuminating on sheets of vellum the hidden truths of this world. Power seduces, not corrupts. There is no 96 good or evil in this world but a lot of mediocrity. The world we walk on is more important than the work we do. Relationships are better than ideologies. We attack out of love and not politics. Activism is the enemy of anarchy. Our enemies should be ignored and not engaged with. If we are lucky, a future generation of people will come who love the idea of wild nature, complexity, and heresy and who have the power to inflict these ideas upon the idiots and politicians of the world. They will know what our illuminations portray and will not judge us for the fact that we have settled for survival in this shitty world and did not instead choose the quicker end of taking on everything, everywhere at once. 97. Without War DS, ANEWGA by Aragorn. A new green anarchism wouldn't require words to describe it. It'd be as simple as opening the door and saying, "Be here." Here, a place forever hidden in the expansion of civilization, in the grousing about concrete and wires, in the dissection of what exactly is wrong with. Where exactly? But a new green anarchism would be located in one place and one place only. A new green anarchism would be an anarchyism of infinite here-ness. Hello. Nice to meet you. Grammar is the problem. Words are put together just so. Into paragraphs and pages. Into rows and columns. And for words to make sense they are organized by grammar. By Strunk and White, by sentence diagrams, by slaps on the wrist from the forever rulers. This discipline isn't part of the problem, it is the problem. What I want to say has been disciplined into me. What I will say to you has the rigor of the 1,000 slaps it took for me to say it correctly. The violence of grammar is that now I do it to myself, and when I don't do it, it is only for a moment and I'm aware of it the entire time. Like the shy guy at an orgy. Or is it recognizability? Each issue of Black Seed could add to the new GA, because the parts lend themselves to infinite review. There are 3 parts: unrecognizability, a basis in presence, here-ness, this place called Turtle Island, the Métis, blurred, impure nature of life today. For this issue we focus on recognizability. I recall when I was trying to live in this world I went to a school, one I paid for, one filled with brutalist blocks of real live learning. I took chemistry, I fell in love, but I was alone. Largely this was because I was looking for a sign that others were not giving. Today it would be something else entirely. The kind of countercultural signs I was looking for in the 80s are readily available today. It is nothing to swing by Hot Topic on the way to campus and be seen. I am talking about a different time, a time when Wikipedia didn't allow people to easily calibrate themselves perfectly. That was a time when recognizability was possible star. It was enough to understand that Charles Hurwitz was evil and that the machinations of the Max Am Corporation were going to destroy one of the last holy places left in North America. What the kids today call wildness was an actual place. It was called the Headwaters Forest Preserve and it was under attack. We saw each other in a couple of old strummed songs and we went to war, a war in which it seemed our bodies could possibly stop the machine. By the time Judy Bari and Daryl Cherney were bombed, it wasn't possible to believe this anymore. The one weapon we had to fight the monster and to 99. Stay clear of its horrors was dulled by overuse and unsuitability. A sword against a tank works only in rare and very particular circumstances. But this is my story. Yours is probably different. How? To put this in the now old-fashioned and tired war language of anti-civilization discourse, how does the war against civilization come into the confused set of identifications as participating in this war? How come we are further removed from actually ending the reification, separation, and the current order while at the same time having fiercer, less compromising, rhetoric? The fundamentals are obvious, or should be to someone with a basic radical education. At some point the world was divided into the takers and the doers, the top and the bottom, the owners and the workers. From our position as workers, this didn't seem like a preferable state of affairs, so we got organized. We found each other, we found our voice, we named what was going on and what we'd prefer. We tried to make that happen and basically failed. At best we came to a kind of détente that is aggravating when calibrated against how things should be. But, for many, an 8-hour day was a fair compromise to not living in the wartime landscape of Pinkertons and our bare-naked divisions. If the choice is total war or a peace that embodies structural inequality, guess which one? After the victory of liberal reforms we relaxed, smoked a joint, and 100. Divided into our constituent parts. Those who chose peace lost again when the THIRD got organized and used our own divided selves as the very way to control us. In our condition it's easy to diagnose the cause and impossible to know what the cure is. Do you know anyone who is not infected? This is not to say that many aren't trying. A large part of the fierce rhetoric about the beautiful being that is me, and you, is that each expression of it has a chance of appealing to another oppressed person. Leftist math says that adding up all the pain will somehow equal enough for a movement, a new category of demands, a hip new slogan, something real. But if what you want is a different world entirely, it is clear that leftist math is wrong. It's probably always been wrong, but since the owners got organized it becomes easy to see leftist math as the desperate attempt to create another cop inside our heads. Brown cow. The new green anarchy is another world that is impossible. It is not possible to live without constraint when every day a new headline blares excitement about a new enclosure. Whether it's social media, a fantastic ideology, or a movement heading towards a new law, our attention is drawn to the productive energy of doing something. Anything. Turtle Island is here and not here. We both live there and have done everything humanly pos. 101. Sible to distance ourselves from this place we live on. This disconnect is as fundamental as the body-mind split but doesn't have a movement to express it. My effort, started last issue and continuing here, is to articulate this impossible goal by way of a kind of negation. If we can't say, this is what we are for, we can only say what we are against. Stack up our objections and climb them, reaching, for the sky, for the sun, for the world out of reach. Our mouths cannot say words that do not exist. There is no enunciation of what the beauty of not this could be. I've never seen it, but I welcome you to join me in this sound and flow. Asterisk, of course there is an existential point here too. I'm trying to refer to an outside of abstractions represented by the state forms like band, tribe, nation, and country. But also outside of the knowledge of genre and team sports. Prior to the internet is also prior to the knowledge of a type of division that has refined itself into an incapacity to meet someone outside of their brands, signifiers, or disgust. T-radical is a term I've been criticized for using that I'd like to refluid ECT on for a paragraph or two. On the one hand, every term to describe someone informed 102 by the same ideas that I have been is kind of silly. On the other, it is necessary. I can feel the hunger for its lack. I wish anarchism or anarchy were enough, but they're not by a long shot. For starters, I disagree with about 80% of anarchists on just about everything, and many somethings I agree with far more. So what to do? In my case, I've picked a broad term, with its own baggage, to say that I am part of a conversation that is bigger than the 10,000 people who mightc black se ed, but not as large as I'd like it to be. There are some preconditions, but the bar to entry is low. Let's call radical the word what it is, a speed bump and not a reason to slow down all that much. J. The sweet anarchy of a lawless land dictated by no value but the one we determine together. The best description of this, to my taste, is in Adam Kiddis's excellent documentary series The Century of the Self, and especially the episode titled T. Here is a policeman inside all our heads, he must be destroyed. This issue of Black Seed, the 7th in 5 years, represents yet another editorial group change and yet another optimistic push for the project. We can now say that the project is Indigenous-led, for what that's worth. We intended for this issue to be filled with manifestos about what that means, but perhaps these fragments say as much as we can. In Manifest to Language, Black Seed is a publication of an Indigenous Anarchy. 2 words that mean a million. To put it another way, we are here, from this place, and we are free from the rules that have come before us, from the ideologies of empire and colony. This ridiculous assertion is possible because whatever hope or vision we have for the future begins with the genocide of the people we come from, and from an engrossing political fantasy that has entailed holding the contradictory positions of individual freedom with collective responsibility. Distinct from the neoliberal collectivism of postmodern America is an indigenous anarchy and the practice and belief in here-ness and freedom. 104. Indigenous is a troubled word. We like that because living is a troubled affair, but we understand the confusion when one feels unclear about our intention when using it. It is a classic overloaded operator in that it means several, more or less unrelated things, relying on the context of the word more than the word itself. It means something similar but perhaps more general than native. It also means a spiritual connection to the place you inhabit that is indivisible. It is about blood, and it is about land, and it is about spirit. Anarchy is a troubled word also. Anarchism is the political belief in a certain kind of world, with specific traditions, histories, and tensions. Anarchy is the set of moments that have actually occurred, where that belief was actually put to a test. These specificities and distinctions do not exactly roll off the tongue. Not only does the term itself invite confusion, but the partisans of the position are actively disagreeable. For us to use the word at all, we have to suffer association with others whose definitions we disagree with. But we refuse to let go of the brutal optimism of wanting a world free from terrible systems and their histories. We desire a freedom with the pedigree of Emma Goldman, Renzo N. Ovator, and the hundreds of years of Native American resistance to colonization. We still use the term green anarchy to describe our position, but this issue begins a preference to 105 words, other words to describe the same things. We like green over terms such as primitivist, ecological, or environmental, but that is because green says something that is more general when in fact we are more specific. We are pro-hereists. We are located where we are, not in a general humanist environmentalism that defends, for instance, human life above other life. We are related to you who live there only by the fact that the intricacies of our life connect and relate to yours. We recognize that most of your problems are yours and yours alone. We'd like to hear about them, especially in the pages of this paper, but know that we are not in that thing that the old-fashioned call solidarity. Even when we think you are right, we now live in a time when the ties that bind are loose indeed. We are not part of a high-minded project. We are each trying to survive and might have only that in common. We live in the cracks of empire, between surveillance and those who snitch, and in the inscrutability of our own position. Post-Indian, post-left, and after call-out culture. This issue features articles on veganism, fungi, and post-Indian aphorisms, interviews with the AMPOA Duda Collective. It finishes the Talsatan Broth ERS interview from issue 5, and includes reviews of the IAF, Eliel, and VOUR, and the Uninhabitable Earth. 106. Answers to Questions Not Asked. Anarchists and Anthropology by Aragorn. The issues with anthropology have little to do with anthropology itself. Wanting to understand and hear other people's stories is a sound desire. It is arguable that stories are one of the best things about humans, and hearing new stories is one of the best ways to get to know new people. These things also have nothing to do with anthropology. Those who confuse the specialization of an academic discipline with human curiosity are the ones doing the work of society, of the social order. Anarchists in general understand that one can observe, test, and propose solutions to any number of problems, in any number of areas of inquiry, without the stamp of approval of the institutions that discipline the curious into orthodoxy, that rely on their own logic, and that steer such inquiry for their own interests. When one eschews these institutions but continues their work, dividing daily life into narrow categories, even when one does it critically, then one is still doing the work of alienation and fragmentation. Critique isn't nearly enough. By whatever name it is called, anthropology, sociology, psychology, philosophy, etc., human experience. 107. Has been fragmented into 1,000 shards. Those who do the new ordering and the recombining of the shards will be the new managers. Whether these specialists are speaking truth is irrelevant compared to the process of dissection, isolation, and objective truth-telling they are attempting to do. At some point the truth is in the details, and those details are about something entirely different from the relationships I have and am capable of having. The details are about something only a specialist would know and understand. The devil in the details is society, and the bargain is that tomorrow will be much like today. Our project here is not a critical engagement with anarcho-anthropologists. Fans of the other are fairly harmless as far as they go. Our project is with the thinking that may underlie the rhetoric of some anarcho-anthropologists but absolutely buttresses the thinking about what the role of society is, i.e. it works to normalize the other, flatten cultural difference, and participate in truth claims. To put this a bit differently, I believe that the destruction of the Western project is a goal that I share with many of these neo-romanticists, but we absolutely disagree about not just how to do it, but how to think about doing it. Painfully, I don't believe we are even at the stage of a debate about tactics, but are instead at a preliminary discussion. 108. On how to conceive of the problem, which at some point may turn into a sharing of ideas about strategy that may result in debates about tactics. We are tentative comrades who, if the current reticence towards examining basic ideas is any indication, probably have a long way to go before meaningful cooperation can begin. What is the most fundamental of all? A sort of shared beginning where we can start a conversation could come from the lovely words of Against His Story, against Leviathan. Leviathan is turning into Narcissus, admiring its own synthetic image in its own synthetic pond, enraptured by its spectacle of itself. It is a good time for people to let go of its sanity, its masks and armors, and go mad, for they are already being ejected from its pretty polis. Freddie Perlman. This book spins a creation story of Leviathan and of an enclosure that we can safely call civilization, that has captivated us all. But it's not a true story. It is not truth. It did not happen the way Freddy writes in the book. One could say that his story speaks to greater truths than the actual things that happened, and that's fair, but let's be clear among ourselves that the story of AHAL isn't a true one, it's something else. Truth is an insistence on a single interpretation of facts on the ground. It lays evidentiary claims to 109. Reality by way of disciplines like the experimentation and rational claim-making of the natural sciences. It may claim a tentative or partial nature, but it bases all argumentation on the centrality of, and proviability or belief in, a central thesis. To bring this into a discussion about anarchism and anthropology, the central conceit of the anarcho-anthropologists is the theory that prior to the first granary we were free of coercion, hierarchy, patriarchy. By fixing this line of demarcation in time, location, and import, we orient our dreams of a better/different world. If that line isn't real, either because freedom existed both pre- and post-civilization or because Leviathansk elements existed prior to priests and the first assertion of a monopoly of violence, then the entire orientation around the line should be seen for being as utterly subjective as it is. Serious play requires serious thinking and commitment. The issue with truth is how it considers play, as what only children and the ignorant do. The issue with truth is that at some point it will always insist on being taken seriously and will punish those who ignore the evidence, usually first with scorn and eventually with force. As we go mad here in the shadow of Leviathan, our problems seem to fracture and multiply. Is there a way out? Where do we begin? Where does the shadow begin and end? Are we truly mad at all? 110. Would propose that these questions, all of them, are absolutely normal and equally true. The monsters around us thrive in our quiet misery, in our pretend calculations around tripping them up and rising above, and above all in the ways that we understand ourselves in their shadow. The idea of Leviathan as truth is another pernicious way of being framed by ideas. The reification of civilization was not the goal of AHAL. As I read it, the goal of AHAL was to tell a story about a strange and maddening Leviathan, to problematize our relationship with what has come before, but also to see ourselves in that history. As in Freddy's story we are Zex, but as most of us have no remembrance of elsewhere, of home, he makes it clear how few tools we will have to contest this new disaster. Behemoth, but what if Leviathan isn't the worst of it? What if it isn't the end but the chapter before a new horror show, dominated by a different mythological framework, one that literally disembodies and ensorcels us all, one that crushes Leviathan beneath its hooves, that assumes our disconnection from place, from home, and from each other as fellow travelers, that assumes that we primarily interact with others through screens and ASCII characters. That builds on us, not as Zex, but as consumers of a life that we fear to live. The story of this new behemoth isn't about the violent disposes. 111. Zion of us from our homes, but of us from our capacity to imagine and make decisions for ourselves. For our resistance to behemoth will be even more marginalized from the order of things than seizing the means of production was against Leviathan. It'll be utterly constrained by communication technologies and superficialities. Which is why we must reject Leviathan and Behemoth, just as we already reject capitalism and the state. We must do this not just as abstractions more alive than most of our personal relationships, but in the very ways that they serve to frame reality, and the difference between what we want to be and what we are. Truth claims are traps that begin with our critical facilities and force us to either remove them or be stuck. Critique and hostility. The tension I'd like to build here involves a sort of knowing, understanding details about how the triumvirate works, while at the same time not becoming trapped by that knowledge. As things get more complex, those who can wrap their heads around more and more of the whole operation will be rewarded with the perception of their participation. One can become a respected commenter on political events, make a headline or two themselves, or become a paid functionary of state or industry. By throwing oneself into one's job or into correct. 112. the ills that one can identify and address in the world around them, one can truly make no difference at all. I assume a reader who is hostile to this arrangement from both directions. On the one hand, a revulsion for the business as usual roles one is rationalized into becoming, and on the other that making a difference makes any difference at all, hostile to the idea that we are all eager little producers, of ideas if not products, just waiting our turn to have our products be popular and trendy. I propose that this hostility be destructive, rather than expressing itself as an aloof brand of cool, it should embody attack. This is a distinct operation from what is traditionally called critique. Critique is always a sort of loving embrace, a negotiation between peers, and a quibbling about details. One critiques an essay, book, or song as one who is also engaged in writing or singing on the themes involved. Critique is usu ally inside talking where there is no outside. This is usually disconcerting to those trapped by the context of critique-critiquer, but irrelevant, trite, and ridiculous to anyone outside of this insider relationship. These relationships are called dialectical because those inside tend towards a similar goal and agree, by way of reasoned dialogue, about the truth of a subject or the goal of their shared project. Attack, or destructive knowledge, is mostly about understanding terrain, capabilities, and timing. It is not about a pursuit of truth or a purposeful. 113. Productive project. It is not about a barbarian charge against those things one despises, rather it searches for ways around nodes of critique for its own ends. Attack as an anarchist form of knowledge acquisition means those ends are likely connected to the destruction of existing systems of social, cultural, and material organization. As it is largely unclear how to resolve the central paradox of knowing as it relates to changing or becoming, attack necessarily becomes languorous, ambivalent, and idle. Entire industries exist to take advantage of this tension, stifling instincts and the energy of attack by way of converting it into simple consumption, partial activism, and ideological solutions. How could this look different? I will take a specific example. In the Bay Area currently, but within radical politics generally, questions of race have been absolutely captivating. Both from the experiences of minorities who want to express themselves and their difference, in a world that just doesn't seem to give a fuck, and from the experiences of those who know that they have been raised to, on some level, not give a fuck, are levels of anxious efforts towards what? On the post-Marxist side of radical race efforts are projects like Race Trader that claim that the key to solving the problems of our age is abolishing the white race. The 114. Liberal/Occupy side of radical race efforts was exemplified by the proposal in December of 2011 in Oakland to change the name of #Occupy Oakland to decolonize Oakland. A final example comes from the post-Occupy decolonization movement, which demands that white allies speak about their racial privilege, that Occupy activists address genocidal violence, and that future encampments be organized and led by those who need them most. There are 1,000 ways to critically engage with these three perspectives, all of which involve accepting basic premises that may, or may not, be antithetical to how one actually thinks, but how can one attack them? How can our engagement with interesting and serious problems embody hostility to pre-existing methods and thinking about them? Obviously, the first step is to lay them out in this way, to expose their analytical frameworks and solution-based orientations. Another step is to understand that the politics, the words on paper and claims to goals, are only one level of what is happening. Another level is one of social arrangement and relationships. Most politics is also cover for a social scene and the way its members communicate with themselves about. 115. Good and evil, right and wrong, and what the order of operations should be. Most jargons and frameworks are about creating insider-outsider relationships and forcing the discussion to live entirely inside the framework. There is no outside. As a matter of political practice, the attacking anarchist always has to be outside. An anarchist never accepts the premise that forces one inside of other people's assumptions. If these assumptions begin with a series of definitional exercises that constrain reality to essential categories and then claim domination over them, then reject it all. What is the space between 5,000 nations and one? Not even Indians can relate themselves to this type of creature who, to anthropologists, is the real Indian. Indian people begin to feel that they are merely shadows of a mythical super-Indian. Many anthros spare no expense to reinforce this sense of inadequacy in order to further support their influence over Indian people. Vine Deloria, anthropologists and other friends. After the treaties were signed and the bloody marches completed, the government of the US started a long game. To describe this game as genocide is fine, as far as it goes, but what's relevant here is 116. That it's the game that states play by default. Destroy all distinct cultures and organisms. Eliminate all threats to the monopoly of violence. There is a straight line from the mouth-foam frothing colonialism of the 19th century to the secular liberalism of the 20th. This line is drawn in the expansion of job titles like legal assistant, program specialist, coordinator, researcher, etc. It's drawn as straight as the railroad, telegraph, highways, and fiber optic cables are. We participate in this heritage when we accept their terms of engagement, and that is particularly the case when pan-identities are considered true and real. It is clear that the Little Traverse Bay Band of Odawa Indians are not the same, do not have the same interests or daily concerns, as the Sakang Lakota residents of the Rosebud Reservation or the federally unrecognized people of Ohlone descent scattered around California, but referring to natives as one singular thing, as a fixed singular identity, is seemingly natural. It is the way 500 nations have been distilled into one that is oppressed, sure, but that is fading into the sunset of history as a single noble savage slumped over his defeated mount, slowly plodding away. It is one sad story in a world where there are 1,000 of them, all competing for our attention. But this pan-identification goes the other way too. White people do not, in fact, exist. There is no 117 white culture, tradition, or material condition. White, in the context of current racial identity and discourse, is another way to express negation. It is the absence of good food, dancing, and song. It is the way of lamenting how exchange relationships have become confused and entangled with all human relationships, and gives that lamentation a cause: white people. And this is true. The forces that have created a phenomena that is called white are the same that have confused us about our relationships to each other and forced us into believing that massive pan-identities are singular, true ones. But these forces are not specifically white. White supremacy is a symptom, not a cause. These causes are something, and somewhere, else. Anthropologists, sociologists, Marxists, etc. are in the trade of creating these categories and using them to dominate others. They are doing the postmodern work of something like genocide. They directly aided in the transition of thousands of tribal formations into categories of citizens, and today into categories of consumers, subcultures, and countercultures. Whatever their motivations, the god they serve is society, not social relationships between peers, but an ordered hierarchical world composed of classes, politics, and consumers. The sound of one hand clapping. Whether it is a little matter of the relationship b. 118. Tween a cave and the shadow on a wall, the author and the reader, or the observer and the observed, there has been a deep concern since records have been kept between those who keep the records, write them down, keep them safe, and those who are the subject of those records. If one were critical of these mechanisms and techniques, one could reconcile themselves to political partnerships with the subjects, perhaps would find themselves protesting the record keepers, the keepers of truth, and resolved to the ways that the internet has reconciled the difference. The gap between the cave and the wall is now illuminated by the electric glow of information passing by. That gap, between the name and what is being named, is also what is powering the whole show. The European materialist tradition of despiritualizing the universe is very similar to the mental process which goes into dehumanizing another person. And who seems most expert at dehumanizing other people? And why? And what the process has in common for each group doing the dehumanizing is that it makes it all right to kill and otherwise destroy other people. One of the Christian commandments says, "Thou shalt not kill, at least not humans," so the trick is to mentally convert the victims into non-humans. Then you can proclaim violation of your own commandment as a virtue. Russell means, for America to live, Europe must die. 119. Prior to the rise of mass society, when you knew the name or family of every person you met, there was no other. There were different families, tribes, and ways, but they were recognizable. One way to account for the otherification that is the hallmark of society is pure numbers. Regardless, there is no going back. We now live in a world populated by others, by other people and other ways of treating and considering the shared problems we all have. We are no longer able to consent to this othering, as it's built into the economic arrangement, and we live as victims of it rather than as agents. The only way to fight the othering instinct is to keep your circles radically small, and resist attempts to be integrated into this society. Since integration is the alpha and omega of the triumvirate, this effort is nearly impossible. Every resistance is seen as seductive by the co-optive forces of commerce and pluralism. Becoming impossible to manage is one of the few human instincts left. Mostly though, this instinct has been manicured out of existence and soon will entirely live in stories and histories, as life escapes into screens and flipping bits. The whole continent of North America appears to be destined by divine providence to be peopled by one nation, speaking one language, professing one general system of religious and political principles, and accused home to one general tenor of social usages and customs. For the common happiness of 120. Them all, for their peace and prosperity, I believe it is indispensable that they should be associated in one federal union. John Quincy Adams, 1811. Military power has severe limits. It implements violence against other recognizable forces and then retreats. This is more true now than perhaps it was in the 18th century, but unless you are prepared to salt the earth, at some point forces that work with different forms of logic come into play. Society does not operate by way of violence, or it does, but the ways in which this is true are so obfuscated by the triumvirate that one barely notices it. Society operates by the simple mechanisms of going to work every day, collecting your checks from your fixed income, traveling on the roads provided by taxpayers, etc. It couldn't be more normal that one step at a time, one day at a time, one choice at a time, society tolerant, becomes the way we manage ourselves. This doesn't mean we have escaped the time of managers, but that even they have little power. Their role is more as functionaries, oiling gears, filling out work schedules, making sure budgets are adhered to, rather than telling those beneath them when, where, and what to do. Today's managers require a sophisticated education in scandal management, communication skills, and timing, to maintain the operation of their little piece of machinery and their few entrepreneur. 121. Ill subjects. Few managers know that when they are training themselves in art history or anthropology, they are actually learning how to operate humans inside of organizational charts. But they are. The end is the end. Over the past 6 months I've had the opportunity to answer a question I never expected to have posed to me: why are you so hard on anthropology? The argument being that it's just another discipline much like others and only a poor relative of the big social sciences. Moreover, say its defenders, anthropology has learned the lessons of and no longer and should not be held responsible for its past. As a matter of fact, they say, it should be considered the best curator of that past, as it knows where the bodies are buried and, they argue, the cause of freedom and anarchy is best served by honestly and critically engaging with the cultures that have come before, which are only revealed through anthropology. The anthropologist is Judas but is eager to redeem himself. The point is that the specifics, how humans interacted prior to the toxic abstraction of civilization, matter. Somewhere in the details of what has come before will be the evidence of a crime, a universal, agreed upon by everyone, evil that we can smash like we do the idols of racism, sexism, etc. Indeed we have fallen but are redeemed. 122. Shin's story is the only story we can write, given the evidence of our crimes. This argument demonstrates the romantic desire to return to Eden. Eden and the possibility of return has always been a central theme of Western thought and is answered in two ways by anarcho-anthropologists. One answer conceives of a future living in the shadow of the past, listing as superior and preferable examples and experiences from cultures and life ways entirely different and disconnected from ours. This form of post-romanticism devotes a great deal of intellectual energy to extending the brutal lessons of technoculture forward in time, while drawing lines back in time through the pasteurization of anthropology. The other answer is a kind of cosplay. If this world is evil, corrupt, and if its failure is already happening and or guaranteed, then we should prepare for the future by learning to gather, hunt, and forage. Instead of intellectualizing our way out of a world of terror and technology, we can rewild and check out of the rat race for once and all. This rhetoric boils down to an assertion that we must prepare prior to the collapse by living as if it's already happened. There is no need to directly criticize these practices or beliefs. They are, in fact, entirely beside the point. The point, if I were to conclude by way of a new beginning, is that we live in a culture that forces all political questions to be answered, especially the 123 big and hard ones about desiring another way of life, of desiring anarchy. Most political people become ensnared by this cultural pressure and end up sounding like city planners, politicians in waiting, and in the case of our friends the anarcho-anthropologists, like a utopian Garden of Eden recreation society. For the rest of us, we continue to have, ask, and think about the hard questions: how to become free individuals in free communities in harmony with one another and with the biosphere, how to break from a world of abstractions and ideologies. How do we treat our fellow Zeks in the time of Leviathan? How will that change as Behemoth approaches? But Caesians have that frustrating quality of running through our hands like water, quenching certain thirsts, but never ours to lord over, much like anarchy. Resources. Against History, Against Leviathan. Freddie Perlman, Black and Red Books. Society of the Spectacle. Guy Debord, Black and Red Books. Theory of Bloom. Teak Tun, LBC Books. Custer died for your sins. Vine Deloria, University of Oklahoma Press. Marxism and Native Americans ed. Ward Churchill, South End Press. 124. Nihilist Animism by Aragorn. Ultimately everything I do, every project, everything I build, every relationship I start is going to fail. The world, to the extent that I am part of it, is also dissolving. This building/destroying is my expression of a feeling that lives somewhere between the Protestant work ethic, the will to inflict anarchy on the world, and an attitude against the projects of man. I am satisfied living here, in this unstable place, continuing to do things that will blow away as soon as the center stops holding. I am satisfied to call this nihilism, not because that is what it is, but because our culture is into naming things and I am into sending lemmings off of the cliffs of their own creation. There is a current that breezily uses animism as a solution to the problem of spirituality. I have concerns. An older article on the topic, Sarah Ann Lawless, The Song of the Land, by Original Animism, * both demonstrates and refers to the problems of immediatist spirituality rather well. On the one hand we benefit from the knowledge of the seeming parallelism between many peoples, and on the other hand any attempt to practice animism either suffers from being a sort of cultural appropriation or a hooking. 125. Stab in the dark that does not immediately satisfy a cultural need and feels embarrassingly small compared to the greatness of the whole earth. There is a painful gap between being an animist and feeling the glory of the profane things around you. This gap is enormous. It is filled with the monoculture religions, civilization, and technocracy. This trinity makes the compelling claim that the holy holy is in fact achievable by ritual, law, and blinking lights. It claims this with the promise of personal salvation and potential of private revelation by way of priest, urban living, and new cell phones. It an enormous provocation to say that kneeling alone by the bank of a river and being cleansed by the sacred is a pure, unadulterated animism. It may be a true moment, but it is not a complete one. At some point one packs up the REI equipment in the Subaru and drives back home. Sometime later one posts about it on Tumblr. Ori is not complete in the moment, but instead is an observer of one's own life. That life can feel like a series of real moments punctuated by gaps of disconnection that look like daily life. Living can be like a problem that can be solved after retirement or whatever. Animism began to die as the city was being born. This does not mean the urge died, but that urge primarily moves us against ourselves and towards camping trips, eschatology, and faith-based approaches to the sickness of this world. 126. Our question is whether mediated experiences are the only ones we are capable of. If that is the case, as is likely, then our capacity for revelatory joy is similarly curtailed, all arguments to the contrary. If we are indeed broken, are we capable of not being broken? As anarchists who have an interest in how the world operates, and perhaps how we could perform as wooden shoes to it, we are naive about what grinding gears mean today. We think it is enough to change the world without realizing that troubleshooting gears is a quarter of what the world does. We have urges but little wisdom about the unforeseen consequences of our small strategies. This is the reason why we are so hungry for the possibility of animism, a spiritual practice where desire and capacity are mapped perfectly. The reason we will not solve this problem like the little special snowflakes that we are is because of exactly that. Just as monotheism has succeeded in the deception that it represents a personal relationship between you and the Almighty, animism needs a social fabric, outside of the civilized order, to keep warm. This social fabric isn't as simple as playing outdoors with other children, starving for life lessons from the kitchen table where the elders sit and talk, or rituals that help you understand that you are a part of something large. But one can imagine such simplicity. One can imagine any life without screens as that life just passed us by, but that is only a fraction of what it would take to. 127. Live a whole life. While the cell phone may itself be sacred and alive, the things we see on it are mundane and ordinary and make us the same. It is on infertile land that future spiritual practitioners attempt to live. These are hard-scrabble lives, devoid of calm, 190 or anything but scraps of information of how others did what you are trying to do. In this context it makes perfect sense that racial, silly, or fantastic elements often infiltrate what is an impossible effort. It's not that we can't go back, it is that doing so is just as difficult as marching to somewhere completely new. The new just seems easier. What I would propose, what a nihilist animism would entail, would be an acknowledgement that a spiritual endeavor must come from a sociable practice. This might be a conversation between 7 of us in the woods, or different sets in different places, but it has to pass the test of the I/we. If you can find a group of people who are willing to ride the tension of being individuated, having undergone the great pain of core alienation in the modern world, while not privileging one's own experiences in a group, then you could begin. This would look like a long waiting, while the traffic passes overhead, while your devices beep, bop, beep in your car, when you could be doing other things, for the world around you to expose its language to you. This would not happen quickly. It would probably take years, and then it could shape a set of 128 principles, a path to walk, that would make sense to your set of people. This is why it is impossible to imagine in this world, the context has shifted too radically to imagine building a set of tools over years before even thinking about using them. The context has shifted too radically to imagine doing anything so long-term with sociability. This long listening project does not make sense in a world of traffic, screens, and bullshit dichotomies like I and we. But this is the start. 1. Find a set of people. 2. Find a language. That language should probably not be a public one because the task that comes next is all too vulnerable. We are talking about creating something that the history of the current order has done a bang-up job of genociding, mocking, and parading in front of the slavering consumers of modem spectacle for their amusement. Keeping this language secret will be nearly impossible in a world of social media, but the task isn't nearly complete then. Finally, this language has to become meaningful. With it, a set of people, who will have to become multi-generational, have to disassemble and recreate a world that does not suffer from monotheism, civilization, and modem technology. That impossible task set I share with you is the closest thing I would put forward as a recommended practice. A world-weary rebuilding of the very reasons we should do things together at all. A practice I am myself incapable of participating in because I have been broken by the same things as you. 129. My mind is no longer limber enough to learn a new language. My heart is too scarred to do something so honest with a group of new people and too experienced to do it with the monsters I surround myself with. To go deep enough to subvert the conditioning and violence of this world is just impossible enough that I can imagine the kind of person who would attempt it, but I have no idea what will result, even in a best-case scenario. I dream of free actors who live without fear. I imagine words that speak beyond comprehension. I imagine the same goals that I have expressed lived by people who care for one another, who laugh at the empty sociability of our era, who are the Anarchy unleashed unto the world. I imagine connections to the world that I am not capable of. This impossible set of conditions and potentials is why a nihilist animism appeals to me at all. It names capabilities I don't have in a world I can't imagine living in. That's all one can ask of oneself. Do Ants Dream of Domestication, a review of corrosive consciousness. By Aragorn. I believe I am like most people who write. When I sit down to write, I am not quite sure what I am going to say. I have a couple points in mind when I sit down but don't have an organization to what I am trying to do. When I am lucky, I make my points and find a couple of other things along the way. A thesis, argumentation, and supporting evidence comes out of the momentum of the writing process. I recognize I am not lucky often. This book is the opposite of that. Bellamy Fitzpatrick demonstrates how to make a clear, full-throat argument. Here he is not restrained by the word count of a magazine, or the ad hoc nature of the audio format. The thesis of this book is to demonstrate a corrosive consciousness, an orientation that, in each lived moment, dissolves reification, an anarchist form of life as a way of unmaking civilization within yourself and your relations. This demonstration is mostly as critique, and here Bellamy excels. This book succeeds as critique in exactly the way I wish were more common with 13.1. Anarchist disagreements with each other. Critique, in my view, is always implicitly complementary. Its mere existence validates the importance of its target, regardless of how harsh it may be. As someone who fell in love with the non-human world as a child and found the human one nauseous, anarcho-primitivism drew me to anarchism in a way that the humanistic left-wing or right-wing versions never could have, and so I've lavished it with a good deal of this praise. Barring a sea change in the discourse with the anarcho-primitivists, what follows is a sincerely fondfa well. If personal experience is any indication, the critique will be treated like the attack of an enemy, but any honest reader will be shocked at the generosity and willingness of BF attempts to improve the anarcho-primitivist perspective. To put it a different way, BF was surprisingly eager to participate in the project that we understand as AP but is largely the work of two authors, John Zerzan and Kevin Tucker. Bellamy wanted to be on the team. This is that story, and it is far more friendly than I would have been given the same circumstance. As a sidebar, I am not an innocent bystander to this engagement. I have been in something like a public feud with the AP for a number of years, since I publicly asserted that we will also develop space distant from anarcho-primitive. 132. IST's tendencies towards fetishizing indigenous cultures, uncritical rewilding, appropriated spirituality, and reliance on anthropology. Mostly this feud has been comprised of offhand dismissive comments on Jay-Z's weekly radio show, but it's also included dismissive saconflating all enemies of AP, as egoists who can now be ignored due to the irrelevance/wrongness of their position. My ambivalence with the AP has resulted in a lack of engagement with the silliness of this disagreement. This is not to say I don't have opinions about AP or their statements, but I didn't consider myself equipped, or particularly interested, in engaging with the AP on the level necessary to be heard past the FUD of Jay-Z's radio show, KT's podcast, or their shared publication. To put it differently, this review of corrosive consciousness is not a critique. While I am not in lockstep with BF, I believe he did a great service to the modern green anarchist space in this work. Full stop. This is the kind of writing and critical analysis anarchists need, to get past the ways we are bogged down in our own, and in the broad left's, toxic pattern of assertion as argumentation. End sidebar. The strongest point that BF makes here is a denunciation of what KT considers his strongest theoretical contribution to AP thought, domestication. In a sequence that fills about half the book, the complex of ideas, theories, and values that comprise the AP ideology are itemized and evaluated. This includes an incendiary attack on KT as theoretician that we'll return to, but mostly the purpose of this denunciation is a kind of clearing of the decks. Namely, AP is called out for claiming to argue from the mainstream of anthropological thought, but instead holding a conservative, and largely discredited, set of anthropological ideas as the basis of its truth. AP has developed some new terminology that is, to say the least, highly specious. He uses domestication, wildness, nature, human nature, and other terms to lay out a taxonomy of good and evil, pro and con, us and them. Perfectly paralleling domestication, wildness refers at once to the genetic, the metaphysical, the social, and the spiritual, effectively bleaching it of any clear meaning and theoretical relevance. It is yet another margarine word, a word for moral posturing, rhetorical bludgeoning, and subcultural positioning. If one is for wildness, they are one of the good guys, not for it, get fucked. These are arguments you've seen before if you have paid any attention to good faith criticism of AP prior to corrosive consciousness. The difference here is that the argumentation is literally supported by chapter and verse citations, is as complete as is reasonable to expect, and comes 134 from someone from the inside, not a hostile actor. The carefulness of BF's reasoning is demonstrated not only in the extensive notes, but also in his understanding and naming of rhetorical devices that are even more important to recognize in their ubiquity. For example, one takeaway from the book is about certain kinds of argumentation techniques. Here again BF does us a fantastic service. He introduces the argumentation technique of Mott and Bailey, which I am sure our readers will recognize from themselves and others. Mott and Bailey is a combination of bait and switch and equivocation in which someone switches between a Mott because he was running the Unabomber for president campaign. TWNT years later, eco-extremist groups have declared their brand of ecologically fueled war against civilization as one where indiscriminate attack will happen, and all of a sudden the AP are declaring that such tactics are fascist, and any who would not unequivocally reject them are at least quasi-fascists. Around eco-extremism, AP takes the easy route of arguing in sync with the popular refrain of the day, which posits indiscriminate attacks as fascist, and fascism as the crisis at hand. Aside from the shift in perspective from the days and actions of Ted K to today, it is fair to be critical of violence, as it is fair to be critical of nonviolence. It is true that no one knows how to get from here to there. Whether it is called the revolution, the collapse, the great insurrectionary something, or the wild popularization of good trademark ideas over capitalism and the state, it is impossible to know how transition will happen. When you participate in the game of this prediction, you will always fail, frequently sound like a fool, and probably be incoherent in 136. Your thinking. This puts active dreamers of any stripe into the uncomfortable role of advocating for things they like while trying to sound like they have a plan. AP doesn't have a plan, but that puts them into good company. It doesn't make them particularly incoherent, it makes them as incoherent as everyone else. The issue is less that they sound like they know the answer, and more the rigidity and dogmatism that they bring to the topic, and the bad faith attacks that they make on other arguments and arguers. Over the years, BF has engaged in many back and forths with the AP, and the funniest part of this book records BF trying to get the AP writers to talk about the question of ants. BF asks how the behavior of ants and other non-humans could be measured to humans with regard to domestication. After several exchanges, this question was dismissed as a demonstration that BF did not understand that domestication was a distinct phenomenon from evolution. Here is a great quote from KT on the matter: as far as we might know it, and agriculture is an evolved trait, ostensibly one they could always have had. Domestication of humans is historical, it represents a change in subsistence and evolutionary trajectory. There are many things to value about corrosive consciousness, from its carefulness to its humor. Among those things, my favorite, which might 137. Take on too much significance, is the chapter that goes into the question of wildness. Wildness is obviously a bridge term representing the crossover from a spiritual understanding of what nature is, to an objective, scientific understanding of what nature is. It's both. It's neither. Wildness is our genetic state, but also wildness, at least how I experience and conceptualize it, is sacred. That word is an indicator, not an encapsulation. Couple this thinking with KT's relationships to the spirit world and the totemic animals that personally deliver him messages, and it's not unfair to name KT as a mystic. A retrospective reading of all of TUR's work as mysticism thus becomes possible. His whole over becomes much more comprehensible. Like Zoroaster and Mani before him, Tucker's belief structure is founded on a revelatory spiritual experience that transformed him. That much of his writing is peppered with ardent paeans and urgent assertions. Wildness exists, I believe in human nature, my spirit knows this. My spirit feels this. The spirit of all life knows this. It has always known this. I've only begun to listen. When we learn to open ourselves to wildness and chaos, the organic anarchy of our beings will flow, can suddenly be read in an entirely different light. As compelling as I found this book, it likely will not matter to the AP fan base. In an online discussion I had with another reader of Corrosive Con. 138. Seriousness, they attacked BF for what they saw as his personal attacks on AP, but more for not understanding that the facts, or details, of what the AP write aren't important. What is important is the greater point of AP, which is that it is somehow deeper in its analysis than other forms of green anarchist ideas. This isn't on the pages from the AP writers, it is, perhaps, in the cries to connect spirituality to AP. If you can't see it in the words, it's because you can't feel it in your soul/heart. If you can't feel it, it's probably because you are disconnected from your body and have a bad case of the civilizations. SOMI readers will hate the chapter and verse citations, the use of logical fallacies to tear apart arguments, and the footnotes, but as far as I am concerned, this is as complete a demolition of AP as is necessary, and maybe more than necessary. If the best response AP has to this book is a blow-off 10-minute discussion on Jay-Z's radio show about how postmodern and philosophical it is, then I think the time for these AP writers has passed. They are not participants in an ongoing discussion about how green ideas should inform our anarchism, but a religious doctrine based in a bizarre interpretation of anthropology. As such, they would no longer be the kind of content I'd like to see in any of the projects I host. 139. The Erotic Life of Stones. by Dominique Ganawabi and Saran Obad. The uncertain, unsettled condition of the science of cytology is in the very vestibule attested by the FACT, that in some quarters it still remains a moot point whether a whale be a fish. In his System of Nature, AD 1776, Linnaeus declares, I hereby separate the whales from the fish Moby Dick. What do stones want? What do we make of their insistent silence? There is a marked quality of difference in our existence, and there's but stones know something of the unfulfilling, predictable routines of daily life. For some of us, finding meaning means being receptive to the language of phosphorescent trails left below the surface. If stones have desires, they are likely to be as resistant to being expressed in words as ours are. In Melville's novel The Science of Classifying Whales is shown in an unfinished state because scientific investigations are always insufficient, cursory, and in process. Ishmael feels that the study of cytology should be left incomplete like the Cathedral of Cologne. When we ask about the significance of the sea, all rigid systems will eventually fail us. Even as we cast our nets, the whale has 141 already evaded capture. When the perceived world is torn from the worlds of our bodies and our inter-subj activity, we risk losing full participation in it all. But, if our purpose moves beyond detached inquiry to attunement with the sediment, we can embody the wildly civilized and primitively sophisticated. We can take human form to become flora. During the Precambrian era, a major uplift occurred when two continents collided. The intensity of the pressure caused sedimentary rocks to tumble to metamorphic rocks, magma to rise to the Earth's crust, and the land to fold, break, and tumble until it became the Black Hills. Volcanic activity contribution to the rise of the N or them hills, but to the south, massive sheets of granite intruded the pre-existing beds of sedimentary and metamorphic rocks, including 2-billion-year-old quartzite, phonolite, and, most notably, dark, bountiful rhyolite. The granitic pegmatites that thrust into their elders were rippled through with crystals quartz, feldspar, and beryl. According to Lakota's storytelling, when the world was created, everything was at peace. Every creature was a contented vegetarian. At some point the bison began to think they were the strongest and decided to kill the people and eat their meat. The humans said, "That's not right, we should hunt you instead, it's only fair." To settle the matter, a great race was held. During the race to decide who could consume whom, a track became worn down and created the boundaries of Pahasepa. We all know who the victors were. We won. 142. Our right to eat flesh. 1.8 billion years of watery caresses reduced this jumble of angles to rocky hillsides and elastic pebbles, sand, and clay, which in turn solidified into outlying beds of sandstone, spreading itself over the Dakota Formation, the primary rock formation of the area, also sandstone, but born of sand from different rocks. As one group replaced another over the last several centuries, these locations continued to be recognized as sacred locales and to operate within a system of ethno-astronomical and mythological beliefs. The Fa-Ling star myth cycle clearly illustrates a belief in a dual universe, wherein star people in the sky and humans on Earth occupied analogous and sometimes interchangeable roles mirror of heaven. For the Lakota, like many traditional cultures, the line between the earth and the sky is undifferentiated or even non-existent. Looking up at the constellations, we can still find any pattern we are open to sensing. We can see one star as dried willow or a buffalo rib. One thing can contain a duality or be trifold. Animaism from anima. The Latin term for life signals the existence of spirit in all objects and phenomena. By this definition, the stones are still breathing. We can have fervent threesomes with the clouds and mountains. We can be penetrated by deer antlers or dissolve in newly forming rivers. 143. If life is defined by death, reproduction, or movement, at what point does a hill become an orgy? Love is open to interpretation like all experiences. Trying to define it with the precise use of language can never guarantee an exact answer. As with attempts at understanding the Leviathan with cytology, our conclusions will always be incomplete. The erotic life of stones remains obscure to the scientific gaze. Much more recently, after the formation of the Black Hills, just 40 million years ago, on the other side of the same land mass, a crescent of granite mountains were born. They pushed themselves up above sea level, as the land between them fell below it, creating the Columbia Basin. Many volcanoes erupted into the basin, spurting lava over and over again, flooding it with a thick layer of igneous rock, the Columbia Plateau. This flood of rock spilled the inland sea out into a river, slowly parting the mountains and dampening valleys. Love takes the forms of agape, platonic, or eros. Other times it is desire in a general sense. From philos we get philoso phy, the love of wisdom or of knowledge, as if these are necessarily equivalent. Philia from the Greek denotes friendship. In this sense the use of words like pedophilia, or friend of boys, could seem euphemistic. We know what one means by the cliché "I love the sunset," but what if they intended to say "I am unbearably aroused by the sun's rays," or the 144 ocean gets me so wet. 38 million years later, the Ice Age brought massive glaciers, ranging in height from 5,000 to 10,000 feet past the Okanagan Valley. This dam of ice trapped the river channels, causing more water to flood into the Columbia Basin. With the original channel buried in ice, the Grand Coulee began to form. How this happened and the length of time it took remains a mystery. Some geologists believe a succession of floods carved it out, while others claim the Columbia River itself slowly eroded it away from the mountains in its search for a new path. It is impossible to know for certain. The old Cascade Mountains rose up from the earth, but were unable to stop the river's search. A deep ravine, the Columbia River Gorge, was formed. While ice can halt the flow of water, rocks are destined to acquiesce to it. In Colville Indian mythology, Coyote wanted to help his friend Kingfisher, who wasn't having much luck catching salmon. 4 sisters had set up a trap preventing any big fish from swimming up the river. He changed into a small wooden bowl and floated on the water until he got caught in their trap. The sisters lifted the bowl from the river and used it to hold leftover fish. The next morning the bowl was found empty. At this point, one of the sisters became angry and threw a stone at the wooden vessel. On impact it turned into a baby boy. The sisters decided to keep the child because he would grow up and be helpful to them. When the sisters 145 left to find berries, the coyote changed into a man and started digging up the dam they had created to catch fish. Ever since then there have been new rocks and rapids in the Columbia River Basin. Coyote had changed its course forever. Arousal by thunderstorms is a little researched paraphilia. Ichthyophilia is the sexual attraction to fish. When bears masturbate they often fantasize about inflexible park rangers or lust after zookeepers in captivity, much like human prisoners imagine guards in lake irons, or how the bourgeoisie play with the idea of being possessed by sinewy lumpen beasts. Ecology is a love for living systems. But, when we speak of pleasure, suffering is never far from our lips. Love almost always conceals a will to sacrifice. Eco-extremists like Reacción Salvaje communicate this when they seem to say fuck the world. Near the end of the Ice Age, volcanic cones formed the high Cascades. As the ice dams of the glaciers began to thaw and break apart, lakes as far as Montana broke free and washed over the mountains and the Columbia Basin, carrying with them large boulders and flooding the area in 400 feet of water, icebergs, and sediment. After the ice finally, fully melted and the floods ebbed, the river was able to return to its former bed, but the channeled scablands and large coulees remain, torn through by cataclysm. It is sometimes said that nihilists are masturbators. Instead of getting on with the hard work of existing, the unbeliever revels in an empty space. 146. That absolutely nothing can fill. Nietzsche's Die Liebe zum Leben is offered as free of contradiction, but where is the instrument of love located if not the mind, the flesh, or the will? Physicist Erwin Schrödinger defined life as that which delays the decay into thermodynamical equilibrium. One popular definition of biological life is that it's a sexually transmitted and inevitably terminal disease. Organic life is resistance to disorder in the final instance. The tribal trickster in native storytelling also affirms life, but almost always while upsetting the peculiarity of communal stillness. A story from Grove Entrum mythology describes how Nixon came upon an elk skull while he was going along. He noticed some white mice dancing inside. In some versions told to anthropologists he wanted to stick his head inside so he could dance with them, in many others he inserted something else and it got stuck. He may be used to changing into water monsters to grab young girls, but sometimes he gets caught. Spider acts like he does because death is unknowable to him. This is not always the case for us, but we can still learn something about avoiding the embarrassment of getting snared. The desire to have others take our inclinations as universal is a wish to make frozen the constant movement in this moment preceding the void of non-life, to try to hush a screaming world into silence. If the political pessimist finds love privately in a clenched fist, social anarchists live to jerk off on other people in the streets. 147. The indigenous eroticism of trickster sexuality leads us to question who and what we should be defilling. Did the Cascades and the Columbia River consent to be bound and ravaged by glaciers? Are they proud to have survived their traumatic past or the beauty born from it? The Ho-Chunk trickster speaks about his sexual organ in the third person. His parts are more like individuated personas than the components of some discrete self-reflective creature. Trickster is enacting a new game for humans to play that we could tentatively call hierarchy. In the space of these stories, the tribe is becoming a body-like form that circles towards a hardening unity. The tricky one Wak-Junkaga's sense of self is constantly fractured and his body is in metaphysical conflicts with itself. Always driven to feed his insatiable lust, he wears a stone around his neck in order to get hard. When his penis is eventually severed, the plant's arrow leaf, Tokuhira, PQXE, pond lily, and dog's tooth grow from his phallic root. Egoists sometimes gesture towards a self-devouring urge to an expanding union that the Ho-Chunk being of reversals might recognize. To be clear, we can become clowns in this world but never incarnate the trickster's irreverent flesh. Individualidades tendiendo a lo salva. He recently left an envelope containing an explosive device that was found by a young girl in Mexico City. Their communique expressed a desire for ever growing attacks on the social fabric in all directions. May explosive love letters proliferate. The 148. Love of the unhuman is a welcomed novelty in anarchist spaces, but if we really want to be done with humanism, why not consider setting the ancestral forests aflame and blowing up the sacred mountains as well? Although we inhabit the same streams and valleys, the different origin stories we draw from have a defining influence on how we perceive our world and what we are drawn towards. As Coyote, we are always starting anew. When we see the trickster, he is always in mid-step. The clown is a constant state of predicament. Omaha rabbit anally impregnated Ictinic when they became winks for a day. Stones transform one another. Cliffs turn to sediment. As we create our star maps, we play them out and become part of them. We are always redrawing them, because the constellations are constantly shifting. What tales have we heard and which will we retell? When we discover an unknown star, we might find a path to the former world. In Moby Dick, the savage Queek is from a place that is not on any map, because true places never are. Melville's native wants to experience more from civilized society than the taxonomy of captive whales. The boundaries and borders of the New World and the Old World are drawn only by our navigational markings. They do not exist on any chart. Humans are animals. Cetacea can still be fish. Stones can fuck. When we cross oceans, we can be sailors, boats, whales, or currents. In our search. 149. Will we become salmon who shatter themselves on concrete dams, or warriors who throw ourselves from the Noquixtlan rock to crash onto the conquistadors below, or something else entirely? Suggested reading. Cataclysms on the Columbia. John Elliott Allen and Marjorie Bums with Sam C. Sargent. Living Sideways, TR Xters in American Indian Oral TR Added Ions. Franket Bollinger. Mirror of Heaven, Cross-Cultural TR Transference of the Sacred Geography of the Black Hills. Linnea Sundstrom. Transmotion. Gerald Visanor. 150. Speech of the Nameless. By Dominique Ganawabi and Saran Obad. One evening in the month of September 1, 731, a girl 9 or 10 years old, pressed, as it would seem, by thirst, entered about twilight into Sanji, a village situated 4 or PVE leagues south of Chalons in Champagne. She had nothing on her feet, her body was covered with rags and skins, her hair with a gourd leaf, and her face and hands were black as a negros. She was armed with a short baton, thicker at one end than the other, like a club. Those who prst observed her, took to their heels, crying out, "There is the devil." The History of a Wild Girl, 1768. The Wild Girl of Champagne. The story of Marie-Angelique Leblanc is one way to talk about of the potential consequences of escaping from civilization. She captivated the French imagination of the time, in part because her life took place against a backdrop of the socio-psychological implications of leaving the confines of the Old World. The success of mapping out the previously unknown spaces at the edges of Christendom entailed a kind of confirmation of a certain worldview, but it also meant that Europe was being othered in the way it usually managed to deflect. 151. Her story is that of a young girl who survived alone while crossing expanses of untamed forest for an unknown number of years. Omi reports at the time stated that she protected herself from wolves with a wooden club or a sharpened stick. She was said to subsist by catching frogs and butchering rabbits with only her fingernails. Marie-Angelique would become the darling of some Enlightenment intellectuals who would eventually teach her to read and write. Her tale, seen as partially a hoax by many scholars, is typical of the very old and far-reaching narratives about wild children. She was rumored to be from the Fox tribe of the east coast of North America, or perhaps indigenous to the Caribbean islands before sailing to Europe in order to become a servant for a noble woman. Speculations about her ethnic origins are important here because meeting the peoples of the Americas posed new challenges to Western thought around the concepts of language, human nature, and the distinction between savage and civilized. The European self had to come to terms with seeing its reflection in the mirror of the Indian. She did not begin to reflect till after she had made some progress in her education, and that during her life in the woods, she had scarcely any other ideas than a sense of her wants, and a desire to satisfy them. She has no remembrance either of father or mother, or any other person of her own country, and hardly any of the country itself, except that she 152. Does not remember having seen any houses there, but only holes underground, and a kind of hut-like barracks. The idea that a child could live alone in the wilderness without the protection of social armor or language to guide her choices must have seemed almost supernatural to the rationality-reverent men who examined her. Native people were often viewed as childlike creatures in comparison to the sophisticated Christian races. They appeared to be mouthing words, but were they really speaking? Leblanc pretends to remember that aboard the ship in which she was transported, there were people who understood her language, which was nothing but shrill piercing cries, formed in the throat, without any articulation or motion of the lips. There were some strange characters engraved on her arms, which might have led to a more particular discovery of her nation. If Marie-Angelique were a Native American, it could help explain how she managed to survive the harshness of the forest beyond Champagne. Indians were said to possess an innate ability to live off the land. Like in many other cases of feral children, intellectuals would rejoice in the potential to gain useful knowledge from tragedy. Recent cases are seen through the lenses of medicine, developmental psychology, and linguistics. But if the cause of separation is now understood as neglect or autism, the goal of learning as much as possible for universal benefit is still present. There is always an attempt to reintegrate the child into society. The weaning of her from feeding on raw bloody flesh, and the leaves, branches, and roots of trees, was the most difficult and dangerous part of her reformation. Her stomach and constitution, accused home to raw food, full of its natural juice, could by no means endure our artificial kinds of food, rendered by cookery, according to the opinion of several physicians, much more difficult to digest. An earlier religious debate before the Council of Valladolid sought to decide if biblical and canonical ideas would justify the existence of encomienda practices of forced labor in Spanish colonies. Philosopher Juan Sepulveda argued, in the tradition of Aristotle, that certain peoples were natural slaves. The Bishop of Chiapas, Mexico, Bartolomé de las Casas, offered a different reading on sacred texts to say all the world is human. We can imagine early explorers seeing in the New World a kind of realization of Eden and the abyss, its inhabitants as either demonic cannibals or moss-covered cherubs. Hobbes and Rousseau said as much in so many words. Lost children are fertile ground for proving the validity of prefigured hypotheses using now observable apparitions. Those of us who still seek refuge in the hope of an outside could try to listen to the language of these infantes sauvages, but maybe not in the way other adults have tried to hear. Wildness has enchanted the European imaginary for centuries. Wild men were central adornments of 154. Medieval tapestries. Feral children were shuttled from court to court and viewed as fascinating oddities. Theologians debated whether or not they had souls. It must have been this dramatic distinction between human and animal, civilized and boorish, those who speak and those who remain silent, that inspired such a mixture of infatuation, terror, and disgust for that which is neither, or both. The other is always obscured and mysterious, and often lives between worlds. My shadow will not speak for me. I am immune from sanity or insanity. I am an empty present box, all unwrapped for somebody else's disposal. I am a throwaway eggshell with no life inside me, for I am not touchable but a slave to nothingness. June and Jennifer Gibbons, September Poems. The Gibbons sisters were born in 1963 in Barbados, before their family moved to Wales. Identical twins, the only black children in their community aside from their own two siblings, trying to translate their rapidly spoken Bajan Creole into a drawling Southern English accent, they must have seemed out of place, to say the least. They were bullied and isolated at school, both by teachers and peers. Their sad, enigmatic story is quite different from that of many so-called feral children, in part because of their brilliance, but also because they were feral. 155. While still living within society. Perhaps the most widely publicized stories of selective mutism, June and Jennifer showed no signs of developmental disability at any point. They actually showed exceptional intellect and talent, their fluency in written English far surpassing developmental standards for their age. However, rather than assimilating into the culture and community that so pointedly rejected them, they chose silence. Compelled within the depths of Caspar Hauser's cellar, towards each other, towards themselves, June later stated, "We made a pact. We said we weren't going to speak to anybody. We stopped talking altogether, only us two, in our bedroom upstairs." It is estimated that as many as half of identical twin pairs develop some form of twin language for a time. June and Jennifer developed not a rudimentary language, but a rich and highly complex one, indecipherable to any outsider. In the process, they began to develop their own culture and morality. When they were 11, their family moved to an even more conservative town, somewhat infamous for its racism, and their isolation deepened. An attempt was made to separate them on the recommendation of a speech pathologist when they were 14. At this point, they had not spoken to anyone except the other for at least 6 years. And yet when forced into treatment centers away from one another, both would call their case managers on the phone, speaking English, promising to speak more if only. 156. They could be reunited. After 2 years, their family, doctors, and therapists gave up. They returned home at age 16. What happened next is rather spectacular. The twins began writing manuscripts for novels, eventually self-published, eroticizing their profound love of Americana, crime, and transgression. In The Pepsi-Cola Addict, depicting the life and downfall of a boy from Malibu hopelessly addicted to Pepsi, June's hero contemplates suicide, but his best friend talks him out it. That's the easy way out, Preston, and as the Indians say, any time's as good as today to die. Jennifer's Discomania echoes similar themes of addiction, desperation, and the mythical life of an American teen, in a land full of attractive youth with multicolored skin and 1,000 convenience stores waiting to be robbed. They played elaborate, ritualistic doll games, spending hours recording birth and death ledgers detailing the genealogy of the doll clan, all the while communicating with whispers, clicks, and eye movements that unnerved onlookers to the point that some described them as being possessed with each other. They also met 3 American boys, white boys that looked like Leo DiCaprio. They began drinking whiskey and sniffing glue, and discovered that under the influence, they could talk to the boys. June wrote, upon watching her sister lose her virginity, something like magic is happening. I am seeing Jennifer for the first time like she is seeing me. I 157 think she is slow, cold, has no respect and talks too much, but she thinks I am the same. We are both holding each other back. There is a murderous gleam in her eye. Dear Lord, I am scared of her. She is not normal. She is having a nervous breakdown. Someone is driving her insane. It is me. The girls became increasingly interested in theft and destruction. They attempted to join a gang only to be rejected, then plotted to start their own gang. They began smashing windows at random, stealing bikes and glue, only to call the police and flee before capture. They plotted to make bombs. They burnt down buildings. June wrote in 1981, all this week I've wanted to burn down the tractor store in Snowdrop Lane. I burned it down today with the help of Jay, of course. It was the biggest night of my life. We climbed over a barbed wire fence. The sky grew black and it started to rain. All the while, my lovely glorious fire was licking its way through the roof, and the thick smoke filled the night sky. It was a picture which will live in my mind forever. Oh, what a sinful, evil, selfish mind. I know the Lord will forgive me. It's been a long, painful, hard year. Don't I deserve to express my distress? Shortly after this, they were caught by a beat cop nearby. After lengthy judiciary proceedings, they were sent to the infamous Broadmoor Hospital for the criminally insane. By far the youngest Pa. 158. Since, they underwent years of turmoil and heavy medication. Jennifer developed tardive dyskinesia. They lost interest in writing novels, playing games, and drawing pictures, but maintained diaries. Despite being hailed as the queens of Broadmoor by fellow patients, their diaries reveal an increasing level of desperation, pain, and animosity towards each other. They were separated often. Hospital records detail many eerie instances in which they seemed to act in tandem. One day June attacked a nurse while Jennifer attempted suicide in a different ward. They were often observed to be sitting with the same posture and effects simultaneously, in different rooms. After 14 years of torture, they chose their long-standing pact since childhood: if one died, the other would speak, and live. June wrote, one of us is plotting to kill one of us. A thud on the head on a cool evening, dragging the lifeless body, digging a secret grave. I'm in a dangerous situation, a scheming, insidious plot. How will it end? I am in enslavement to her. This creature who lounges in this cell, who is with me every hour of my living soul. We have become fatal enemies in each other's eyes. We scheme, we plot, and who will win? A deadly day is getting closer, each minute, coming to a point of imminent death, like hands creeping out against the night sky, intentions of evil, blood, a knife, a mincer. I say to myself, how can I get rid of 159. My own shadow? Impossible, or not impossibly. Without my shadow would I die? Without my shadow would I gain life? And yet their bond was undeniable, unbreakable, insolvent, locked in, locked up, creating stories, inventing life. You and me, you are me. I want to find a part of me that doesn't belong to you. After lengthy discussion recorded in their diaries, Jennifer volunteered to die. A few days later, she was overcome with an inflammation of the heart, without any previous signs of illness nor signs of poison, undue stress, self-injury, or foul play. And her sister began to speak. An excerpt of June's poem is inscribed on her sister's grave. We once were two, we two made one, we no more two, through life be one, rest in peace. Photographs of them together at Broadmoor show them as smart, eccentric, beautiful young women wearing turbans, silver bangles, elaborate makeup. 160. And slight, strange smiles. They seem to exemplify a tense synthesis between the ultimate modesty and an ultimate, burning expletive forever foreign in all worlds but their own. A house of skin. The other half is the word. The other half is an organism. WORD is an organism. The presence of the other half is a separate organism attached to your nervous system on an airline of words can now be demonstrated experimentally. One of the most common hallucinations of subject during sense withdrawal is the feeling of another body sprawled through the subject's body at an angle. Yes, quite an angle it is. The other half worked quite some years on a symbiotic basis. From symbiosis to parasitism is a short step. The word is now a virus. The flu virus may have once been a healthy lung cell. It is now a parasitic organism that invades and damages the central nervous system. Modern man has lost the option of silence. Try halting subvocal speech. To achieve even 10 seconds of inner silence. You will encounter a resisting organism that forces you to talk. That organism is the word. William Burroughs, The Ticket That Exploded. What does it mean to be physically naked? What does it mean to be intellectually naked, without lingua franca? What does it mean to be naked in the eyes of society? Where is the Eden in which we are? 161. Innocent, unashamed, and free. Language ties us to each other, but it also leaves lacerating marks. Herodotus tells the story of a king of Egypt who had two children brought up together, but in silence, reared only by a goat. After 2 years they held out their hands to the man responsible for the experiment in education, and said to him, Bekos. The king, who knew that in the Phrygian tongue Bek signifies bread, concluded from this that Phrygian was a natural language, and that the Phrygians were the most ancient people of the world. The scientific method seems cruel when applied to humans, especially when its conclusions are lacking. The life of Ishi provides another twist on the wild man motif. He was said to be the last of the Yahi tribe that was vanishing in the midst of gold rush expansion into California. Instead of being a child denied inclusion into communal structures, he was purported to be the sole member of his society. Anthropologist Arnold Kroeber, father of science fiction novelist Ursula K. Le Guin, held him as a living museum specimen at the University of California. While living on campus he was constantly ill due to a lack of immunity to society. Le Guin drew considerably on anthropology in order to create the visions of believable, desirable societies that populate her work. She was silent about the existence of Ishi for the most part. In one short note about Ishi she says that her father gave him his name because the Yahi held a taboo against speaking one's given name or the 162 names of the dead. We know now that his gestures said something to the world around him, even if ethnology collapses when focused on an individual. Demonstrated his tool-making and hunting skills, and spoke his tribal stories and songs. Newspapers frequently referred to Ishi as the last wild Indian, and the press was full of anecdotes referring to Ishi's reaction to 20th-century technological wonders like streetcars, theaters, and airplanes. In his writings, W. A. Terman respectfully noted Ishi's gentlemanliness, which lies outside of all training and is an expression of inward spirit, And the records of the time reveal much mutual respect on the part of Ishi and his scientist observers. Each weekend, hundreds of visitors flocked to Parnassus to watch Ishi demonstrate arrow making and other aspects of his tribal culture. After just a few years living at the university, he died. Ishi's brain was donated to the Smithsonian for further study after his death in 1916. A living museum specimen, and then a dead one, preserved in a bell jar. A century later, a postmodern experiment is being conducted on those not quite dead, not quite alive, under the banner of humanism. Hogwi is a quaint village, home to some 140 people. At a quick glance, a traveler might not notice much different from any other small Dutch community, but soon would begin to realize that this village is completely 163. Like anything else in the world. First, no travelers pass through, since Hogwi is enclosed by walls with locked gates. Second, although there are shop clerks, landscapers, and baris tas of all ages, the residents are very, very old. Hogwi is being heralded as a great advancement in the field of care. It is a village, but it is also a care facility. It is also a rather nightmarish vision of life without sentience. The residents of Hogwi each have their own apartment, filled with personal touches and tasteful furniture. They all suffer advanced memory loss. The streets are lined with cafes, markets, and shops where no money is ever exchanged. The friendly girl at the hair salon is not only a hairdresser, she is a nurse, ready to administer medical assistance if anyone has a stroke or a fall. Everyone is either a caregiver or aide of some kind with specialized training, or a resident suffering from dementia. The citizens of Hogwi do not know that they live in a care facility, that they are being monitored at all times by security cameras, that their lives are being engineered for them, or that at any sign of confusion or anxiety, someone is waiting to guide them through the next moment so that they can forget the last. It is kept secret from them. They live much longer than similar patients in more clinical or institutional environments. Their families say that they are much happier, that this affords them at least the illusion of independence and dignity. No shadows dance on the walls of this cave, just the flicker of smiling. 164. Faces in soft, diffuse lighting. They live in a perfect world, where all edges are blunted. Oikophobia is a term derived from psychology to describe the fear of the home, especially of household objects like armchairs or kitchen instruments. Conservative writer Roger Scruton uses it to critique what he sees as the left's tendency to reject aspects of the Western project such as respect for political authority, homeland, traditions, etc. The concept of oikophobia exists alongside xenophilia, an inversion of xenophobia where progressive actors express a love for things outside of their cultural borders, as solutions to all kinds of anxieties. Examples from the Vietnam War era include the attraction to the religion of the East, Zen meditation, tantric sex, and martial arts. Today, conversion to radical Islam is popular in some subcultural circles. In the 1960s, efforts were made to negate both the common culture of the West, and the old educational curriculum that sought to transmit its humane values. This disposition has grown out of, for example, the writings of Jacques Derrida and of Michel Foucault's assault on bourgeois society, resulting in an anti-culture that took direct aim at holy and sacred things, condemning and repudiating them as oppressive and power-ridden. Another example of oikophobia is the hippie back to the land movement that arose after the failure of the anti-war counterculture. This utopian urge was preceded by Anabaptist communes, such as the Bruderhof community, which drew inspiration from Nietzsche's ideas about creating new transcendent values. They longed to get back to nature. There is an affinity here with early anarchist experiments in living life outside of social mores. Anarchists at the time responded to industrialization and modern warfare with nudism, vegetarianism, nature walks, and free love. Multi-generational nudism was justified by the idea that children were equals with adults and did not need to be shamed for, or protected from, their natural state. John Henry Mackay, an individualist anarchist influenced by Max Stimmer, is most known for writing The Anarchists in 1891. He also wrote about his love of boys age 14 to 17 under a pseudonym in The Hustler, a book of nameless love. The desire to create a life outside of the one we were thrown into will always have an aftertaste of the dread and wonder of the forbidden. Those of us who take on rewilding as an existential solution are faced with the possibility that our ability to imagine new worlds is in some way defined by the reality we emerged from. What would it be like to walk alone through the woods for 10 years? To hear passing from our unnamed lips only strange new utterances? To feel our feet and hands harden, our fingernails sharpen, and our teeth able to chew through raw scavengings? Could we ever walk far enough to avoid the fates of Ishi, June, or Marie Angelique, or would we be returned to society, no longer as humans, but as rare specimens? 166. Would we become animals only to die in zoos? Our desire for an Eden may inspire us to search for the other within ourselves, but our fear of the self may drive the utopian impulse. And to further confound our search for the keys to paradise, our ability to imagine such questions is, inherently, tied to the same aptitude that allowed us to name our kings and nation-states in the first place. When we envision a world in which we can walk no longer burdened by our own humanity, a path to escape the poisons and prisons of modern society, we do so using that which makes us so horribly human. We ask a question. We use words. We name ourselves. Instead, let us pray our names be unspoken. There's no place to go interview with Dominique Aragorn. I'm sitting here talking to Dominique. I could introduce him in a variety of ways, but I want to start out by asking him how he would describe himself and why he thinks he's of interest in the context of the series of interviews I've been having in Blackseed. Dominique, well, I think that I am in a position in the middle in some ways. Usually people are coming strongly from one side or the other, either as an anarchist or a Native American. Within the tension between post-left and identitarian positions, I'm like an illegitimate child. I'm someone who stays aware of what comes out of Native theory, but I am also interested in reading anarchist writers. So as far as identities go, I would present myself as a reader with bruises. That would be my role for today. It is funny because when you set up an interview, obviously a lot of my goal in these interviews is to present a long-form version of a talk with a Native person who the general reader will probably never have this talk with, and I guess the goal was to say, rather than infantilize/celebrate Natives just because they exist, just talking to them in a series of talking points, my idea was always to take Native 168 people who have an interest in anti-authoritarian politics broadly and contextualize them. In this way you're an interesting person to talk to because the previous two people I interviewed for Blackseed have activist pedigrees. And that hasn't been your SCH tick. I guess I could say who my family is, how I grew up with connections to Native radicalism, or talk about being a prison convict, even though I wasn't a political prisoner, but I think a lot of times in anti-authoritarian circles, that's considered an authentic identity. But I am not really concerned with presenting authenticity. I would like to think that I'm not an activist, but I have been involved in doing things with other anarchists for a long time, for better or worse. But that's you responding to activist as a swear word in anarchist circles, or the term has some negative connotations. Activism as the obligation to sacrifice yourself for the cause, to stay busy until judgment comes, that doesn't work for me, but I still exist in a world where actions occur. Opposite of a swear word. In other words, it's almost a meaningless signifier. With the idea of reading in the context of green anarchist perspectives, I would agree with a lot of 169 critiques of anthropology and say that it's a lot more stimulating to me to directly talk to Native people, as opposed to through a second source, but that you can also look at indigeneity through literature, and that's maybe a more respectful way to go about it. How do you think about quote-unquote literature in the context of the famous Russell Means essay about spoken word vs written word, asterisk. D. Looking into these issues, I've found that there's more questions than answers. For someone totally immersed in our American environment, it's hard to say we are oral, and to argue that in academic papers in English, it's hard. I agree that a text is a sort of static conversation that happens in this alienated way, but I still think that literature is not an alien thing for natives at this point. A. When I think about my own life, I experienced life entirely as an oral culture until I was 6 or 7. I can say pretty strongly that my mother was an incredible bookworm. She loved to read, but she was also my gateway to Native America. So most of social life was around the kitchen table until I was old enough to read, and then I went into a room alone and read, but then it was richer when I came back to the table. I guess my tentative argument is that the slices of our life could have these different moments. D. I think that's what is interesting about Anarchy. Nabi writer Gerald Vizenor, he's trying to put the oral culture into literature. He's trying to write in a way that is inspired by storytelling. Me trying to describe him or write like that, I can't do that. But this points to how important oral traditions are to the Three Fires peoples. But I guess, also, I mean to talk about my story. I think I am similar to you in a way in regards to my family. Like my dad was a native radical in the Twin Cities at the height of when that was something people were talking about. A. When America actually cared. D. It was a time when people conspicuously cared about these issues. My morn is a non-Indian who is still involved with Native solidarity work, so it's a personal thing. I grew up on military bases, so it was kind of like I didn't know I was Native until later. I mean, I got the URE Native, but I didn't understand what that meant. After going and meeting older relatives, going to the reservation, it was kind of like a therapeutic ritual. So what gets transmitted is the stories. The stories that people tell you is, I guess, the link where it's not merely genetic, you know? It's not an abstraction, it's the actual people in stories. That's what I got. So it's important to me. A. So. It wasn't stories about some mythological figure, it was the stories about the lives of actual people around you that were mythological? Like, larger than life. 171. D. I am just trying to make a point about what's left of an unbroken culture, which is already sort of a paradox. Genocide affected more than just material conditions, but there are still pieces of story and ceremony. Like you hear about Bush and the fact that storytelling still happens. So it leads me to question materialism in a different way and wonder what it means to accept atheism. I connect the stories with people and personalities. Post-left anarchists and indigenous radicals find it hard to talk to each other. I don't consider Ojibwe to be an abstraction. When Stimmer talks about Ludwig not being a generic Ludwig when you're speaking of a person, that's something I keep in mind when I talk about an Anishinaabe. It's not just the idea of an Indian, it's a real people who I've seen in uniqueness. A. That's interesting. Just to go back to something that you said before we were recording that I was really interested in, you said you were not political. What does that mean? D. Part of what I am saying is that I am not interested in mass movements. I don't think that the idea of an American Indian movement makes sense for me, or by extension APOC politics. I think that politics could be something you use in a small group, direct relationships. I believe all of our language is politicized, and that's related to a criticism of native radicals that comes from a native perspective. 172. These radicals in camo don't automatically represent traditions, and they're speaking for elders as if the elders can't talk themselves. This can also apply to tribal councils. That is one part of the story of why I would reject politics. Visnor's critique of communism has more to do with the communists he encounters than with historical materialism. The radicals he sees selling papers in Minneapolis would never laugh because their struggle was so grave. If I have to give up laughter for politics, I choose laughter. That's a great point. So last winter we threw what I call a local book fair, distinct from the national scope book fair that is also held in the area called the Bay Area/San Francisco Anarchist Book Fair. We throw what we call the East Bay Anarchist Book and Conversation event, and it happens roughly in November. It's a two-part event, one part traditional tabling for anarchist projects and publications, and the second part sort of an intentional set of conversations obviously about the books that are interesting but also about theory, anarchist ideas, what does it mean and why is it relevant to be an anarchist in this century. This year the theme was decolonization, and you did a presentation. Can you talk a bit about that and start out with the name, which I think for many people was very provocative? My presentation was called Native Simulations. 173. Crossbloods, and Pre-Left Anarchy. I'll start with Pre-Left Anarchy, which was a response to Post-Left Anarchism. It examines a tendency in native radicalism or decolonization to say that the pre-contact New World was egalitarian and didn't have this whole list of things, patriarchy, capitalism, etc. I am concerned when people call for a non-Western anarchism. I think it's interesting the way the post-left posits that there's a relationship to the left that we've gone past. Unfortunately, I think Native Americans are still expected to share interests with the left. We've definitely been a victim of the left for right. A lot of these critiques of anthropology could come out of Native experiences, a lot of criticism comes from there. I don't know that there was pre-left anarchism that you could easily line up to categories that we use today. But there were possibilities that pointed towards anarchy. You can't generalize about Native Americans, but there's enough evidence for me to believe that there were different ways of living, that societies were distinct in their values, expressions, and economies, and I like the idea of openness instead of trying to put our categories in other people's, places, or times. So let's unpack that a little. You say you are uncomfortable or you don't like the idea of non-Western anarchisms. What are you referring to? What does that mean? I.e., are you referring specifically? 174. To the pamphlet called Non-Western Anarchisms, written by Jason Adams in the late 90s. The non-Western anarchist pamphlet I think was mostly big A anarchism in non-Western places, but not necessarily a non-Western worldview that is also anti-authoritarian. I am responding partially to people who say things like anarchism is white, that ITISOFNO use for supposedly marginal PEOPLE. Anarchism has been a mostly European phenomenon. By the word. Perhaps we should come to Marxism? But, seriously, I think there was probably plenty of anarchy on Turtle Island. There's anarchistic aspects to Nana Bush, who is, I would say, not a generic trickster from a primordial folklore, but a specific way to tell stories or a certain spirit. That's what I draw on. The other thing I was going to ask you about was what you mean by a utopian pre-contact world vs the world we live in now. This has a lot of impact because part of what people mean when they speak about the left is something like a utopian future. So that's what they seem to be referencing. They came to this land and these things existed and then we fucked them up. 175. When you're talking about decolonization, the problem is, where do you draw the line? What tools are you going to use to decide what things were like before, or who we were before as Ojibwe PEOPLE? You have to use experts like ethnologists for information. Christian missionaries for indigenous hymn and Bible translations. Looking backwards can be problematic for the colonized. Political optimists use the child to represent the future. Natives are oftentimes expected to look back on a lost utopia. We're supposed to already be dead. That's sort of my reaction to some primitive yearnings, that seem to say, here's the point that we need to rewind to. I think the drawbacks may be close to those of other utopias. I heard a disturbing story from one of my elders recently. They basically said that the Ottawa had a pretty fixed notion of the Great Spirit, that was basically an origin story of a Great Spirit that created but was indifferent. But the Great Spirit was always referred to, so when the Catholics came, it was a seamless transition. This obviously makes me very uncomfortable because it means that my people were okay with the Christians when they came. Because the worldviews just weren't that different. And whoever came, the Jesuits or whoever, did a pretty good job of all ya gotta do is change the name. Yeah, I always like to listen to elders but I've 176. Never been very good at hearing what they tell me. But I've heard traditional people say that the pipe and the cross are same thing. Fuuak. That the smoke brings our prayers up to the Great Spirit. I don't think they're the same thing. But if our pre-contact ancestors were interchangeable with the monotheists, we would have to rebel against them too. For me, the point is that Native America is not one thing. Different tribes have different ways in which they wore these values, so for me the disturbing part of the story is that my people, who as it turned out at some point in the geopolitical story were given this choice of convert or walk to Oklahoma, were really okay with the conversion because mostly they were okay with. In other words, the way they wore their version of the Great Spirit ended up being in their own minds okay with Catholics. And for me, someone who wants to believe that my predecessors were ready to fuck shit up. They really weren't. For sure. This is related to where you draw the line in the situation that we're in presently. I would like to consider Christianity as something that I know doesn't work for me as a tool. The idea that 177 natives lived a natural, Edenic existence that got fucked up but there is a way we could get back there, sounds pretty Christian, but of course my res is Catholic, and I don't know if the worldviews match up necessarily, but colonization wasn't always one-sided, and that's part of the dilemma, that there was an exchange. And how can we leave our ancestors with agency, if you want to call it that? They were humans who were reacting, and that's sort of how I approach anarchism, because it's mostly a non-native thing, but I like to think that I can use it and not become a European. Okay. So then, I guess that an appropriate question that I am supposed to ask you is, what does decolonization mean to you? But I find that difficult because it seems like a robot question. I don't even personally know what decolonization means for myself, so I wouldn't ask the question, but when people ask me that question, my answer is a lot of burning. That is the only thing that makes sense to me if you want to use that as a metaphor. In The Witch of Going Snake it says, throw away your guns and your steel knives and pots. Kill your cats. Destroy everything you have that came from the white man. I don't know where to begin to make that separation. I don't know what is Coloradonized inside of myself. It all seems pretty damaged. Maybe that is what is radical. I can say to natives in the city, you can't go home and find the answer there. Just like, me leaving rural areas and coming to the city didn't change everything, there's no place to go. Meaning you weren't innocent in the country and spoiled by the city. We can't always look to what A.I.M did, or to our great ancestors, or wait for the future for answers. That's part of what I am saying, not to look for something else besides what is here, and what is here sucks, so that's the position I am in. There was also something in your presentation about Andrea Smith, who has been in the middle of some controversy recently. I talked about her piece called Indigenous Feminism Without Apology, which makes the case that pre-contact societies were matriarchal and basically anarchistic. I want to see anarchist ideas reflected throughout societies, but I am not sure that it's always true. The fact that Andrea Smith has been outed as a native imposter is not surprising. Apparently there were rumors for a while that she was faking Indian. It's difficult because proving that you are an Indian involves official papers and government bulletin bureaucracies. No one really asks if someone is a real white person. But, the Smiths and Dolezals are at home in the world of simulations. Visanor says that if natives are gone alive, then the Indian as a sign has to die. 179. A. Oh, that's interesting. He means Indian as in tear in the eye of the crying stoic. D. The savage, the vanishing tragedy. The natural ecologist. A. Right. D. The post-Indian approach centers specific tribal groups or bands, as opposed to using Native American as a catch-all, because while the Ojibwe exist there's never been an Indian except in people's imaginations. This means stepping away from victimization and recognition as a way to frame what it means to be Native. The idea that we all died or that we're sad and defeated isn't true, and it isn't helpful for those of us who are still around. Talking about Visanor for me includes a statement against the brown paper bag test because he is very phenotypically white. I could talk about indigeneity without referencing light complexions or dark skin at all, and I guess mine is somewhere in between. There is more to the story than just pigmentation. Sure, natives have a phenotype, there is a blood memory, but Nana Bush doesn't have DNA. A. Can you talk about Nana Bush? D. Nana Bush is an important Ojibwe character in storytelling, usually credited with creating the 180 world, but sometimes seen as a prankster. I would say to people reading this, don't go read a book that's like folklore from all around the world. Because it's not really about that. Nana Bush is something that's indescribable and dangerous. They are someone playful who breaks taboos. They wouldn't fit in with a Christian society, he's not civilized. In Badan, they say they want to become Fayral. They re talking about wanting to approach life wildly. I can relate to that. I think that these queer nihilist identities have something in common with the person of undetermined race. A. Of course. D. Since we can't fit in either place. So we're in this strange position, but maybe that's not a bad thing. A. There's 1,000 things to talk about in that little bit you just said, not the least of which is how unacceptable it is to break taboos. In other words, we're talking about a whole set of people who are proclaiming their liminal status, but no one will break a taboo. One of the ways I experience it is around moralism. To bring up a really stupid example, Bob Black calling the cops. The idea that this event is such a fetish object 20 years after it happened, many people, anytime they see a Bob Black post or anything about him, will repost the shitty thing he did 20 years ago. This is the opposite of celebrating or even appreciating. 181. Taboo, it's indicative of a policing culture. It feels almost puritanical, like we should be wearing corsets and shouting shame at people. It's just strange to me that there's all this theory that says one thing, but all this practice that says you cannot do that thing. D. You could frame Nana Bush as a sinner according to Christian values. He would get called out in the anarchist subculture. He has a tendency to shapeshift. I like crossing lines as a liminal person, not that it's a dialectic, but I don't believe that there's a static identity. Earth first. The way it used to be, or seemed to be, with rednecks and radical environmentalists going out and fucking shit up, to me is awesome, better than reaching consensus. A. Black Seed folks went to the F. Gathering in 2014. This year in 2015 the details are unclear given the report backs, but it appears that a POC FAC denounced the gathering from within, and as a group left the gathering. That was the 2015 controversy. I know. Very surprising. D. I would quote Bob Black and say nobody intervenes more to mind other people's business than separatists. Like radical feminists, who have this affinity and want to live by themselves. I can see why that makes sense, and they should do that. The idea of people choosing who they want to work with, that totally makes sense to me. For me poor. 182. So nolly it means it's hard to be a nationalist. I can't find people exactly like me, so I'm not interested in agreeing on every point before I work on something with someone. A. I guess I am the closest person to you around. D. I can relate to you because we share a certain double burden of concerns. I could go back around now and say how I got here. Being a prisoner and being poor, that's not what makes a native, but it was part of my experience. There were a lot of native prisoners in the prison where I was. A. Because it was in D. South Dakota. They automatically put you in a cell with someone of your own race. It's rigidly segregated. And that's part of why I felt an uneasiness about Oakland scene politics, because I had already had to live in a violent racialist environment. While I was in prison, I received free copies of Green and Archie magazine and read a lot of other radical texts. At the same time, I was also confronted by racist nationalists of different stripes. It was all sort of coming at me, so it made sense to view the ideologies as stories. When coming to the Bay Area, that's another thing that's important for what I'm talking about, is that I talk to actual anarchists in person. This is me doing the anthropological field work with existing anarchists, and it's important because it made me see the ideas differently. What the scope is, different from being in prison, reading essays. It's a different terrain. For example, labels such as a snitch, pedophile, white supremacist, etc. are used less frequently and carry a different weight in prison than when used by some anarchists. One of the things that's really different is an urban setting, especially a big city, in something like what we could call the epoch scene. Almost no one talks about their childhood, because if they did, the coherence of their political position today, and the difficulty of reconciling that with an actual life story, would all fall apart. Let's go on talking about your presentation. Say more about liminal identities and Visionor in general. He's written dozens of books. D. Almost 50. You could situate him as writing speculative fiction. He sometimes gets put on the science fiction shelf or in the slipstream genre. He has written short stories, novels, poetry, and non-fiction. He gets lumped in with postmodernism. I think it's because it's hard to frame what he's writing about. How would you compare him to Sherman Alex, i.e., another well-known native storyteller, with fantastical elements? D. Magical realism is usually how people refer to writers like Sherman Alexie, but I would say that Visionor is different because he's interacting with continental philosophy, if not always directly. Less sex? D. More sex than you might expect. Taboo themes are often featured in native fiction. In a strange way, it is sexy. Native people aren't necessarily puritanical. So in these stories by Visionor and others like N. Scott Momaday, there is transgression, wastefulness, incest, people having sex with two dogs or a bear, and it's in the frame of native storytelling, and it's not speculating like I can imagine a world where you could hump a dog. It's more like, what if the line between human and animal isn't a real thing? Definitely there is sex and it's great, and I guess people could think of Visionor as sort of like Samuel Delany. But maybe a little harder to analyze. How many of his books are books of essays? D. That is a lot of what he writes. He started off in Eastern studies, studying haikus, and I believe he spent some time in Japan. I just think he's a strange character, and the idea that he'd be into Japanese things makes as much sense as anything one would do in university. Ojibwe dream songs have a similar structure to haikus and may have developed earlier. He explicitly talks about his ideas outside of fiction, and I enjoy that too. He has several collections of essays, some of them touching on Roland Barthes, Jean Baudrillard, and Albert Camus. 185. Does he have a similar story of one native parent, one white parent? D. Yes, a similar story. He was raised by his grandmother on the White Earth Reservation in Minnesota. We're related because we're both related to Nana Bush, coincidentally. He also taught at UC Berkeley. Is he retired now? D. He is a professor emeritus at Berkeley, but that's the thing. I'm not a philosopher and I don't think that ethnic studies is a position of strength. But just like people use anthropology as an anarchist practice, I enjoy reading. Other fictions like the works of the Dark Mountain Project are great too. They share stories that don't spoil the ending. A. So, liminal identity. D. For me, I can say I am half native and half white, but I don't always want to do that because I don't think it's too symmetrical, and there are automatically issues, at least for my tribe, where it gets into conversations about blood quantum and genetics, and I am not interested in that. Also, I am enrolled in a federally recognized tribe, but I don't think that is the way to tell who is native or not. Either through the government or through hereditary science. None of that really matters. A. Just a sidebar, I have a Canadian Ottawa grandfather. 186. D. Oh shit. A. It doesn't count. D. Yeah. Visanor uses the term crossbloods for mixed-race Indians. It means that you are a part of two worlds and don't really walk in either one of them. The scruffy res dog mongrel comes to mind. There are some native science fiction writers who talk about Métis identity, and frame it as we have Louis Riel as our messiah figure, and mixed blood people are feral and wild. I don't know if I necessarily live up to that. A. It would be nice. D. Sure. Liminality means that things don't have to be this or that, I guess. But it's not necessarily a synthesis either. The two sides might not ever be reconciled. It opens a space for questioning the value of identity altogether. A. What's nice about it is that liminal evokes a twilight area where things are indistinguishable from each other, and could be a whole bunch of things. D. I was recently reading an H.P. Lovecraft story called The Mound that is basically about a haunted Indian burial ground. A. I am sure H.P. dealt with this with total sensitivity. D. Of course. The narrator is an ethnologist studying people in Oklahoma. I guess when we talk about queerness, it's like it can mean you don't want to reproduce, you can't get married, you're not a normal part of society, so you're in the shadows. And I like that idea. You could apply it to liminal people. But in the Lovecraft story, it's one of the only times that he vividly describes the Thulhuian underworld, and he could be describing modern American cities. I mean, everything is covered in slime, or whatever, but to the point of Lovecraft looking in shadows, and looking at ambiguity as something that's a complete terror. So I'm thinking about shadows not being horrifying, but also that being horrified is not necessarily something to avoid. A. To go back, we sort of touched on her for a second and then I distracted us with the controversy. In Andrea Smith's work you got some points that were worth talking through? So what were those points, and how does that change now that we know that her quantum doesn't correspond to her points? D. Yeah. Well, it seemed like she was trying to do something similar to your explorations into indigenous anarchism, in trying to decenter Europe, and looking at ways that traditional societies were more anarchistic, and especially in Latin America, groups that are saying we are for anarchy and it has to do with our traditions. I think that's worth talking about. I don't know what to say about her non-X. 188. Instant blood quantum. I want to say that it doesn't really matter, but I think it does matter in a way. The question is, do Indians think differently? Academic writing can be so abstract that the words are interchangeable. The identity doesn't matter because there's too much distance. If you can switch indigenous with queer, disabled, or woman, cut and paste, and it would be saying basically the same thing. I think that is a problem. A. This corresponds with your general point, which is that specificity matters. In other words, we don't need a new Native American movement, we need a new Minnesota Ojibwe movement. D. I am not sure how to respond to that, because I'm not really even concerned with A. The politics of it. D. Things are going on now that are political, and it's not really interesting to me, but a lot of Minnesota tribes are changing from blood quantum to descendancy. Currently there is a percentage of blood required to become a tribal member, and they want to change it so that you can enroll if you have a distant ancestor. It has to do with resources re-ally. You could make a connection between tribal organizations' preoccupation with funding and the relationship of native radicals to white activists. There's already an imbalance, but people need the help. Native solidarity activists are always going to talk about how much they hate the allies, but they are always going to invite them to come back. Self-determination in the case of the Red Lake Ojibwe means living by themselves and practicing traditions. It doesn't need a defense, they're doing it, they don't need help from academics in the cities. Environmentalists are always going to want to talk to natives, really, so that's why I feel like I have something different to say. Maybe I am just offering another fictitious image? A. Does Visionor use the term simulation? Obviously I know about Baudrillard using that word. D. He does draw on Baudrillard, so if people aren't familiar with the concept, it refers to the making of a map that is 1 in scale, where the representation replaces the actual thing. It's easy to see that none of the shit on TV about Indians is real. Representation is an enemy, so I'm not positing that there's a right one. Every movie. It's a mythical thing, it's not real. It's just spectacle. Visionor is saying that the real thing is the Ojibwe spirit of survival, and we lose something when we learn to identify with the image. I don't know if there's a real thing under everything, I guess. A. Right. This reminds me of watching natives who I respect get all hot under the collar about the feather headdresses that the sexy people are wearing to concerts. I totally accept that this is the same thing as wearing blackface or whatever. And privy legged people do that. That's almost the definition of privilege, that you get to wear the scalps of your enemies around your neck or whatever. I guess there's a liberal thing at the heart of this that says yes, colonization happened, yes there are horrific class differences, yes, racism by some definition is at the heart of the American engine. And we should hide it? In other words, the fight against the headdress isn't the fight. Not at all. But a lot of people get so wound up about these being the fights. And especially the headdress. I mean, it's not my culture. This is not the universal sign of natives. Anyways, something of a sidebar, sorry. D. No, that is something that I think about. I question what kind of understanding of racism includes the idea that you could just ask someone not to be racist, and they'll be just like, oh yeah, you're right. What was I thinking? It's not about winning moral arguments. When it comes to headdresses, it's possible people on your reservation did wear headdresses during the time when that attracted tourism. I've seen old pictures at Red Lake with men in headdresses, and it shows you. It's not always about calling other people out. I also see how much we've been affected by these images as well. They had to wear headdresses because that's what people thought natives did. But you have to give up anything left of the Ojibwe to become an Indian. A. This is a big topic of conversation in my fam. 19:1. Ili because we were involved in putting on powwows in the area. Of course a traditional powwow would be acorns and raccoons, it wouldn't be flashy looking at all. It would look like woodland stuff, which is drab and dark colors, no yellow feathers or spears. And tomahawks and all that nonsense. So of course that wouldn't bring any of the white people with deep pockets who will spend $500 on a necklace. Or, you'd get people for the cool baskets, but D. I think what you're describing also applies to native radicals. You have to present yourself as a native to non-natives, so you're going to have to simulate. To me that's humiliating. A. What we are talking about are complex deep problems that are not solvable, and those kind of questions tend to get called postmodern. So how is the direction you are taking this conversation in, not postmodern? D. Well, by default it is postmodern, but it's not coming from France. One sort of becomes postmodern if you're living in this society with cultural schizophrenia. You could line up these categories, like multi-centeredness vs centralization. There are certain concepts that line up with postmodernism. 192. Like the postmodern premise that there are many stories, not one central truth. While the Ojibwe compromise is there's science, but we can still tell our stories, which are not invalidated. There is also an obvious indigenous influence on French theory going in the other direction, in the form of Pierre Claster's war machines, situationist potlatch, and so forth. We could also reach the conclusions of animism using object-oriented ontology, the idea that humans are not the center of the universe. But I wouldn't say it's postmodern. Not an easy answer, I guess. I would say that people calling this postmodern is basically name-calling, and is really a complaint about not knowing what to do, and wanting to be told what to do. I think the way that the question is asked already limits how we can answer it. I am not convinced that we can have the right ideas, and then go forth and change the world. I think I'm part of the world and the world changes me. I don't think that we have special consciousness we can bestow on other people. Or that there's a way forward. And maybe that there's not a way backward either. My only answer is that it's complicated. If the idea is decolonization, be cautious when someone tells you that they have the answer, that they know the right approach for working with Native people. Skip the anti-oppression workshops. 193. There's not one way because there's not one native society. So there's not an easy solution. If you want to learn from Indians, consider caring about the people close to you right now. Try to get to the point that what you're doing is revolutionary, without waiting for some kind of break. Note * for America to live, Europe must die. Starts out with this passage, the only possible opening FORA statement of this kind is that I detest writing. The process itself epitomizes the European concept of legitimate thinking. What is written has an importance that is denied the spoken. My culture, the Lakota culture, has an oral tradition, so I ordinarily reject writing. It is one of the white world's ways of destroying the cultures of non-European peoples, the imposing of an abstraction over the spoken relationship of a people. 194. Post-Indian Aphorisms. By Dominique Ganawabi. 1. Although colonization has often meant violence and tragedy, it is now mostly characterized by a grotesque boredom. The expansion into the New World terra nullius meant that native peoples were only valuable as an absence. We're served the right to remain ever vanishing. Asking that the inheritors of genocide stay optimized is in poor taste. 2. Indigeneity is presently shaped by the external management of memory and forgetting. First contact, smallpox, wounded knee, and residential schools are the least important parts of our history. Although we are cold and hungry, our suffering is small compared to yours. 3. A tribe is more than an individual, but something other than a subculture, political ideology, or nation-state. Criminal gangs, maternal orders, or secret societies are closer to the mark. Indigenous ancestry does not flow from the blood but from our mucus, phlegm, and bile. 4. Mixed bloods will be buried as deep as their white. 195. Blood. Full bloods will levitate in a sacred dance at the tree-leans. Anthropologists will be buried upside down with their toes exposed like mushrooms. 5. To speak very broadly, white people have been afraid of the unknown, while indigenous peoples have learned to fear the observable. Indians have tended to disappear, and the Nazarenes seem to overemphasize the value of merely existing. Setting each other on fire to stay warm is starting to grow a little old. 6. Thus far there has been much talk about sperm quantum, but not enough about the aura and reflective qualities of native ovum and semen. Those of us who still exist may feel some hesitation about multiplying the banal experience of social life. A female sexual organ filled with several male privat parts is emptied, its contents spread across the grass. 7. If colonists imported the idea of salvation, it is also true that they brought with them the concept of sodomy. Amaranth, cocoa, and sugar maple each represent the venial, the mortal, and the sins that cry to heaven. Monotheism and Enlightenment values are in vogue. 196. Subspecies. The European god has been dead for 7 generations, but he still appears in the blurry paranormal photographs of hunters. Ghost signals represent more than the pareidolia of finding patterns where none exist. The entity of North America is a vast haunted burial ground. 9 shamans who sell ceremonial knowledge in economic or social markets are unforgivable, but the ones who peddle ridicule and make people pay for it are sacred. All forms of creativity, such as magic rites and rituals, make the unseen visible. There is something to learning to sit with the anxious feeling, recognizing its blurred edges, while being ready to obscure the light that wants to get out. 10. Anti-blackness is the scar left from being torn from humanist illumination. Indigeneity is the wound created by being forced under its shadow. Black people are not reducible to bodies. Flesh is never just flesh. The Indigenous are not equivalent to the land. Nothing can be heard in this silent field. 1. Because genocide is more than just negation, decolonization cannot be completed until Christian Europe has been conquered and recreated in an indigenous image. This cannot happen soon enough. If you ask the average climate scientist, in just the right way, they would probably agree. 12 white women held in Indian captivity was the earliest form of American literature. With some luck it could also be the last. 13 Cultural appropriation should be immediately implemented by the non-indigenous. Start with headdresses and dream catchers, but follow through by instituting traditional kinship systems and gender roles that can count past 2. The realization of full animism is the most advanced stage of socialism. 14 Rather than attempt to live among or work with wild Indians, allies should concern themselves with awkward attempts at rewilding, consider holding a mouthful of warm water while scaling a resistant hill. 15 Decolonialized eugenics will be used to spread bronze skin and high cheekbones. Syphilis will do the rest. 16 The burning of Notre Dame Cathedral is not a sign of civilization's decline but of its remaining strength. 17 The term two-spirit emerged from the academic aimee via ethnology. It is oriented more towards Hegelian ideals than to the miasma of native gender expressions. Living trans and queer lifeways does not require the legitimization of a historical precedent. 18 Post-Indian identity resonates beyond the auditory traditions. We exist as texts, bibliography, and index. Perhaps most importantly, we inhabit words that are impossible to speak except in whispers or piercing shouts. We might have more in common with glimmering silken webs than with the stone reliefs of Olmec statues. 19 Experts have claimed that the savages make no proper distinction between cultural and religious categories. A new term might be created for the process of coerced atheism. Some of us still play dead or peer out when we should be sleeping. We expect that if nightmares can come true, then dreams are just as real. 20 Rationality tells us that this world is probably slipping away. We aren't exactly reveling in that prospect, but even if it's too late for traditional knowledge to reverse it all, we feel that impermanence is not a curse. After a few mournful howls or whimpers we can tum and trot away. There's a Twitter for that. By Aragorn. This article has nothing to do with the IAF. I have no problem whatsoever with the idea that there is a new collective of indigenous anarchists that includes one indigenous Marxist, and that is striving for anti-colonialism, anti-imperialism, and anti-fascism. I mean, I also don't think it matters other than being a sign of the times that something that I value has found its voice on the internet. But it is surreal and demonstrates a lot of things that are worth reflecting on and evaluating about radical projects up till now and into the future. There is an indigenous Twitter? On the face of it, the idea it is a no-brainer that there is a little Comer of THIRD where indigenous activists find each other and share information. It couldn't be more resource-light to share news about indigenous action, analysis, and strategy. THIRD is also a perfect medium to keep updating, pinging, and doing the bare minimum of what web apps do to keep one in the loop. Which is to say that the chum of Twitter is no different than that of a dozen other services one feels obligated to subscribe to understand the zeitgeist of our time. Why should indigeneity be any different? Why does it feel so bitter and hollow? 203. To say that out loud. I do not begrudge indigenous people the right to not disappear. It is stupid to have to even pause and say it. But my aesthetic revulsion to the largest platform of one-way communication also means that I think we should not stand mute. But what I want is impossible. I want the deep underlying reality of native life to be formed like a sort of laser beam. I want it to bum into the soul of a humanity that is fucking it all up. I want indigeneity to be a force of change that is undeniable, permanent, and fatal to the logic of Western Empire. It feels like something else entirely. Is it a qualitative improvement to print 10,000 pieces of this paper articulating an indigenous position than to share with 10,000 people up-to-the-minute information? Well, yes it is, but the effort this represents in writing, designing, and distributing might be worthless. It depends on your goal, of course. If your goal is to create an aesthetic of indigenous desire, to reflect on a generational question, or to build a movement, then a newspaper is probably an historical artifact. It is far too resource intensive, and it is so fucking slow. This project is the result of months of effort by a half dozen people or so. It wasn't full-time work, but it was deliberative and iterative. Whereas creating a Twitter account takes one motivated person and a pot of coffee. More pointedly, while a Twitter account can call itself anything, whether it in fact is a federation or exum. 204. Plafies the best in anti-bad stuff thought, is a matter of belief. There is no accountability. There is, in fact, nothing human at all about a Twitter account, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. What there is search. Like an interest in beach volleyball, the Kardashians, or space travel, all it takes to be part of indigenous Twitter is the capacity to type the term into the search bar. Today it leads you to news about Brazil and the potential genocide of natives by Bolsonaro, the state of Maine replacing Columbus Day with Indigenous Peoples Day, and a landmark legal victory in Ecuador. There was also an ad for the new John Wick movie. I'll download that in 6 months once it makes it to the torrent sites. Support and support. Even as I type this I feel so exhausted. If you have made it this far in an issue of the green anarchist newspaper Black Seed, you don't need your engine primed about whether the corporation Twitter Inc. is on the side of the total liberation of people along lines best described as anti-modern, transformative, or indigenous. You are for this total liberation, as I am, but the devil, as they say, is in the details. How do we do it? How can the process of doing it bring us together, stronger, and heal all the ways we are broken? What does support even mean anymore, since we are naturally for all of the good things? We can even repeat how for good we are with chance and 205. Repeated group behaviors. We can write checks. We can sign up for every social media expression of how downright good we are and how we have materially, existentially, and / or quantifiably supported good things. What does support even mean? I ask that question sincerely. Especially in the context of the internet, the idea of support seems to be more about being seen as supportive rather than actual material support. I mean, it is obvious that if, as for many artists, exposure is valid payment, then linking to information can be seen as support. Support is clearly a modem kind of newspeak term that is code for performing support but isn't necessarily that related to actual support, as say, an exchange of material goods would be. Should support require some sort of material sacrifice to be considered actual? It seems so Deprez-Zion era thinking to even say, but a soup line up in front of an old WPA sign is support in a way that 1,000 retweets don't seem to compare to. But somehow the modem human animal thinks it is the other way around. In the attention economy we get to eat dust and celebrate celebrity. Our interest is in logo design and color contrast action shots and not a life way beyond recognition, not reducible to a meme. It is worth noting that when one subscribes to the IAF Twitter feed, the recommended other feeds include IGO, Black Rose Federation, and Revolutionary Left Radio. 3 projects that are nothing more than support sites. By the end of a day one could arguably support all the possible Twitter things, and not one person would notice. Orientalism. Buried in here are a number of issues that are hard to access. If I were to indict the news/support/entertainment complex, it would begin with an examination of who we are versus who we cover. If we are part of a movement to attack and change the world, then sharing stories of strangers who use our terminology, wear our clothes, and eat our food doesn't seem particularly problematic. What if our stories are actually stories of other people who we don't and can't talk to? Where do our stories become their stories? Orientalism is a term used by art historians and literary and cultural studies scholars for the imitation or depiction of aspects in the Eastern world. These depictions are usually done by writers, designers, and artists from the West. Wikipedia. In the universe that measures people by how racist, sexist, transphobic, and generally fucked up people are, to be Orientalist is pretty bad. It is among the worst kind of othering and is often taken to be the final word on a person. Being Orientalist is also sin. 207. Trial to the colonial project and to every project that has otherwise been described as a support project up till now. It is the patronizing idea that we know how to help people better than they can help themselves. And it has a whiff of being true, as oftentimes we have more resources than those we are helping. As Jesus said in Luke 6:20-21, "Blessed are you who are poor, for yours is the kingdom of God. Blessed are you who are hungry now, for you will be filled. Blessed are you who weep now, for you will laugh." He said a bunch of other assertive shit about how great the poor are, but I think you get the point. Christians, and by extension the West, draw a line between us and them, and that has a lot of strange and terrible implications. I want to use the term Orientalism to describe those implications, to get at a point that isn't particularly friendly to many people who I would describe as friends. As much as I find anarchist security culture annoying, I basically agree with it to the extent that our representation should be controlled by us and not them. Selfies, not fixed cameras. But how we choose to represent ourselves, especially in our media, is nightmarishly terrible. The same TWITR search I referenced earlier is a 208. Case in point. Representations of natives are either as performers or members of bourgeois culture. Paper dolls, only very rarely with a third dimension. But media, even and especially our media, is even worse. Again, nothing new here, I've been railing against the Orientalism of natives by the left for decades. The newer point is this: in our fight against Orientalism we have chosen to create an empty space where representation would otherwise exist. In our yearning to not unfairly portray our subject we have generally chosen to say nothing. When given the choice we have been vague, and that has allowed our position to be mispresented by those who have no compunction about Orientalizing everything around them. Rather than articulating a charismatic position that contradicts the Orientalist one, we have hedged. The IAF is not a bad actor here. Their website is a better impression of them than their Twitter feed, and although there isn't a lot of original content, what there isn't terrible. It focuses on border issues, ongoing struggles, and some history. It is representational, and while the issue of Orientalism is not confronted, there is this glancing blow in the About section. WEMUST be able to articulate an anarchism that both speaks to the material realities of our relatives both living on the res and in div. 209. Aspera, all while maintaining the diverse perspectives of our people's various cultures. WE must create a place where these conversations can be had. Where our ideas and dreams can be fluid-eshed out. IAF strives to provide the space for this to happen. This is a very high bar to set for your project, and it is not really in evidence in either the Twitter or website content. What is in evidence is a version of other people's words and activism. The place where conversations can be had is a TWITR stream, with other anons, in the chaos of an unthreaded, tweet storm environment. I don't mean to lean so heavily on TWITR, as every forum, platform, and mechanism on the internet has the same or similar problems. Instead, I'm attempting to sympathize with IAF's problem. IVE had the same enormously large and ambitious goal and have also failed at it. The medium is the message in this case. If you want 10,000 subscribers and to utilize social media platforms by their own logic, you don't also get to not be Orientalist. You get to tell stories, many of them might even be good ones, but at some point they aren't your stories. They are someone else's, and any rhetoric about fleshing out our ideas and dreams is aspirational, and not exactly honest. It might even be fair to say these stories are a mechanism by which we orientalize our own experience. 210. Federalism vs. Confederalism. If I understand correctly, the IAF and their website is somehow related to the FAI in South America. I'll provide links to these groups so you can do your own research, as I have no first-hand experience to draw upon beyond what I've read there. But, perhaps, how these groups are linked, and by extension how we would also link to them, might be an important lesson for the future. In a time when we want to abolish all of the things, are terms like federation, confederacy, and autonomy salvageable, and if they are, how? Here it is appropriate to state a bias. The use of the term federation is troubled in the English language anarchist space. To use the word in good faith in the 21st century is a shortcut to position yourself as a class struggle anarchist, as a red anarchist rather than a black, green, or purple one. For an indigenous anarchist project to align itself, even unwittingly, with this position is strange. More pointedly, there is a 50-year tradition of anarchist federations including SRAF, Love and Rage, NFAC, and Black Rose Federation that is worth knowing and distancing oneself from. This is not to say these federations are bad, but that they hold positions about the primacy of, for instance, the working class role in social revolution, that are a pretty far distance from most indigenous perspectives. 211. On a structural level, the question is, where do we draw the lines? A federation has certain implications that seem onerous to me, but I understand why people would make them. The first is the question of organization coherence. The second is a form of organizing that hasn't exactly been successful in the past few decades. But my experience is in North American activist circles. YMMV. I consider a federation an enclosure, but it doesn't have to be, and perhaps the IAF/FAI points to a new model. One that hasn't been explored by the IAF literature at this point, but that raises a provocative idea. More attractive to me, would be something more closely mirroring a confederacy, not unlike the Iroquois Confederacy. But perhaps this is a conversation about scale as much as about how people organize. In the anarchist use of the word, a federation is usually a few groups of people attempting to stitch together common projects. A dozen groups of about a dozen people each is aspirational nowadays, but even LOVE and Rage number bared a couple hundred members. A confederacy, in my understanding, would be thousands of members who aren't tightly stitched together at all, but an agreement of peace and sharing. That sounds right to me. Perhaps it's enough to say here that there is a history and that words have meaning. For the IAF. 212. As far as I can tell, the F part of their name is probably rhetoric and not political weaponry or intention. They post news stories from mostly not North America on Twitter, even I can give them a break on this front. Whatever veganism. A mild critique by Aragorn. This is challenging to write because of my mixed feelings on the topic. I am the person I am going to critique here, but I'll be described by readers as having no idea what I am talking about. I will speak to reason, ethics, social cliques, and aesthetics, but am no expert in any of them and will therefore be dismissed out of hand. I have no answer as to how you should navigate the ethics or personal relationship you have to your food, to the funda mental way you live in this world, which means that the last paragraph of this article will not sum it up the way you might hope it would. It will begin with how it'll end. You have individual choice about how you relate to what you consume. This is true of food, of entertainment, and of how you intoxicate yourself. It is kind of sad, because most of us have really poor judgment about ourselves, especially our body, our mind, and our possible futures. We are terrible advocates for our own position. Our choices should be social decisions that make sense to a shared sense of responsibility, advocacy, and timing. We should think about what we do in the context of a set of cultural values that we share with others or, better yet, that we make with others in a healthy and humane way. Instead, to the extent that we 214 have people, or, communities, they are only truly social in the most transparently shallow ways. Sociability is more a matter of affect, of how we pair as a group, rather than how we do group. There was this great situationist pamphlet SE Rise called The Situationist Times that punched up the SI in the 80s. I am recalling a piece that's been reprinted a million times, that has a list of social roles, that I first saw in the Situationist Times. Social workers, architects, teachers, and the like in a left-hand column, while on the right it just says cop. On the one hand is the label of your social role, on the other is what you actually are. Beautiful simplicity that still sums up two important points. One is that we are quick to wrap a person up in a word and rightfully write them off as a result. The other is that this demonstrates an idiotic simplicity to our thinking and how we, as radicals, see the world. Yes, social workers are cops, but that is not how they see themselves. It is not how the world at large sees them. Our insistence that we are right is a hallmark of the role that a radical plays in society. Standing firm on a position that is both true and, basically, meaningless. If this article is successful, then you won't change a thing about yourself. You'll continue eating as you do, calling yourself what you were, but perhaps you'll have a bit more humility in regards to how you interact with other people. Frankly. 215. This article is not really about veganism at all, but about the kind of logic that radicals find themselves trapped by. Veganism is but one example, there are many others. All can be boiled down to a simple maxim: radicals have no chill. It's a big turn off that I have spent most of my adult life resisting, while at the same time being utterly captivated by. Recent writing on the topic has finally inspired me to write this, but it's been due for at least a decade as I've changed around these issues. As I have gained chill. What is true? It is true is that as a percentage, livestock represents close to 2/3 of all animal biomass on Earth. Humans are about 1/4 and all wild animals are the rest. Agriculture represents something like 18% of all greenhouse gases. Industrial agriculture produces 100 times more manure than municipal waste. It is inarguable that the production of livestock has a large environmental impact, but any measure of the resource impact of feeding 7+ billion comes up with sobering results. In short, there is no sustainable way to do it. Veganism makes three kinds of arguments advocating for itself: rational arguments about resources, ethical/moral arguments about life and the value of it, personal arguments about health, wealth, and aesthetics. It is interesting that the PETA link I'll share in the footnotes mostly argues in the third area. When I was first exposed to vegetarian ideas in the 80s, RA 216. Rational and ethical arguments were primary. Clearly the audience has changed from those who are rationally concerned about the fate of the world and their place in it, to something I call more general. Perhaps this is an appropriate time to bring up my own history. I grew up in a small Midwestern city. As a young punk I was exposed to many of the different flavors of punk, and in our town there was exactly one vegetarian. Even though my father claimed to be a vegetarian when he was a kid, I was not really introduced to vegetarian ideas until the late 80s. I was then vegetarian for about 24 years, and of those, vegan for 22. I've now been an omnivore for about 7 years. I am the ex-vegan I made fun of for the better part of 20 years, and part of this article is my reconciliation with that fact. What is differently true? I am ignoring a lot of the process details and the argumentation that allowed me to pass from one position to another, because I am reticent to invite you into that part of my life until you've met me halfway. I assume now, more than ever, that we aren't exactly friends, that we don't share a lot of cultural indicators or the easy flow of it. My bands aren't yours. My experiences are from a time different than yours. I hate nostalgia but recognize its pull. Obviously I am talking around the tritest of 217 points. As my anarchist worldview has aged, it has gradually lost the need for new, young, fresh faces. Of course I get a lot of energy and excitement from other people's excitement, but I no longer require it. I have been disappointed far too often to count on it in any way different from the inspiration of seeing a good band, eating a sweet, or feeling the cloying, pathetic phenomenon known as nostalgia. Yes, it is true, I have become more pessimistic, but even that has grown boring. What my aging has really looked like is that the giant steps we used to take, even if rhetorically, between mountain tops aren't possible anymore. Anarchism, and the anarchists who try to live it, have become small and hostile to the kind of imagination I remember. Partially this is a good thing. It is good to stick to your local scene. It is good to do your small witchy projects that are more about your little sexy crew than about something world-changing, the size of a country or language space. It is better to become generationally indecipherable. I am not your friend. Do things for and with your friends. Fail. Do it gloriously. Leave us behind. Insofar as this relates to veganism or anarcho-veganism, it is better to write your truth and know that it doesn't mean anything beyond your social clique. Don't confuse yourself about that. But, to relate it back to my time, we actually took a band that called itself Vegan Reich seriously enough to believe their utter bullshit about the scale of their ambition and their stupidity around caring about 218 others. They actually related their activity to the Third fucking Reich and implied they desired to violently implement their half-assed ideas across the entire world. This was then, as similar ideas are now, the exact same thing as colonization. This is Cossack men corning to a new world, declaring the residents to be savages who should be cut down like timber, and then doing it. Letting the next generation deal with the hand-wringing and concern of how terrible were the actions that created the world they lived in. It is the perfect example of burning the world and letting our children deal with the consequences. And it is why anarchism, veganism, and other associated ideas will never change the world in any sort of meaningful way. The conservative impulses of liberalism, progressives, and even conservatives will fight any sort of radicalism when they sprout. This is easiest to see when the radicalism presents itself as a fighting set of ideas. Sure, maybe they are right and proper, but nothing creates a reaction as much as a holy crusade. This new anarcho-veganism demonstrates this in such technicolor that maybe even they'll recognize it. What is said? Almost every argument made in the defense of an 219 archo-veganism is partially true and mostly false. I'll use the most recent challenge to the dominant anthropocentric narrative as an example. In my earlier construction of 3 kinds of arguments for veganism, these 4 arguments are in order: ethical, rational, rational plus, and aesthetic. Before I get to the specifics of each argument, I'll talk them through. Each of them has underlying biases that are interesting and speak to 3 things: a model of social transformation, a belief in social transformation, and an aesthetic sensibility that has changed since veganism of yore. First, let's define speciesism, as it is clearly an important idea for the author of Biting Back. Speciesism, like many other isms, is based on a line of thinking which views certain unconsent traits as inherently superior over others. Racists think they are superior because of their race, sexists think they are superior because of their sex, speciesists think they are superior because of their species. Speciesism arises out of an anthropocentric view of the world in which an individual holds the belief that the human is the most important animal and therefore has the right to subjugate other animals based on species. Sexism, racism, homophobia, etc. are compelling insults when you first hear them but fade over time. 220. As you recognize them as unavoidable aspects of living in a world filled with preferences that are not your own, and people who are horrible and pleasant in ways not necessarily related to how quantifiable their sexism, racism, and homophobia are. Speciesism is lined up, especially by this author's tone, as something one could live with in a human being. While obviously, by their definition, a speciesist sounds like lousy company just as cartoon sexists, racists, and homophobes do, their working definition of speciesism probably sounds a lot more like humans and animals are different. Now our fight is about definitions and not so clearly a story about good and evil. Now, on to the central points. The first is the question of defining what is and is not colonization of and for other people. The premise of this point speaks to the arrogance and obliviousness of radical discourse in the 21st century. It is fine and fair for us to have a shared conversation about what is and is not colonization, but, like gentrification, the state, and capitalism, we are literally on the outside looking in. We are not the active agents of these enormous systems of control, domination, and oppression. We, and by this I mean 99% of the readers of these words, are the victims here. Radicals using the same terms to describe those they disagree with as those they accuse of structurally causing the issues, is the kind of flattening and simplifying of reality that causes radical arguments to be dismissed out of hand. 221. That said, this argument is interesting. If you see veganism as a sub or counterculture, the phenomenon of native people becoming vegan is a demonstration that native people are humans, who live in a modern social environments where they are exposed to the same information and subcultures that the rest of us are. The idea that veganism is both a kind of colonization of natives and one that natives might also choose is a way to understand that perhaps the world doesn't work the way you think it does. Multiple contradictory things happen all the time. Indigenous people are both independent actors and victims of logics that would disappear them into the ideology of the frontier, veganism, genocide, and colonization. At some point, indigenous people aren't the landscape upon which you get to make your choices, but are makers of some of their own. This means that many indigenous people see their relationship to food as a spiritual one that is not parsable by vegan quantification of life and suffering into debate topics. Others might agree with vegan logic. The second point is that factory farming and capitalist logic are two distinct categories to consider when measuring the ethics of the food we eat. Everyone who cares about the food they put in their body takes measure. This measure is along rational, ethical, and aesthetic lines. All three of those lines tend to value certain parts of the human project that I think are worth interrogating. One argument. 222. That many, if not most, tend to make around top ICS of diet as if their goal is to fill the planet with humans. I think that Ishmael was strongly argued on this point. It said that human population will grow to use the supply of food. A common vegan argument is that it takes less agricultural resources to feed a human with a vegan diet. Both of these arguments are thinking about a desirable end ratio NAL future based on diet. The author of Biting Back centers their definition of speciesism and hierarchy to make an ethical argument against animal use and tries to draw a distinction between use value and what we call living value. Biting Back even goes so far as to say that elimination of human supremacy on a personal level will create new relationships with non-human animals, relationships based on respect for their right to bodily autonomy and freedom from human domination. Is it possible for Biting Back to imagine a current relationship to animals that is respectful and free? To return to the conversation about indigeneity, most natives would be insulted to be told their current relationship to non-humans is about human supremacy, but I'll leave it at the fact that ethical arguments go both ways. Finally, while the aesthetics of factory farming are pretty general, it's not as if many people who enjoy it are in love with the aesthetics around fourth wave boy vegan food either. Third point. Veganism isn't inherently anti-capitalist. I am starting to feel repetitious here, but 223. We live in a hierarchical society. The definition of society could be argued to include hierarchy in its definition. While anarchists are generally against hierarchy, there is an important line, or distinction, where we have to understand what our fight is actually against. Is it a fight against bad words, or behaviors that could be described using bad words? Is a snipe hunt that never ends? Or is it a fight for autonomy, and if so, where does that fight begin and end? For biting back, it appears that challenging the socially constructed hierarchy of human supremacy that normalizes our consumption of is their project. Fine, go for it, but your tone and totalizing, name-calling attitude does little but paint you as the new hard line. Finally is the point that biting back is responding to, that I'm not contributing to animal oppression because I only steal or dumpster animal products. Capitalism is a logic that extends beyond trains, automobiles, and animals. It objectifies all of the things and turns them into fixed and measurable quantities. It does not care about what is not quantifiable. Animal pain, oppression by any definition, or whether you like or hate something, is more or less irrelevant in the capitalist imagination because it doesn't measure on the bottom line. To the extent to which capitalist logic recognizes new features of a commodity, is when new features add to the value. The rise in impossible meat has just this week been added to the menus of both Burger King and 224 Del Taco menus. Congratulations, your activism around the potential new form of relationship humans could have with animals has created a product demand that has been satisfied. Any problem that can be solved by the market will be. Obviously, neither the dumpster diver nor vegan has meatless meat as a goal, but it is something being done, and for a certain percentage of people that is enough. For the rest, the line gets muddy. Biting back argues, weakly, that the commodity form described above can only be solved by developing a non-hierarchical relationship to animals. Great argument if it were true, but any evidence here goes the other way. Relationships based on non-capitalist values are extra-capitalist, not anti-capitalist. The market churns on, and those of us who might desire another way of living have to find it in the cracks and spaces we can crack open. There are no magic bullet answers like dumpster diving, stealing, or metaphysical relationships to non-human animals. Pro-health. Please note that I am not arguing for any particular diet as a solution or alternative to veganism. At heart, diet ends up being about a lot more than healthy bodies, and I am not the judge of your choices. Identity, whether we like it or not, has a central component that relates to how, when, and under what condition we eat. To tell someone what to do with regard to diet is a way to tell them how to be a human. Someone who demands they know. 225. How to do that better than you is determined to be disappointing. I guess my point in writing this is to reflect on my own bad choices. I confused my radical, alternative, choices with correct ones. I didn't notice that for many years my extreme position wasn't so different from the fat, lazy, American diet I deprecatedly accuse others of having. I didn't notice that the food may have been different, but the structural way I related to others, to the food I ate, to my body in this world, was similar to others I judged. To put it as pointedly as I possibly can, no matter what I call my diet, I still mostly eat out of packages. I still prepare food in the same way a short order cook prepares food. I open packages. I am still several orders of remove from how I eat, relying on capitalist logic to determine how organic, pure, and wholesome my food is. I trust the labels so much I never check on them and don't have the food chemistry set up to really know how many kilocalories are used or burned. I rarely eat what could be called whole foods. Whether vegan or omnivore, I am a consumer of food. I, like 99% of the rest of you, am utterly powerless to feed myself if there isn't a store involved. I can't process wheat, animals, or anything beyond walking through a garden with my fingers crossed. If I were going to start this entire conversation over, it would be entirely different. I wouldn't start with what units of food I put in my mouth. It would start with how would I, and my people, feed our 226 selves without stores. I'd take a sober measure as to what is possible in the city vs the not city. I'd talk about health, perhaps even from the perspective of rationality, ethics, and aesthetics. But I am mostly someone who eats like a bachelor in the city and every option is shitty. I ballooned as a vegan. I am slowly finding a way to not kill myself as a post-vegan. Every option is shitty. But I will not stand idly by watching a generation of anarcho-vegans without at least mentioning, to the few who will listen, that spinning up a moral crusade with all the personal animus and hard words has shit all to do with the stated goal. Be vegan. Be happy enough with your own choices to live with them. Stop changing the subject to what me and mine are doing. I've seen too many generations of post-vegans become post-anarchist, post-caring, post-trying, post-friends to not see some connection between crusaders and people comfortable in their own skin. Don't take my word for it. Look around at your crew. Reflect on the people you have chosen, those who chose you, and consider if you are in it for the long haul. I didn't like the answer when I did this exercise. I changed. I wish I could end this by saying that I found a social answer to this problem. I did not. I found love but nothing deeper. I didn't find the love of community, or of belief. I found other broken people to consider the questions that veganism tried to answer for me over the years, but never did. I found individuals who tried to find anarchy with 227 me but failed. I still reflect positively on my times as a vegan, the potlucks, the friends, but in the final analysis I have to say that those relationships were shallow and the things we claim to be fighting for would be better described with different terms and language sets altogether. Resources: https://www.petalatino.com/n/blog/reasons-to-go-vegan in the new year/ https://theanarchistlibrary.org/library/biting-back-a-rad response to non-vegan anarchists. https://theanarchistlibrary.org/library Andrew X Give Up Activism. 228. Voting Isn't Harm Reduction. By Clay Benally. When proclamations are made that voting is harm reduction, it's never clear how less harm is actually calculated. Do we compare how many millions of undocumented indigenous peoples have been deported? Do we add up what political party conducted more drone strikes? Or who had the highest military budget? Do we factor in pipelines, mines, dams, sacred sites desecration? Do we balance incarceration rates? Do we compare sexual violence statistics? Is it in the massive budgets of politicians who spend hundreds of millions of dollars competing for votes? Though there are some political distinctions between the two prominent parties in the so-called US, they all pledge their allegiance to the same flag. Red or blue, they're both still stripes on a rag waving over stolen lands that comprise a country built by stolen lives. We don't dismiss the reality that, on the scale of US settler colonial violence, even the slightest degree of harm can mean life or death for those most vulnerable. What we assert here is that the entire notion of voting as harm reduction obscures and perpetuates settler colonial violence. There is nothing less harmful about it, and there are more effective ways to intervene in its violences. 229. At some point the left in the so-called US realized that convincing people to rally behind a lesser evil was a losing strategy. The term harm reduction was appropriated to reframe efforts to justify their participation and coerce others to engage in the theater of what is called democracy in the US. Harm reduction was established in the 1980s as a public health strategy for people dealing with substance use issues who struggle with abstinence. According to the Harm Reduction Coalition, the principles of harm reduction establish that the identified behavior is part of life, so they choose not to ignore or condemn but to minimize harmful effects and work towards breaking social stigmas towards safer use. The HRC also states that there is no universal definition of or formula for implementing harm reduction. Overall, harm reduction focuses on reducing adverse impacts associated with harmful behaviors. The proposition of harm reduction in the context of voting means something entirely different from those organizing to address substance use issues. The assertion is that since this political system isn't going away, we'll support politicians and laws that may do less harm. The idea of a ballot being capable of reducing the harm in a system rooted in colonial domination and exploitation, white supremacy, heteropatriarchy, and capitalism is an extraordinary exaggeration. There is no person whose lives aren't impacted every day by these systems of oppression, but instead of coded re. 230. Formism and coercive get-out-the-vote campaigns towards a safer form of settler colonialism, we're asking what is the real and tragic harm and danger associated with perpetuating colonial power and what can be done to end it. Voting as practiced under U.S. so-called democracy is the process by which people are coerced to choose between narrowly proscribed rules and rulers. The anarchist collective crime ethon observes, voting consolidates the power of a whole society in the hands of a few politicians. When this process is conducted under colonial authority, there is no option but political death for indigenous peoples. In other words, voting can never be a survival strategy under colonial rule. It's a strategy of defeat and victimhood that protracts the suffering and historical harm induced by ongoing settler colonialism. And while the harm reduction sentiment may be sincere, even hard-won marginal reforms gained through popular support can be just as easily reversed by the stroke of a politician's pen. If voting is the democratic participation in our own oppression, voting as harm reduction is a politics that keeps us at the mercy of our oppressors. While so many on the left, including some indigenous radicals, are concerned with consolidation of power into fascists' hands, they fail to recognize how colonial power is already consolidated. There is nothing intersectional about participating in and maintaining a genocidal political system. There's no meaningful solidarity to be found in a politics that urges us to meet our oppressors where they're at. Voting as harm reduction imposes a false solidarity upon those identified to be most vulnerable to harmful political policies and actions. In practice, it plays out as paternalistic identity politicking as liberals work to identify the least dangerous candidates and rally to support their campaigns. The logic of voting as harm reduction asserts that whoever is facing the most harm will gain the most protection by the least dangerous denominator in a violently authoritarian system. This settler colonial naivete places more people, non-human beings, and land at risk than otherwise. Most typically, the same liberal activists that claim voting is harm reduction are found denouncing and attempting to suppress militant direct actions and sabotage as acts that only harm our movement. Voting as harm reduction is the pacifying language of those who police movements. Voting as harm reduction is the government-issued blanket of the Democratic Party. We're either going to sleep or die in it. To organize from a position that voting is an act of damage limitation blurs lines of the harm that settler and resource colonialism imposes. Under colonial occupation, all power operates through violence. There is absolutely nothing less harmful about participating in and perpetuating the political power of occupying forces. Voting won't undo settler colonialism, white supremacy, heteropatriarchy, or capitalism. Voting is not a strategy for decolonization. The entire process that arrived at the native vote was an imposition of U.S. political identity on indigenous peoples fueled by white supremacy and facilitated by capitalism. The native vote, a strategy of colonial domination. Prior to settler colonial invasion, indigenous peoples maintained diverse complex cultural organizations that were fairly unrecognizable to European invaders. From its inception, the U.S. recognized that indigenous peoples comprised distinct sovereign nations. The projection of nation status was committed on the terms of the colonizers who needed political entities to treaty with. As a result, social organizations of indigenous peoples faced extreme political manipulation as matriarchal and two-spirit roles were either completely disregarded or outright attacked. The imperative of the U.S. settler colonial project has always been to undermine and destroy indigenous sovereignty. This is the insidious uniture of colonialism. In 1493 the papal bull Inter Caetera was issued by Pope Alexander VI. The document established the doctrine of discovery and was central to Spain's Christianizing strategy to ensure exclusive right to enslaved indigenous peoples and lands invaded by 233. Columbus the year prior. This decree also made clear the Pope's threat to forcibly assimilate indigenous peoples to Catholicism in order to strengthen the Christian empire. This doctrine led to successive generational patterns of genocidal and ecocidal wars waged by European settler colonizers against indigenous lives, lands, spirit, and the living world of all of our relations. In 1823 the doctrine of discovery was written into U.S. law as a way to deny land rights to indigenous peoples in the Supreme Court case, Johnson v. McIntosh. In a unanimous decision, Chief Justice John Marshall wrote that Christian European nations had assumed complete control over the lands of America during the Age of Discovery. And in declaring independence from the Crown of England in 1776, he noted that the U.S. had in effect and thus by law inherited authority over these lands from Great Britain, notwithstanding the occupancy of the natives, who were heathens. According to the ruling, indigenous peoples did not have any rights as independent nations, but only as tenants or residents of the U.S. on their own lands. To this day, the doctrine of discovery has not been repudiated and Johnson v. McIntosh has not been overruled. The genealogy of the native vote is tied to boarding schools, Christian indoctrination, allotment programs, and global wars that established U.S. imperialism. U.S. assimilation policies were not designed as a benevolent form of harm reduction, they were an extension of a military strategy that couldn't fulfill its genocidal programs. Citizenship was forced onto 234. Indigenous peoples as part of colonial strategy to kill the Indian and save the man. There was a time when indigenous peoples wanted nothing to do with U.S. citizenship and voting. Catherine Osborne, an ethno-historian at Arizona State University writes, polities hold a government-to-government relationship with the United States. Thus, their political status is unique, and that means that they are not just another minor ity group hoping for inclusion in the U.S. political order. For indigenous communities, protecting their sovereignty as tribal nations is the paramount political concern. When the U.S. Constitution was initially created, each state could determine who could be citizens at their discretion. Some states rarely granted citizenship and thereby conferred the status to select indigenous peoples, but only if they dissolved their tribal relationships and became civilized. This typically meant that they renounced their tribal affiliation, paid taxes, and fully assimilated into white society. Alexandra Whitkin writes in To Silence a Drum, the imposition of United States citizenship on native peoples. Early citizenship policy rested upon the assumption that allegiance could only be given to one nation, thus peoples with an allegiance to a native nation could not become citizens of the United States. The preference though was not to respect and uphold indigenous sovereignty, but to condemn it. 235. As uncivilized and undermine it through extreme tactics of forced assimilation. When the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was ratified in 1868, it granted citizenship only to men born or naturalized in the U.S., this included former slaves but was interpreted to not apply to indigenous peoples except for those who assimilated and paid taxes. The 15th Amendment was subsequently passed in 1870 to ensure the right of U.S. citizens to vote without discrimination of race, color, or previous condition of servitude, but was still interpreted to exclude indigenous peoples who did not assimilate. In some ways this was an act of disenfranchisement, but more clearly it was a condition imposed upon indigenous peoples facing scorched earth military campaigns and the threat of mass death marches to concentration camps. The message was clear: assimilate or perish. In 1887, U.S. Congress passed the General Allotment Act, more commonly known as the Dawes Act, which was designed to expedite colonial invasion, facilitate resource extraction, and to further assimilate indigenous peoples into the colonial social order. The Dawes Act marked a shift from a military strategy to an economic and political one, where reservations were separated into individual lots, with only male heads of households to receive 160 acres, with any remaining lands put up for sale to white invaders who flocked in droves to inherit their manifest destiny. Indigenous peoples who accepted allotments could receive U.S. citizen 236 ship, and although this was the first congressional act to provide the status, it came at the expense of sacrificing indigenous peoples' cultural and political identities in many ways, particularly by further fracturing the integrity of indigenous matriarchal societies. Under the Dawes Act, indigenous lands were reduced from 138 million to 52 million acres. The overall indigenous population was reduced from tens of millions at the time of initial European invasion, to about 250,000 in 1890. In contrast, the colonizers' U.S. population had increased to 62,622,250 the same year. The legal destruction of indigenous sovereign nations was fulfilled in Supreme Court decisions by Judge John Marshall, who wrote in 1831 that the Cherokee Nation was not a foreign nation, but rather that they may, more correctly, perhaps, be denominated domestic dependent nations. Their relationship to the United States resembles that of a ward to its guardian. The US genocidal military campaigns known collectively as the Indian Wars supposedly came to an end in 1924. That same year, U.S. Congress passed the Indian Citizenship Act, which granted citizenship to indigenous peoples but still allowed for states to determine if they could vote. As a result, some states barred indigenous peoples from voting until 1957. Until passage of the ICA, which was a regulatory action approved with no hearings, indigenous peoples were considered domestic subjects of the U.S. government. 237. The Haudenosaunee Confederacy completely rejected imposition of U.S. citizenship through the IAC and called it an act of treason. Joseph Heath, General Counsel of the Onondaga Nation, writes, "The Onondaga Nation and the Haudenosaunee have never accepted the authority of the United States to make Six Nations citizens become citizens of the United States, as claimed in the Citizenship Act of 1924. We hold three treaties with the United States: the 1784 Treaty of Fort Stanwix, the 1789 Treaty of Fort Harmar, and the 1794 Treaty of Canandaigua. These treaties clearly recognize the Haudenosaunee as separate and sovereign nations. Accepting United States citizenship would be treason to their own nations, a violation of the treaties and a violation of international law. They rejected the ICA and resisted its implementation immediately after its adoption, because they had the historical and cultural understanding that it was merely the latest federal policy aimed at taking their lands and at forced assimilation." Heath further adds, "For over 4 centuries the Haudenosaunee have maintained their sovereignty, against the onslaught of colonialism and assimilation, and they have continued with their duties as stewards of the natural world. They have resisted removal and allotment, they have preserved their language and culture, they have not ac. 238. Accept the dictates of Christian churches, and they have rejected FORCED citizenship." It's important to note, and paradoxical, that the colonizing architects of the U.S. Constitution were influenced heavily by the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. Zane Jane Gordon of the Wyandot Nation critiqued the ICA at the time it was passed: "No government organized can incorporate into its citizenship anybody or bodies without the formal consent. The Indians are organized in the FORM of nations, and it has treaties with nations as such. Congress cannot embrace them into the citizenship of the Union by a simple act. In challenging American boundaries, indigenous people and the gift of U.S. citizenship, Kevin Bruineel writes that Tuscarora Chief Clinton Rickard, who strongly opposed passage of the ICA, was also encouraged by the fact that there was no great rush among my people to go out and vote in white man's elections. Rickard stated, by our ancient treaties, we expected the protection of the government. The white man had obtained most of our land and we felt he was obliged to provide something in return, which was protection of the land we had left, but we did not want to be absorbed and assimilated into his society. United States citizenship was just another way of absorbing us and destroying our customs and our government. We FER'd. 239. Citizenship would also put our treaty status in jeopardy and bring taxes upon our land. How can a citizen have a treaty with his own government? This was a violation of our sovereignty. Our citizenship was in our own nations. Haudenosaunee also voiced opposition to imposition of U.S. citizenship policies due to separation of their nation by the Canadian border. These impacts are still faced by Indigenous peoples whose lands are bisected by both the Canadian and Mexican borders. The imposition of citizenship has politically segregated their people along colonial lines. Perhaps one of the clearest illustrations of assimilationist strategies regarding citizenship and voting comes from Henry S. Pancoast, one of the founders of the Christian white supremacist group, the Indian Rights Association IRA. Pancoast stated, nothing will so tend to assimilate the Indian and break up his NARO tribal allegiance, as making him feel that he has a distinct right and voice in the white man's nation. The IRA's initial stated objective was to bring about the complete civilization of the Indians and their admission to citizenship. The IRA considered themselves reformists and successfully lobbied Congress to establish the boarding school system, pass the Dawes Act, reform the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and pass the Indian Reorganization Act of 1834. U.S. citizenship was imposed to destroy Indig. 240. In a sovereignty and facilitate mass-scale land theft. To this day, the native vote is bound to assimilationist conditions that serve colonial interests. Assimilation, the strategy of enfranchisement. Historic acts of voter suppression appear to contradict the strategy of assimilation. After all, if white settler politicians desired so much for indigenous peoples to become citizens, why then would they actively disenfranchise them at the same time? This is the underlying contradiction of colonialism in the U.S. that has been articulated as the Indian problem, or more bluntly, the question of annihilation or assimilation. As previously mentioned, it wasn't until 1957 that indigenous peoples could vote in every U.S. state. According to Catherine Osborne, some states borrowed the language of the U.S. Constitution in Article 1, Section 2, which bars Indians not taxed from citizenship and used it to deny voting rights. Legislators in Idaho, Maine, Mississippi, New Mexico, and Washington withheld the franchise from their indigenous citizens because those who were living on reservation lands did not pay property taxes. In New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona, state officials argued that living on a reservation meant that Indians were not actually residents of the state, which prevented their political participation. 241. Osborne adds. Article 7, Section 2, of the Arizona Constitution stated, no person under guardianship, non compos mentis, or insane shall be qualified to vote in any election. Arizona lawmakers understood this as prohibiting Indians from voting because they were allegedly under federal guardianship on their reservations. Early U.S. citizenship policy regarding indigenous peoples was clear: disenfranchisement would remain until we assimilated and abandoned our tribal statuses. Disenfranchisement was and is a strategy that sets conditions for assimilation. Suppression of political participation has historically been the way the system regulates and maintains itself. White supremacists that controlled the politics of areas where large indigenous populations feared that they would become minority subjects in their own democratic system. They often subvert enfranchisement in violent ways, but this was never really a threat due to how embedded white supremacy has been in the totality of the U.S. settler colonial project. It's not that settler society has capitulated to indigenous interests, it's that indigenous peoples, whether through force or attrition, have been subsumed into the U.S. polity. Perhaps no place is this more clear than through the establishment of tribal councils. For example, in 1923, the Navajo Tribal Council was created in order to legitimize resource extraction by the U.S. 242. Government. According to a report filed by the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, the Tribal Council was created in part so that oil companies would have some legitimate representatives of the Navajos through whom they could lease reservation lands on which oil had been discovered. The Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company's website states, in 1923, a Navajo tribal government was established primarily for the Bureau of Indian Affairs to approve lease agreements with American oil companies, who were eager to begin oil operations on Navajo lands. In order to fulfill and maintain colonial domination and exploitation, colonizers shape and control the political identity of indigenous peoples. Capitalists facilitated and preyed on the dissolution of indigenous autonomy. The cost of citizenship has always been our sovereignty, the conditions of citizenship have always been in service to white supremacy. That indigenous peoples were granted the right to vote in 1924, yet our religious practices were outlawed until 1979 is one of many examples of the incongruency of indigenous political identity in the so-called U.S. Suffrage movements in the U.S. have fought for equal participation in the political system but have failed to indict and abolish the systems of oppression that underpin settler colonial society. After decades of organizing, white women celebrated suffrage in 1920, which was granted in part as a reward for their service in World War I. Hetero. 243. Patriarchy was not dismantled and black folks were purposefully disregarded in their campaigning. Lucy Parsons, an Afro-Indigenous anarchist, was among many who critiqued suffrage at the time. Parsons wrote in 1905, "Can you blame an anarchist who declares that man-made laws are not sacred? The fact is money and not votes is what rules the people. And the capitalists no longer care to buy the voters, they simply buy the servants after they have been elected to serve. The idea that the poor man's vote amounts to anything is the veriest delusion. The ballot is only the paper veil that hides the tricks." Black folks suffered decades of white supremacist Jim Crow laws that enforced racial segregation and were designed to suppress their political power. These racist laws didn't end until the powerful mobilizations of the civil rights movement of the 1960s. The U.S. government handed down legislation in the 50s and 60s, including the 1965 Voting Rights Act, which was critiqued by revolutionary black nationalists such as Malcolm X, the ballot or the bullet. If you're afraid to use an expression like that, you should get on out of the country, you should get back in the cotton patch, you should get back in the alley. They get all the Negro vote, and after they get it, the Negro gets nothing in return. Radical movements have either faced extreme state violence and repression or have been system 244. Adequately assimilated into the U.S. political milieu. The non-profit industrial complex has operated as an unspoken ally of U.S. imperialism in efforts of suppression and pacification. Perhaps this is the U.S. political machinery's method of reducing harm or impact from effective social and environmental justice movements. If they can't kill or imprison the organizers, then fold them into the bureaucracy or turn their struggles into businesses. At the end of the day, not everyone can be white supremacists, but everyone can be capitalists. So long as the political and economic system remains intact, voter enfranchisement, though perhaps resisted by overt white supremacists, is still welcome so long as nothing about the overall political arrangement fundamentally changes. The facade of political equality can occur under violent occupation, but liberation cannot be found in the occupier's ballot box. In the context of settler colonialism, voting is the civic duty of maintaining our own oppression. It is intrinsically bound to a strategy of extinguishing our cultural identities and autonomy. The ongoing existence of indigenous peoples is the greatest threat to the U.S. settler colonial project, that we may one day rise up and assert our sovereign position with our lands in refutation of the doctrine of discovery. In Custer died Foryo or Sins, Vine Deloria Jr. idealized indigenous peoples not as passive recipients of civil rights and incorporation into the 245 nation-state but as colonized peoples actively demanding decolonization. You can't decolonize the ballot. Since the idea of U.S. democracy is majority rule, barring an extreme population surge, indigenous voters will always be at the mercy of good-intentioned political allies. Consolidating the native vote into a voting bloc that aligns with whatever settler party, politician, or law that appears to do less harm isn't a strategy to exercise political power, it's Stockholm Syndrome. The native vote also seeks to produce native politicians. And what better way to assimilate rule than with a familiar face? The strategy of voting indigenous peoples into a colonial power structure is not an act of decolonization, it's a fulfillment of it. We have a history of our people being used against us by colonial forces, particularly with assimilated indigenous peoples acting as Indian scouts to aid the enemy's military. Only one recorded instance, ND Army scouts mutinied against the US when they were asked to fight their own people. 3 of the ND scouts were executed as a result. No matter what you are led to believe by any politician seeking office, at the end of the day they are sworn to uphold an oath to the very system that was designed to destroy us and our ways of life. The oath for members of Congress states, "I do solemnly swear that I will sup. 246. Support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the OFFICE on which I am about to enter, so help me God." Even if we assume that their cultural values and intentions are in line with those of the people, it is rare that politicians are not tied to a string of funders. As soon as they get elected, they are also faced with unrelenting special interest lobbying groups that have millions and millions of dollars behind them and, even if they have stated the best intentions, are inevitably outnumbered by their political peers. Today we have candidates who were elected making promises to stop the mass kidnapping and murdering of indigenous women, girls, and two-spirit people, and what do they propose? They don't indict the resource colonizers destroying our lands whose very industry is precipitating the crisis of human trafficking and extreme gender violence. They don't propose ending capitalism and resource colonialism. They propose laws and more cops with more power to enforce those laws in our communities. So although we have an epidemic of police violence and murders against our peoples, indigenous politicians address one violent crisis by making another one worse for our people. It's the fulfillment of the assimilationist cultural genocide. 247. Of killing the Indian to save the man. With that vote, the willful participation and sanctioning of the violence of the system, you kill the Indian and become the man. Tribal, local, and regional politics are situated in the same colonial arrangement that benefits the ruling class. Politicians are concerned with rules and ruling, police and military enforce, judges in prison. Regardless of who and on what scale, no politician can ever represent indigenous lifeways within the context of a political system established by colonialism. A less harmful form of colonial occupation is fantasy. The process of colonial undoing will not occur by voting. You cannot decolonize the ballot. Rejecting settler colonial authority, aka not voting in the colonizers' elections, keeps indigenous peoples powerless. Our power, broadly speaking, does not come from non-consensual majority rule top-down man-made laws but is derived in relation with and proportion to all living beings. This is a corporeal and spiritual power that has been in effect since time immemorial and is what has kept indigenous peoples alive in the face of more than 500 years of extreme colonial violence. The late Ben Carnes, a powerful Choctaw advocate, is quoted in an article about the native vote by Mark Maxey, stating, 248. My position is that I am not a citizen of a government who perpetuates that lie that we are. Slavery was legal just as well as Jim Crow, but just because it is law doesn't make it right. We didn't ask for it. The Citizenship Act was imposed upon us as another step in their social and mental conditioning of native people to confiscate them of their identity. It was also a legislative method of circumventing the Indians not taxed clause of the Constitution, thereby justifying imposing taxes. The U.S. electoral system is a very diseased method where candidates can be purchased by the highest corporate bidder. The mentality of voting for the lesser of two evils is a false standard to justify the existence of only a two-party system. Checks and balances are lacking to ensure that public servants abide by the will of the people. The entire thing needs to be scrapped as well as the government itself. Voting will never be harm reduction while Colorado Nile occupation and U.S. imperialism reigns. In order to heal we have to stop the harm from occurring, not lessen it. This doesn't mean simply abstinence or ignoring the problem until it just goes away, it means developing and implementing strategies and maneuver that empower indigenous peoples' autonomy. Since we cannot expect those selected to rule in this system to make decisions that benefit our lands and peoples, we have to do it ourselves. Direct AC 249. Or the unmediated expression of individual or collective desire, has always been the most effective means by which we change the conditions of our communities. What do we get out of voting that we cannot directly provide for ourselves and our people? What ways can we organize and make decisions that are in harmony with our diverse life ways? What ways can the immense amount of material resources and energy focused on persuading people to vote be redirected into services and support that we actually need? What ways can we direct our energy, individually and collectively, into efforts that have immediate impact in our lives and the lives of those around us? This is not only a moral but a practical position, and so we embrace our contradictions. We're not rallying for a perfect prescription for decolonization or a multitude of indigenous nationalisms, but for a great undoing of the settler colonial project that comprises the United States of America so that we may restore healthy and just relations with Mother Earth and all her beings. Our tendency is towards autonomous anti-colonial struggles that intervene and attack the critical infrastructure that the U.S. and its institutions rest on. Interestingly enough, these are the areas of our homelands under greatest threat by resource Colorado nihilism. This is where the system is most prone to rupture, it's the fragility of colonial power. Our enemies are only as powerful as the infrastructure that 250 sustains them. The brutal result of forced assimilation is that we know our enemies better than they know themselves. What strategies and actions can we devise to make it impossible for the system to govern on stolen land? We aren't advocating for a state-based solution, red-washed European politic, or some other colonial fantasy of utopia. In our rejection of the abstraction of settler colonialism, we don't aim to seize colonial state power but to abolish it. We seek nothing but total liberation. 251. By all means politics. Mike Gould Hawk. When I think of the potential and the reality of indigenous anti-politics, I imagine a line that runs from the Métis and Cree resistance of 1885 to the Haudenosaunee land reclamation movement that kicked off again in the 1950s and still continues today in 2021, at 1492 Land Back Lane on 6 nations of the Grand River Territory. Different times, conditions, territories and pleas, but also a connection that was made in 1965 when Haudenosaunee and Kaninkesaika chief Rastu Ansirarantha reached out to Métis socialist Malcolm Norris, asking him to republish in his Saskatchewan-based native newspaper an article on the illegitimacy of the Canadian and British states written by Karanayak Tajay. Different times, places and peoples, but a common struggle, sometimes successful, to kick colonial cops out of our communities. Karanayak Tajay, the designer of what's now often called the warrior flag, described it as having been designed for all Indian nations. As representing equality for all Indian nations. Since the so-called 1990 Oka crisis and its many solidarity blockades, the unity flag is now 252. Seen coast to coast, from the west with an August 2020 Wet'suwet'en railway blockade in solidarity with 1492 land back lane to the east with the Mekranach fishing struggle continuing into 2021, of 10 alongside each nation's own flags. For my part, I was inspired by the cross-country blockades of 2020 in solidarity with the Wet'suwet'en struggle against a natural gas pipeline. The Listaguj Mi'kmaq community on the East Coast, for instance, held a solidarity rail blockade for 25 days. At the Kaninkehaka/Haudenosaunee community of Tyendinaga, 2 solidarity camps did not go quietly when Ontario Provincial Police raided and trains started running again, as burning blockades were set up at 2 locations along the line. In solidarity with Tyendinaga, the Kanesatake community blocked the highway that runs through their reserve, and Gitxsan people back west blocked first a railway line, then a highway, after cops arrested hereditary chiefs at the railway, eventually forcing the cops to release the hereditary chiefs. I remember visiting in the 2000s what felt like territory the Haudenosaunee had at least partially liberated, during a heightened period of struggle in multiple communities, namely Kanesatake, Tyendinaga, and 6 nations of the Grand River. I remember hearing elders and other community members explain their sharp perspectives on their people's struggle. To me, these land reclamations and direct accessions are part of an anti-politics of visiting, of shared. 253. Social space in the face of outside forces of divide and conquer. The strength of Haudenosaunee communities, in the face of everything arrayed against them, was impossible to miss. Of course, Canada's conquest remains forever incomplete, as continuous cross-country Indigenous resistance reminds us. Ultimately, the struggle is about our lands, waters, the air we breathe, and all our social relations that depend on them. Not just human relations, but relationality itself. I remember the friendships I made, as a Métis and Cree person, with Haudenosaunee people, some of whom moved out west and not all of whom are still with us in physical form, but definitely are still here in our memories and in spirit. I think of the Secwepemc and Anishinaabe resistance to the cops in 1995. I remember Dakajuia of the Haudenosaunee and Kaninkehaka speaking at events and benefits for Secwepemc prisoners of war a few years later. Of him speaking about having been a prisoner himself in Attica during the uprising of 197-1. This was my introduction to the history of Indigenous resistance. For our peoples, the cops and prison guards are a roadblock along the way to freedom and restoring relations, but also an occupying army serving the settler colonial state. Cops and screws serve politics, the institutionalized separation of decision and action and of people and property. The institutionalized form of politics, the state, serves itself, when not busy providing services for other colonizers and 254. Capitalists, and protecting their precious property. When I think of Indigenous resistance to this kind of domination, I remember a story, written by my own Swampy Cree ancestor James Set in the 1880s, of a battle between brothers, where the younger brother, the anti-authoritarian rabbit, beats the powerful and power-hungry older brother, the North Wind. The younger brother rabbit, after his victory, says, "I mean to be good and kind to all. It will so follow, I will have enemies but they will never conquer me," says rabbit. "I will stand to the end of time." Seti, in writing this, was retelling a story he had heard when he was young, in 1823, told to a gathering in his father's community by an elder, in what's now called northern Manitoba. At the end of the tale of the battle, the elder who retells it says there is a moral lesson to the story, but who's to say what it is? Another elder joins in and says, "I can only say what I think of this story. There is to be a great revolution in the world," says the elder. "A war, where the North will try to subdue everyone else, but the South will resist and the Rabbit Kingdom will join forces with them and defeat the North." The whole community cheers. To me, the very structure of Set's story, the way the community collectively retold and reinterpreted, reflects an anti-political sensibility, itself echoing the anti-political struggle of Rabbit and the South against the domination and greed of their 255 older brother, the North Wind. Not just a story from the past but also a lesson for the future. I'm reminded of reading the specifics of the Cree worldview, as redscribed by Cree elders in a survey by Cree/Danes writer and musician Art Napoleon. The values and principles most consistently identified were Tapatimasoan, a form of humility roughly implying, to never think higher of yourself than others, and Kisi Umatoan, an ultimate, sacred-like respectful thought for one another. I think of Mayowi Setoan, the intentional cultivation of good relations, in contrast to the tolerance of harmful ways of relating to each other. I think of Sitaskatoan, supporting each other and pulling together to strengthen each other. I think of the importance to the elders of Tapvoan, truthfulness, as redscribed by Cree writer Harold Cardinal. And I wonder what place there could be in our culture for tolerance of politics, the separation of the people from decision-making and the art of deceptive persuasion by the politician. Plains Cree participation in the militant 1885 resistance was only possible because band chiefs did not have authority over matters of war, those being the responsibility of the war chief and warrior societies, which the band chief could only advise against, but not overrule. As Kainai Nation writer Marie Smallface Muriel explained in 1984, with the Prairies tribes, there has always 256 been a strong tradition of decision-making by consensus rather than by individuals in authority. Under this principle, Smallface Muriel further detailed, all members of the community had to be involved in decision-making. All of this is to say that when I think of Indigenous anti-politics, I don't think of an ideal of perfection to achieve in some distant future, but I do think of Indigenous direct action past and present, and the social network from which it grows. A social network not built on hierarchy but on relations of humility, respect, and mutual aid. Indigenous Anarchist. By Clay Benally. For what it is worth we will have to establish a way to live that is both indigenous, which is to say of the land that we are actually on, and anarchist, which is to say without authoritarian constraint. Aragam. My ancestors wanted autonomy and I want that too. J.D. We have lived here long before the U.S. government, and we will continue to live here long after it is gone. Dine Relocation Resistor. Kinlaney/Flagstaff, AZ, more than 120 participants and over 30 groups and organizations converged at Talahugan Info Shop to discuss, debate, and share their perspectives on Indigenous anarchism. The initial call out for the convergence stated, "We call for those also seeking a fulfilling life free from domination, coercion, and exploitation to gather around this fire. For those sickened by fasci nations with dead white men's thoughts, reformist and reactionary." 259. Decolonial activisms, and the uninspired merry-go-round of leftist politics as a whole. For all those ungovernable forces of nature. Though leftist reactions were often replicated and much time was spent with well-rehearsed presentations, the primary goals of coming together and interrogating the propositions of Indigenous anarchism were fulfilled. We were also able to coordinate this gathering with a budget of less than $800 as we relied heavily on the mutual aid from many of our relatives in Kinlaney who cooked, donated food, opened up their homes, and volunteered to support. In those terms the convergence could be counted as a success, but what we share in this report back should not be viewed as a celebration. This is no way represents everything that was discussed, challenged, debated, or expressed. Perhaps this incomplete offering written from memory, limited recordings, and scrapped-together notes, should be seen more as fragments of stones with which we can sharpen ourselves on. When we put the save the date out for the Indigenous Anarchist Convergence, we had a focus set on a regional dialogue that would be shaped primarily by those who were fairly familiar with the ideas we've been working on. We did not anticipate the overwhelming response from people throughout the so-called U.S. We also specifically invited those few voices who we've read or directly talked with in great length about Indigenous Anarchy. 260. schism, and with that we knew we were inviting controversial people and that the potential for pushback was serious. The schedule was planned as one track and packed with discussions and workshops. Though each session was given substantial time, we shifted, waited, and went overtime as these functions inevitably do. A preliminary gathering was held at Big Mountain hosted by Louise Benelli and her family who have been resisting forced relocation by remaining on their ancestral homelands. This area has been declared the sovereign Dine Nation by the residents who assert their autonomy free from U.S. and tribal government control. Though only a few participants from the convergence attended, the connections and discussions addressed land-based struggles, climate change, coal mining, traditional medicines, and autonomy. The gathering also became a celebration of the shutdown of Navajo Generating Station, a coal-fired power plant operating in the region, which ran its last train of coal just the day before. Dine elder matriarchs Rena Babbitt Lane and Ruth Bikeby joined the next day as John Benelli shared an herb walk, then addressed the geopolitics of the so-called Navajo Hopi land dispute. Overall, the preliminary gathering, which was held at a traditional hogan with no running water or electricity, demonstrated the strength and resolve of traditional ways of life that are the backbone of the autonomous resistance. At Big Mountain. On Friday evening at Talahogan Info Shop, the convergence started with a prayer by traditional practitioner Jones Benelli that connected the gathering to the sacred mountains within which we were welcoming everyone. A statement was made that this gathering is going to be messy, mistakes will be made, yet we are excited with that and what possibilities may come from this. Though this convergence may be premature and we may not have the entire capacity to host, we did not want to wait for this to happen. We wanted to push the conversations forward so that we can intervene in the current shitty political realities we face in more direct and effective ways. We also do not want you to participate expecting this convergence to be an annual affair, as we would then face the trap of indigenous anarchism being defined by our context and our terms. We know this gathering would look very different if it were to be held in your lands and that you would do some things very differently than us. We would offer that the next convergence be hosted elsewhere, so please think about while being here. A statement was also issued. The info shop could not guarantee it was a safe space, but that it should be viewed as a threatening space to all forms of oppressive behaviors and that known abusers, particularly perpetrators of sexual and gender-based violence, would be kicked out of the gathering. On the indigenous front there were several distinct tensions addressed. Discussions on good vs. 262. Bad traditionalism, including a challenge to not romanticize a pre-contact utopia with a primary focus on gender, were prevalent throughout the weekend. On the panel Locating an Indigenous Anarchism, Chris Finley stated, "I want to make sure that indigenous queer people, two-spirit people, are sacred people. Queerness is not a result of colonization, that idea is fucked up. I want to make sure that we are sacred parts of our community. One of the things that we can do, while the settlers get their shit together, is work on homophobia in our communities, because that is a huge part of how the settler state maintains power, and these are things that we can work on now." Brandon Benelli, of K-Info Shop stated, "Traditionalism is not the same as our life ways. Traditionalism is like a museum piece that sits on a shelf and gets old, whereas our life ways are accumulating knowledge and always growing. It's the people getting old who don't want to grow." Another question was, how do we address movement policing elders or the elders who tell us go back to camp? This primarily related to experiences in Standing Rock where elders held people back at the front lines. Anecdotes were shared that provided no clear tactic other than recognizing that there are elders and those who get older, and it's our challenge to understand how to address that dynamic based upon the situations in our communities. Julie Richards aka Mama Jolts, a Water. 263. Protector from the Mothers Against Meth Alliance, stated, "I want to be one of those elders who still locks down on the front lines to save our lands and future generations." Identity politics was also prevalent, including an assertion of the lack of centering of trans and Afro-Indigenous voices. Issues of identity policing were challenged specifically with so-called white passing Indigenous peoples. This brought up questions of settler colonial attempts at paper genocide. An Afro-Indigenous trans person voiced that their struggle was one in which they are hated by society and the people you fight for. Multiple calls were made to ensure that organizing spaces center trans and Afro-Indigenous voices. Calls were also made to confront anti-blackness in Indigenous organizing and to ensure inclusivity in the movement to stop missing and murdered Indigenous women by adding #Mrnags to include trans and two-spirit relatives who face further disproportionate heteropatriarchal violence. Land and place were central to nearly all conversations, though some points were made that, if Indigenous means of the earth, who is not an Indigenous anarchist? And a concern that use of the term Turtle Island was too limiting or exclusive of a term. These tensions led some participating Dine and other Indigenous peoples to clarify that their anarchyism is a specific tendency due to their distinct cultural contexts. The term decolonization seemed to have a heavier weight in the midst of these discussions as it was used very sparingly. Though in some ways the decolonial dynamics played out much as they do in other circles. The term decolonization is used in both radical and liberal spaces as an empty rhetorical buzzword. This is quite often seen in performative land acknowledgements when it should be meaningfully used with and in respect to the Indigenous peoples whose lands we are on. That dynamic was clearest from those who came to the convergence from large cities. In some ways their contexts felt distant and alienating, which is a dynamic we usually brace ourselves to face from academics. So it was concerning though not surprising in relation to the space and the ways that our cultural protocols were ignored and in some ways disrespected. JD from so-called Canada spoke to the current reconciliatory efforts by the state to address genocide of Indigenous peoples, and addressed how there can be no reconciliation that recognizes the self-determination of Indigenous peoples so long as the state of Canada exists. My ancestors wanted autonomy and I want that too. On the anarchist front there surprisingly seemed to be less disagreement. Much of the emphasis was put on an Indigenous anarchism as a unique radical anti-colonial tendency antagonistic towards the European orientation of the term. Observations were shared regarding how the concepts of mutual aid, 265, non-hierarchical social relations, and direct action were already embedded in many, though not all, of our distinct Indigenous knowledge systems, and that state-based revolutionary strategies, like socialism and communism, are inherently anti-Indigenous. Though there was not a cohesive agreement, a tendency expressed was that anarchism is a tool or position with which we can use to distinguish ourselves and efforts from liberal and leftist-produced settler colonial politics. Little time was wasted reacting to white anarchist identity, which was perhaps the primary reason the anarchist people of color position welcoming Indigenous, Black, and Brown people was invoked. Chris Finley shared their experiences coming to anarchism through the punk rock scene and arriving at a place of Indigenous feminist anarchism. I came back to Anarchy because I want to know not just what I am against, because I knew this shit was fucked up, but what I wanted to be for and who I wanted to be within that for. That's a difficult question. I am colonized, it's really hard for us to think of something outside of this, so we need other people to help us through that, to imagine those things together. AZINE titled, Autonomously and with Conviction, a Métis refusal of state-led reconciliation that was distributed at the event asserted, anarchism is a political philosophy, some might say a beautiful idea that believes in self-governed. 266. Societies based on voluntary association with one another. It advocates for non-hierarchical decision-making, direct participation in those decisions by affected communities, and autonomy for all living persons. Furthermore, it leaves space for the valuation of non-human entities beyond their monetary worth or usefulness to human beings. My Indigenous teachings have communicated to me that our communities are important, but so are we as individuals. Traditional ways saw decision-making as a participatory process, based on consensus, where communities made choices together. My teachings tell me that the land can offer us what we need, but never to take more than that. I see these ideas as fundamentally compatible. I'd like to see an anarchy of my people and the anarchy of settlers enacted here together, side by side. with an equal distribution of power, each pursuing healthy relationships, acting from their own ideas and history. Just as the TWO imagined. I would like to see the centralized state of Canada dismantled. I'd like to see communities take up the responsibility of organizing themselves in the absence of said central authority. Louise Benelli spoke to her experiences resisting forced relocation on Big Mountain and calling for further action to take down all these systems that are destroying Mother Earth. LO stated that anarchyism is about action. You believe in yourself, you believe in what you're going to speak about, you believe in what you're doing, you are not bound. 267. By a group or governmental entity, you do what you have to do. I believe in the earth and the spirits that work within the earth, that is where I first go. Working with and through nature, that is the only thing that I have faith in. I don't trust any system because it has never done anything for me. I don't practice Christianity, that is not something that I understand. I don't base my ways on that. I don't believe in the US government because that is just about destruction of a culture and consumption of culture. The panel locating an indigenous anarchism was named after Aragorn's zine that was published in 2005, from which he read a section of and provided a definition of indigenous anarchism. For what it is worth, we will have to establish a way to live that is both indigenous, which is to say of the land that we are actually on, and anarchist, which is to say without authoritarian constraint. Aragorn stated, on the one hand, I have a very big problem with hyphenated anarchism. When people refer to themselves as anarchist and blank, they really mean the blank, and the anarchism is a secondary concern. I've always seen anarchism and indigeneity as being synonymous terms. For me, the idea of an anarchism that isn't placed right here never made sense. The idea of anarchism as a set of Western Enlightenment values that somehow we learned in school or something never made sense to me. One of the concerns I have about this weekend is that sometimes our enthusiasm is more our concern and more the way that we communicate ourselves and our ideas than any. 268. Thing else, and in the case of something as important as this idea of a land-based politics that is huge in size, I don't want this to turn into politics as usual. I say that knowing that that's going to be a challenge when it comes up in details. After reading the except from locating an indigenous anarchism Aragorn emphasized, for me those are the only terms that matter, authoritarian constraint and place. The Against Settler Colonial Politics panel on Sunday further asserted that, anarchism is in fact something we can define for ourselves. The panel also referenced Russell Means' statement, for America to live Europe must die, as an eloquent indigenous response to the proposition of Marxist authoritarianism. A zine titled, Marxism and its Tangents for Anarchists, was distributed that stated, because sometimes people are not really on our team. Some of the Q&A had pushback regarding a need for leftist unity and not to perpetuate European-based leftist disputes. Some responses to that were that we should be honest about leftist politics, that the conclusions of communism and socialism are anti-indigenous. A panelist asked the question, are we criticizing authoritarianism or European dogma? A sheet titled, The Red Flags of Red Fask listing authoritarian leftist front groups was shared by a person who was at La Conexa in so-called LA when it was attacked by a Maoist group. On the organizing/activism/struggle front, there 269 were many workshops proposed about border struggles, which were the primary focus of action against attacks on indigenous lands and peoples for the convergence. The Oagham Anti-Border Collective shared their strategies to maintain their ways of life despite ongoing occupation, borders, and barriers on their traditional homelands. On the Autonomous Organizing Against Borders panel, an organizer from so-called El Paso addressed how their community is responding to white supremacist attacks while they're facing extreme state repression. They also shared how a radical community center was undermined by the subtle forms of white supremacy that invade and co-opt our spaces. They railed against non-profit liberal power-wielding mechanisms, and asserted that, we're not here to ask for reform. The law is killing our people. Another organizer from occupied Tongvaland's so-called Los Angeles discussed their work directly supporting migrant folks held in concentration camps. The organizer received a call from a trans migrant person being held in one of the concentration camps and put them on the microphone. The conversation was emotional and raw, with the tension of these struggles filling every corner of the room. On the solidarity means action, anti-colonial struggle means attack. Panel Mama Jolt stated that, prayer and action go hand in hand. I've always stood on that. If we are sitting there in prayers and there's no one out there, then nothing is going to get done. Our ancestors want us to meet them halfway. 270. No matter how scary it gets, remember that as long as we're fighting for the people and Mother Earth in a good way, we're always going to be protected. If you believe you can shut shit down, but pray first. Leona Morgan from Dine No Nukes and Hall No. spoke about fighting nuclear colonialism, which has left thousands of abandoned uranium mines and spread cancer throughout indigenous lands. She stated that 70% of uranium comes from indigenous lands and that current proposals call for bringing all the nuclear waste from throughout the U.S. into New Mexico, effectively creating a national sacrifice zone. They're saying here that nuclear power is a clean solution to global warming while we are the ones getting cancer. We're the ones who have our water, plants, and food sources contaminated. She looked towards international anti-nuke direct action movements that are stopping uranium shipments and called for support. We may need to do that here. Clay Benally from Protect the Peaks, and an organizer of the Convergence, provided an overview of the struggle and failures to stop the desecration of the holy San Francisco Peaks, which are located just outside of Kinlaney/Flagstaff. A ski resort has been allowed by the Forest Service to make fake snow out of millions of gallons of treated sewage on the mountain. Clay stated, settler colonial laws were never designed to benefit indigenous peoples' ways of life, they were designed to destroy them. To be 271. More effective, we need to be honest with ourselves and understand how Standing Rock was a strategic failure in that it didn't stop the pipeline. Of course it was a social and cultural success, but we need to be critical in real time about these struggles so we can be more effective. If we don't talk about our failures, how can we learn? On Sunday evening, before everyone started sharing their contact info, before dinner and after a lecture, we stopped and decided not to end in accordance with our traditional protocol. An organizer for the Convergence wrote in another report back, somewhere at the gathering, I expected to be in the presence of Indigenous Anarchyism. I did not know if Indigenous anarchism was the fire we would gather around, if it was the individuals converging, or if it was an empty space where individuals were to ignite the flames. It's safe to say, my expectations were met. I witnessed an indigenous anarchism, but it was unfamiliar to me, a Dine anarchist. The potential I have discovered at the Convergence is the particulars of Dine Anarchy. Fires made from crystal and fires made from turquoise. Fires bright enough to find the light of other Dine anarchists in this dark world I find myself in. A world sickened from the industrialization of civilized humans whose culture of control and destruction forces all living things to adapt, or die. I suggest that Dine Anarchy offers the addition of a choice to attack. An assault on our enemy that weakens their grip on, not only our glittering 272 world, but the worlds of others. An opportunity for the anarchy of Nd, of Oadham, and so on, to exact revenge on their colonizers. Until all that's left for Dine anarchists is to dissuade the endorsements of the next idol expecting our obedience. For the moment we see indigenous anarchism as a reference point, but this term is so broad that for all it could encompass it also stifles. We are not interested in re-engineering social arrangements, we're interested in inspired formations, agitations, interventions, and acts towards total liberation. From our perspective, at the base of Duk Huas Liad, we see more use in building contextual understandings deeply rooted in our sacred lands and teachings. This places us in some ways at odds with the flattening that the larger emergent force of indigenous anarchism would have. As Aragorn stated, indigenous anarchism is a politics that has yet to be written, and maybe that is a good thing. For now we will continue to agitate, organize, write, discuss, and provoke to further radical autonomous/anti-authoritarian indigenous tendencies towards total liberation. Originally posted at www.talahugan.org/Indigenous Anarchist Convergence Report /273. Fire Walk With Me report back by Anon. I answered a call to gather around a fire with Black, Indigenous, people of color in Kinlani at Talahugan Info Shop. Somewhere at the gathering, I expected to be in the presence of indigenous anarchism. I did not know if indigenous anarchism was the fire we would gather around, if it was the individuals converging, or if it was an empty space where individuals were to ignite the flames. It's safe to say, my expectations were met. I witnessed an indigenous anarchism, but it was unfamiliar to me, a Dine anarchist. Truthfully, it's inaccurate to say that the indigenous anarchism I saw was unfamiliar, because that implies it possessed unidentifiable attributes. I very much recognized the features of the fire, and I recognized the methods to build that fire. In this case, the features were global indigenous justice and the methods were university jargon of the humanities discipline. The social movement that will be the fires of this indigenous anarchism require more and more indigenous resistance as the fuel to grow and grow the burning. What happens when we run out of fuel? Who do we reach out to for a fresh supply? I ask myself those questions knowing full well they will be answered quickly, meaning uncritically, by any individual enthusiastic with my premonition. Admittedly, the fire I had gathered around was not 274. So much unfamiliar as it was unappealing. This was unappealing because I also answered the call as an indigenous anarchist. However, I found that many of the people in attendance were academics, activists, decolonizers, and leftists that were in very good health despite their proximity to these toxic superstructures. Academics vigorously drawing from their learning CU rated by Western liberal intellectualism while being hungry for another direction with an agreeable pan-indigenous guide. Activists energetically sharing their praxis acquired from footage of Standing Rock while local indigenous struggles remained unknown. Decolonizers robustly calling out problematic land acknowledgements for not being inclusionary while missing the value of being specific to the land they are on. Then finally, leftists focusing on their vision of centralized solidarity as one voice united to change the world while the incoherence from every voice making individual demands to ex-housed authority was never considered. Yes, the indigenous anarchism I saw was kind of unfamiliar and mostly unappealing, but I would not say the gathering was unsuccessful. I believe people will grow this indigenous anarchism. An ideology succinct enough for Instagram stories, 280 character limit tweets, and vibrant screen printed. 275. Art, memes. A movement global enough to essentialize a racial, humanist, and material struggle of indigeneity so others will comfortably speak for any absent voice. A resistance so monolithic the powers that be could easily identify then repress all indigenous anarchists. For me, success would be more disagreements that are challenging and hopefully with humor. I'd rather agree or disagree with a new suggestion than dispute laudatory presumptions grounded in radical liberalism that has been indigenized, North American style, only for flair. I understand an indigenous person can have a complicated personal relationship with their indigeneity and their role within the violent dominance of capitalist settler colonialism. Additionally, I understand an individual's linear journey to anarchism began somewhere and maybe they still sympathetically carry ideological mementos from their past. Facetiousness aside, I am glad people may have found potential from this gathering to develop their indigenous anarchist ideas. The potential I have discovered at the convergence is the particulars of Dine Anarchy. Fires made from crystal and fires made from turquoise. Fires bright enough to find the light of other Dine anarchists in this dark world I find myself in. A world sickened from the industrialization of civilized humans whose culture of control and destruction forces all living things to adopt, adapt, or die. I suggest that Dine Anarchy offers the addition of a choice to 276. Attack. An assault on our enemy that weakens their grip on, not only our glittering world, but the worlds of others. An opportunity for the anarchy of ND, of Oodern, and so on, to exact revenge on their colonizers. Until all that's left for Dine anarchists is to dissuade the endorsements of the next idol expecting our obedience. 277. Rethinking Apocalypsin. By Anon. This is a transmission from a future that will not happen. From a people who do not exist. The end is near. Or has it come and gone before? An ancestor? Why can we imagine the ending of the world, yet not the ending of colonialism? We live the future of a past that is not our own. It is a history of utopian fantasies and apocalyptic idealization. It is a pathogenic global social order of imagined futures, built upon genocide, enslavement, ecocide, and total ruination. What conclusions are to be realized in a world constructed of bones and empty metaphors? A world of fetishized endings calculated amidst the collective fiction of virulent specters. From religious tomes to fictionalized scientific entertainment, each imagined timeline constructed so predictably, beginning, middle, and ultimately, the end. Inevitably in this narrative there's a protagonist fighting an enemy other, and spoiler alert, it's not you or me. So many are surely ready to be the lone survivors of the zombie apocalypse. But these are interchangeable metaphors, this zombie/other, this apocalypse. These empty metaphors, this linearity, only exist within the language of nightmares, they are at once part of the apocalyptic imagination and impulse. This way of living, or culture, is one of domination that consumes all for its own benefit. It is an economic and political reordering to fit a reality resting on pillars of competition, ownership, and control in pursuit of profit and permanent exploitation. It professes freedom yet its foundation is set on lands stolen while its very structure is built by stolen lives. It is this very culture that must always have an enemy other, to lay blame, to lay claim, to affront, enslave and murder. A subhuman enemy that any and all forms of extreme violence are not only permitted but expected to be put upon. If it doesn't have an immediate other, it meticulously constructs one. This other is not made from fear but its destruction is compelled by it. This other is constituted from apocalyptic axioms and permanent misery. This othering, this white coat disease, is perhaps best symptomatized in its simplest stratagem, in that of our silenced remaking. They are dirty, they are unsuited for livy, they are unable, they are incapable, they are disposable, they are non-believers, they are unworthy, they are made to benefit us, they hate our free. 279. DOM, they are undocumented, the Y are queer, they are black, they are indigenous, they are less than, they are against us, until finally, they are no more. In this constant mantra of violence reframed, it's either you or it's them. It is the other who is sacrificed for an immortal and cancerous continuity. It is the other who is poisoned, who is bombed, who is left quietly beneath the rubble. This way of unbeing, which has infected all aspects of our lives, which is responsible for the annihilation of entire species, the toxification of oceans, air, and earth, the clear-cutting and burning of whole forests, mass incarceration, the technological possibility of world-ending warfare, and raising the temperatures on a global scale, this is the deadly politics of capitalism, its pandemic. An ending that has come before. The physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual invasion of our lands, bodies, and minds to set TLE and to exploit, is colonialism. Ships sailed on poisoned winds and bloodied tides across oceans pushed with a shallow breath and impulse to bondage, millions upon millions of lives were quietly extinguished before they could name their enemy. 1492 1918. 2020. Biowarfare blankets, the slaughter of our relative the buffalo, the damming of life-giving rivers, the scorching of untarnished earth, the forced marches, the treated imprisonment, coercive education through abuse and violence. 280. The day-to-day post-war, post-genocide, trading post-colonial humiliation of our slow mass suicide on the altar of capitalism, work, income, pay rent, drink, fuck, breed, retire, die. It's on the roadside, it's on sale at Indian markets, serving drinks at the casino, restocking baspas, it's nice Indians behind you. These are the gifts of infesting manifest detinees. This is that futured imaginary our captors would have us perpetuate and be a part. The merciless imposition of this dead world was driven by an idealized utopia as Camel House, it was for our own good an act of civilization. Killing the Indian, killing our past and with it our future. Saving the man, imposing another past and with it another future. These are the apocalyptic ideals of abusers, racists and heteropatriarchs. The doctrinal blind faith of those who can only see life through a prism, a fractured kaleidoscope of an endless and total war. It's an apocalyptic that colonizes our imaginations and destroys our past and future simultaneously. It is a struggle to dominate human meaning and all existence. This is the futurism of the colonizer, the capitalist. It is at once every future ever stolen by the plunderer, the warmonger, and the rapist. This has always been about existence and non-existence. It is apocalypse, actualized. And with the only certainty being a deathly end, colonialism is a plague. 281. Our ancestors understood that this way of being could not be reasoned or negotiated with. That it could not be mitigated or redeemed. They understood that the apocalyptic only exists in absolutes. Our ancestors dreamt against the end of the world. Many worlds have gone before this one. Our traditional histories are tightly woven with the fabric of the birthing and ending of worlds. Through these cataclysms we have gained many lessons that have shaped who we are and how we are to be with one another. Our ways of being are informed through finding harmony through and from the destruction of worlds. The elliptic. Birth. Death. Rebirth. We have an unknowing of histories upon histo-rise of the world that is part of us. It is the language of the cosmos, it speaks in prophecies long carved in the scars where our ancestors dreamed. It is the ghost dance, the seven fires, the birth of the white buffalo, the seventh generation, it is the five sons, it is written in stone near Araby, and beyond. These prophecies are not just predictive, they have also been diagnostic and instructive. We are the dreamers dreamt by our ancestors. We have traversed all time between the breaths of our dreams. We exist at once with our ancestors and unbirthed generations. Our future is held in our hands. It is our mutuality and interdependence. It is our relative. It is in the creases of our memories. 282. Folded gently by our ancestors. It is our collective dream time, and it is now. Then. Tomorrow. Yesterday. The anti-colonial imagination isn't a subjective reaction to colonial futurisms, it is anti-settler futur. Our life cycles are not linear, our future exists without time. It is a dream, uncolonized. This is the indigenous anti-future. We are not concerned with how our enemies name their dead world or how they recognize or acknowledge us or these lands. We are not concerned with reworking their ways of managing control or honoring their dead agreements or treaties. They will not be compelled to end the destruction that their world is predicated upon. We do not plead with them to end global warming, as it is the conclusion of their apocalyptic imperative and their life is built upon the death of Mother Earth. We bury the right wing and the left wing together in the earth they are so hungry to consume. The conclusion of the ideological war of colonial politics is that indigenous peoples always lose, unless we lose ourselves. Capitalists and colonizers will not lead us out of their dead futures. Apocalyptic idealization is a self-fulfilling prophecy. It is the linear world ending from within. Apocalyptic logic exists within a spiritual, mental, and emotional dead zone that also cannibalizes itself. It is the dead risen to consume all life. Our world lives when their world ceases to X. 283. Ist. As indigenous anti-futurists, we are the consequence of the history of the colonizers' future. We are the consequence of their war against Mother Earth. We will not allow the specter of the Coloradonizer, the ghosts of the past, to haunt the ruins of this world. We are the actualization of our prophecies. This is the re-emergence of the world of cycles. This is our ceremony. Between silent skies, the world breathes again and the fever subsides. The land is quiet, waiting for us to listen. When there are less distractions, we go to the place where our ancestors emerged. And there slash our voice. There is a song older than worlds here, it heals deeper than the colonizer's blade could ever cut. And there, our voice. We were always healers. This is the first medicine. Colonialism is a plague, capitalism is pandemic. These systems are anti-life, they will not be compelled to cure themselves. We will not allow these corrupted sickened systems to recuperate. We will spread. We are the antibodies. Addendum, in our past/your future it was the unsystematic nonlinear attacks on vulnerable critical infrastructure such as gas utilities, transportation corridors, power supplies, communications systems, and more, that made settler colonialism an impossibility on these lands. Our organizing was cellular, it required no formal movements. Ceremony was/is our liberation was/is ceremony. We honored our sacred teachings, our ancestors, and coming generations. We took credit for nothing. We issued no communiques. Our actions were our propaganda. We celebrated the death of leftist solidarity and its myopic apocalyptic romanticism. We demanded nothing from capitalists/colonizers. 285. Stand, up to be performed at the next disaster. By Skidden. How's everyone doing out there tonight? You guys are great. So, recently I was watching a movie about the Wounded Knee Massacre. Too soon? People tell me I have a dry sense of humor. They tell me I am deadpan. Oops, I said deadpan. You can expect more black humor. Did you see that Dave Chappelle special where he met a real Indian at a casino and he said, "Shit, I thought you were dead"? People tell me I have a dry sense of humor, but I prefer the term stoic. Anyone who's ever been to a powwow knows that the MC is a master of anti-humor. If a punchline lands, something has gone seriously wrong. Think dad jokes amplified by a powerful loudspeaker and centuries of incest taboos. I promise it's all a-okay, but it might get pretty dark in here. ILL accept your nervous laughter and forced smiles. Social convention dictates that comedians should never punch down, but what about sideways? In all honesty, a lot of natives, especially the politically minded ones, are way too serious. And not in the straight-faced for comedic effect sort of way. Anarchists also rarely act like clowns publicly, at least not on purpose. There is obviously plenty to be morose about. Anarchists and Native Americans share affinity by being the great losers of history. 286. They cut kids' hair in the boarding schools. Women had their heads shaved in Franco's Spain. That's no very funny, right? Not as funny as losing your hair in a vending machine accident. Maybe Indigenous anarchy isn't just another political program that will eventually fail, like they all do, but an existential question. It's about finding a way to live in a world that thinks we are all dead. For me that means humor as an act of decolonial presence. In other words, if I can't shit myself laughing, I don't want to be in your revolution. Or against that old saying, if you are brown you have to frown. That's not actually an old saying, I just made it up. Because we're in an unknown frontier, we get to create neologisms and new metaphors. As toothless as a slogan, as naked as a priest, what I am offering here are real-world solutions to problems that are incomprehensible and unsolvable. The scene was already set before we possessed consciousness, so dream analysis is just as important as getting woke. Freud is mostly remembered for his heavy white cocaine habit. This allegation is said offhandedly to discredit his psychological theories. His ideas, like the anal stage and penis envy, seem outdated now, but if talking about buttholes still makes us laugh, I think he was at least partially correct. Maybe more damning in some circles is the fact that he was a white man with a white beard. Laco holds up a little better. Masculine and feminine drives exist in all of us regardless of genitals or imposed gender. 287. Why bring up psychoanalysis and make you think about their likely white pubic hairs when the topic is Native Americans? Did I mention that I am a Native American myself? I'm wearing a Cleveland Indians jersey so you can't see my dope tribal tattoos or tell that my body is naturally hairless, but I assure you, I'm as smooth as a river otter. I mention Freud and Lacan because the way they talk about recognition from the other for ego development can be helpful for understanding indigeneity. Being an Indian is impossible without a time machine or an argon accumulator. I wonder about things like why the culturally appropriative transracialism of a Rachel Dolezal is so much more offensive than the transgender transitioning of a Caitlyn Jenner. Isn't all this stuff just socially constructed? Imagine Rachel Dolezal transported in time to the Jim Crow South trying to explain herself. Now imagine Caitlyn Jenner, a century in the future, pleading in front of an intersectional jury. My tribe is much closer to the Canadian border than Mexico, but people always think I'm Latinx. People always come up to me speaking Spanish. I feel kind of embarrassed that I'm not more fluent. Soy indio. I feel inadequate because I was only able to learn one colonial language. It's uncomfortable for me, but I understand the confusion. I am more of a snow Mexican if anything. A northern Indian. A rarer Pokemon. I once went to a barbecue hosted by some people from the Philippines and they all believed me when I told them I was half Filipino, until I wouldn't. 288. Eat the roasted entrails. True story. I've also been Lebanese, Palestinian, and Egyptian before. I even pretended to be Italian for a night so I could sleep with a skinhead girl. I know now that racism isn't an excuse for misogyny, but I was really drunk and she was stupid to see. If I am sometimes guilty of being white passing, it's never at a job interview or after getting pulled over. I am clearly trying to ruffle a few feathers here. I know how this all sounds, but it's possible to make statements like these because we live in a society that gets nauseous in the changing room. I didn't read Franz Fanon, don't tell anyone, but even before colonization what we call the West has been trapped in double-edged thinking. Cats at war with dogs. Crusaders versus the Moors. Men are strong and rational, whereas girls are icky. These imaginary oppositions affect us. We know that even if God is invisible he still has a penis. I mention Freud because I like to talk about white people shit. I like white people shit like going to the opera or singing along to Migos songs. To be honest, a mirror makes sense when talking about race and gender. You look in a mirror and ask, is that me? No matter what you see, it reaffirms your own identity. I know what it's like to be racially infantilized. I know how it feels when grown women call me daddy. I mention river otters because even if the arbitrary distinction between human and non-human, civilization and wilderness, is one of the oldest and most harmful myths, I would still rather go swimming than go to. 289. Work. Chief Iron Eyes Cody was one of the most successful personalities in a long and still vibrant tradition of make-believe Indians. He appeared in tons of westerns. He's the guy in the commercial shedding a single tear when he sees how polluted everything has become. It's the kind of thing that makes you want to throw beer cans in the street just to defy stereotypes. But, he's interesting because it seems like he came to believe that he was really Indian. He started wearing braids and buckskin offset. He took a native wife, had Indian children, and was more or less accepted by a tribal community. I always say that everyone should try to become Indian as much as they can, but maybe I didn't think this through. It's supposed to be a metaphor like the grass is always greener. Little boys don't actually want to kill their fathers to have sex with their mothers, do they? Why do people like to play Indian when the cowboys always win? I guess the poverty, alcoholism, and diabetes are a small price to pay for being able to turn yourself into a werewolf. Wolves are a lot cooler than normal dogs, but dogs get rabies shots and squeaky toys and belly rubs. Sometimes I think about what it would be like to pretend to be a white person for a day. Maybe drive a Prius to Burning Man with my polytriad while marinating on my privilege. Or road rage in a mega hat while diesel exhaust tickles down my mud flaps. It's hard to pin down exactly what a white person is. A real can't. See the forest for the trees situation. At what point does a metaphor become a cliché? The topic of assimilation, that fancy word for, pretend you're me, or I'll kill you, is a more serious topic, I guess. I mean, that whole missionary SYSTEM stuff wasn't very chill. But, the thing is, in my own life I have always spoken English, worn pants, and received my vaccinations. Another aspect of native identity is not wanting to be someone else's walking tragedy forever either. I've seen that photo of the frozen bodies at Wounded Knee way more times than I wanted to. Being as assimilated as I am, I understand when something is Shakespearean. Native genocide was kind of like that Romeo and Juliet movie, the one with John Leguizamo. You know. Juliet faked her death for some reason and Romeo committed suicide because he loved her so much. It's tragic because in the audience we know it didn't have to end like that. It was all just a big misunderstanding. They should have been together, but the stars were crossed. Something similarly ironic happened in the story of Conquest. A nobler but more naive character was killed off by a stranger dumber one. It's tragic because everyone would probably be happier if none of that shit happened and we all lived like Indians. Freud doesn't really talk specifically about what the effects of conquest might be for the colonized, but in Civilization and its Discontents he gives us the impression that living in societies like ours means repressing most of our instincts. Living in our world means anxiety and depression, dread and anticipation. Just like with native storytelling, psychoanalytic material is open to interpretation. Early man put out the phallus-like tongues of fires by urinating on the flames. When he learned to suppress this homosexual urge, he was able to control fire and used it to become civilized. People sometimes compare the Earth Diver story of Turtle Island's creation to the Prometheus myth. Marx and Engels, who honestly wrote about Indians way more than the classical anarchists, told a similar story about how life used to be better. Indians liked sharing, being friends, and playing games, just like what you're supposed to do in kindergarten. Liber, Egalite, Fraternite. Civilization was created in order to protect ourselves from nature, but that kind of strategy has diminishing returns. One day you're inventing the wheel and making pictographs, and the next thing you know family is a popular category on Pornhub and the Earth's temperature is several degrees hotter. There are other ways to tell the same tale. I want to avoid the monomyth, or heroes J.O. Ernie, that Joseph Campbell described. Meaning that every story is really just the same story. Star Wars is the common example. Navajo Star Wars seems awesome, but pretty much anything sounds cool if you put Navajo in front of it. It's more fun to look for tangents that lead to unexpected places. What would Dances with Wolves be like if Kevin Costner got killed off in the first scene? One tactic Indigenous anarchists might use to subvert the three-act play formula could be to use the JOK format, set up expectations and defy them. Knock knock. Who's there? Assassinate Johnny Depp. I found out about the Red Lake Massacre after I got out of the sweat lodge at the South Dakota State Penitentiary. Jeff Weiss committed a mass shooting against other members of his tribe in the ultimate act of white people shit. It's hard to think of something funny to say about a massacre, but I can try. In the sweat lodge, when we close a prayer by saying all my relations, that means all our relationships. These prayers will often remember to include all the other creatures, two-legged, four-legged, the winged creatures, and even the creepy crawlers. I always laugh when they say creepy crawlers. Bugs and worms. You gross. The point is, everyone is related and deserves our respect. Even white people. Even would-be school shooters. Isn't it weird that some Indians referred to the Keystone Pipeline as an evil snake? What's wrong with snakes? Isn't that actually some biblical symbolism? I'm not saying that we are related to oil lines, but if I take animism seriously, then even plutonium has a spirit. A bad spirit, right? Did Indians believe in good and evil? During the Chernobyl disaster, some miners got naked as they tunneled under the reactor to contain the meltdown. It's kind of funny because their balls were out, flopping around getting fully irradiated. Sometimes when being an Indian gets too hard, I tell myself at least I don't have acute radiation poisoning. Your skin melts off and your eyes bleed. No thanks. In the sweat lodge we get naked too, but it's in a sacred way, so don't laugh. I do think about moving to Chernobyl, like I think most people do. Not as much traffic. I do really think about going and homesteading at Chernobyl. There's a bunch of radioactive wolves and it's all post-apocalyptic. Don't we all want that cozy catastrophe to happen? Maybe there are zombies around every corner. Maybe an unexplainable super contagion. But, you don't have to stand in line at the DMV. You don't have to shave your legs. Presumably you don't have to recycle anymore. I imagine it's hard to be a liberal environmentalist in that situation, trying to find biodegradable ammo, or trying to get people to sign a petition for humanitarian efforts for the undead. Part of the draw of apocalypse is that you don't have to deal with so many people. You get to go looting, go through people's underwear drawers. We can go to Chernobyl. I'm being serious here. I like the idea of doing some Mad Max shit, but I'm not sure if a major collapse will go down like they're depicted in Hollywood. Prison movies aren't very faithful in my experience. Romantic comedies are definitely engaged in some bleak dystopian world building. Sitcoms seem vaguely threatening if you remove the laugh track. Most of the tropes in prison movies do exist in real life to some extent. Getting poked or poking someone else is definitely a possibility. To really get the experience on film would be a lot more boring. It 294 would be more like one of those found footage movies, but nothing happens. Just a fixed surveillance camera pointed at a person in a cell. The movie would be a minimum of 10 hours long. It seems like there are more prison comedies than post-apocalyptic comedies for some reason. It's hilarious when someone drops the soap, but not so much when toe cutters gang chases after your family. I imagine the coming Indigenous anarchism film starring Adam Beach will be closer to avant-garde experimentation than cinema verite. Groundhog's Day starring Bill Murray beautifully illustrates Nietzsche's will of eternal return. You have to keep living the same thing over and over again. That's more like what prison is like. It's more Sisyphean, but that's also just what daily life is like in general. Is it surprising that prisons resemble factories, schools, casinos, contest powwows, and protest marches, which all resemble prisons? In prison you wake up, eat, work out, and watch Lockup Raw. And really, the sex isn't even that great. The really tragic thing about the apocalypse for natives is that it happened and we have to deal with even more people. If zombies are a stand-in for colonists, imagine a world where your boss, neighbor, or boyfriend is a zombie. Because I wanted to find something better to do than watching movies and committing felonies, I went to Standing Rock. I put on a leather headband bigger than Dennis Banks. I found one that could stretch across the Bering Strait. I talked with one of those good allies that always sit cross-legged. She told me a story about some people who died in a sweat lodge in Arizona. New Agers, I am assuming. I asked. No. Spirit warriors, some of them were even part Cherokee. At the end of the day, being an anarchistic native, that is to say a sentient being who believes that the non-sentient have interests, is not at all like a novel or a movie, it's performance art. For some of us it means dressing up in furry costumes representing our clan totems. Expecting to get our land back is just about as absurd as thinking the world will have a happy ending, but be ready to be pleasantly surprised. I'm doing my part. I am ready and willing to do a jump scare onmy therapist from behind his office couch. The situation is pretty desperate, so anything is worth a shot. I'll leave you with some sage wisdom. Inside of each of us are two wolves. One of them got away and left a hole in your screen door. The other looks ashamed when they poop. Which one will you feed? Thanks for coming out, folks. Don't forget to tip the bartender. A Reluctant History of Indigenous Anarchism, telephoned in. It is written in barely legible spray paint. It is indigenous urban youth raised in punk scenes. It was fed a steady diet of zines and food, not bombs. It sat through endless study groups and occasionally volunteered at info shops. It sewed patches with dental floss. It drank itself to death. It played yo-yo. It said fuck you and your white dreadlock wearing banjo playing dogma. It wore nihilism on its sleeve. It played with Stimmer. It lag at Marxits. It stole enough to satisfy youthful reparations. It dlldip dived, it locked down and got arrested. It fought cops Nazis. It wrote a regrettable letter to KCZYNSKY. JT, Ted Banners. It overstayed its welcome. It rabidly C-rated autonomy while dreaming Dre ancestors. It didn't work. It talked about consent CLLU debated G. It organized benefit concerts. It, ed at TB Molly OF disms of white anarts who though their lame critiques OF nation could ill LF star. And LTF feminist life ways. It dropped out. I on co-UA. Underscore. ML under bridges. IT hitchhike acro S and 1 \NE island. It didn't name itself. It didn't need to.